Welcome, students. Welcome, parents, to the Ekuso Duo Tournament 2021. I am your host, Tristan Cass, joined here by the one and only Schnecky IRL. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good here, Tristan. I'm glad you asked. I'm really excited to see what all of these students have really built up for and to show us what they've accomplished together here.
Absolutely. This has been a long semester of hard work and dedication from the students, from the coaches, everyone working in tandem to give themselves the best shot of taking home this tournament victory in the end. Now, we are going to be going over the format for just a second here. This is going to be a bracket tournament best of 3. And it's going to be single elimination. So these best of 3s are going to be all important. You cannot allow yourself to be dropping them. Otherwise, you are done, dusted, and out of the tournament. Now, we should be getting over to the bracket momentarily so you guys can actually take a look at it for yourselves, see the teams that are going up against each other, see all the competition ahead of it. And just right there, you can see our first matchup for the day. It is going to be 124K Power versus Heat Waves. Now, I want to make a little bit of a prediction here, Schnecky. I'm no expert here, but do you have any initial callouts for who's going to be taking home this first match of the day?
Well, look, I gotta tell you here, Tristan, I'm definitely one for a bit of an underdog story here, and the word around the town is that we do have Team Heat Waves featuring Micah and featuring Isaac is Chalky here that, may or may not be taking a stroll from a bit of a break here, so they're gonna have a little bit to prove here, but I definitely think they can do it, but they are gonna be a bit of the underdogs here, so we're gonna have to see how they do. And just to take a step back a little bit here, for everyone watching and tuning in here, we see all the beautiful schools here. Just to reiterate, today's tournament is going to be featuring from Florida. We have Monroe. We also have Xavier Education Academy, the Myris Academy, and the Sora Virtual Schools are the 4 schools that are going to be featured here today. So you're going to see a bit of a mix here on some of those different schools being on the same team or some of the teams being people from the same schools. And in this case, we have Team Heat Waves who are actually cousins, so I'm excited to see some of the synergy that has already haven't been built from some of these teams, and some of the synergy that is being built as these players get to know the game and get to learn together.
Oh yeah, and that's so important in a game like League of Legends. For those of you watching at home who haven't really had much experience with the game, a lot of the times champions can operate in tandem with each other. All the movesets can operate to help each other set them up. Now that being said, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors today, Apply with Sanity. Apply with Sanity provides reasonable, readable college advice for both high school students and the people supporting them as they begin their journeys into college. Apply with Sanity connects you to experts that truly understand both the college application process and the stress that may come with it. Schnecky, I know you know this process as well. This is one of the most stress-inducing things you could ask for in high school. I would not be trying to go it alone. Don't let yourself go it alone. Apply with Sanity can help you retain just that. Keep that mental strong. And when it comes to a game like League of Legends, you got to know, first things first, the mental is the most important part of it. If you let yourself get distracted, if you let yourself get frustrated, then sometimes that can be your undoing. Now, speaking of which, we should be getting into our first game fairly soon here, and I want to talk about maybe potentially some of the champions that we could see come out. Now, one thing I do actually would hope to see is I want to see the classic advice that you can give to people starting out the new games. Use very simple comfort picks. Use what you're best at. And if I could recommend to any of the players starting out this game, some of the simplest champions are the best ones for climbing. If you want to get used to the game, if you want to really learn the game, sometimes you just got to bring out the bare basics and just get those fundamentals kicking.
Absolutely. They say a house really starts with the foundation, right? And I feel like that's really encompassing what they're trying to teach you at Ekuso, right? That not only playing League of Legends and kind of learning an esport in that environment, of course, it's entertaining, it's fun, but it also helps you grow and build those life skills. So I'm excited to see what these players and some of these students have really built together. And just to kind of go over the way the format was for the teams, what we essentially did was organized the 32 players today from, the highest highest to lowest skill level. We have all types of skill levels here, and try to balance it to where we have one of our, elder players, more experienced players, kind of take a bit of a big brother role on some of the maybe newer players or lesser experienced players to make all the teams pretty nice and balanced here. So I'm going to really be looking out for how these players are really kind of holding down the fort and what these two teammates are really working together to accomplish here. And again, guys, before we get into this game, this is going to be on the map called Howling Abyss, so it's not the typical Summoner's Rift game mode that a lot of people maybe practice on, but it's really fun because it allows you to really, experience those fundamentals and really challenge yourself. So again, to win in this format, guys, you have to either get 2 champion takedowns, 50 minions killed per team, take a turret down, and that's that. Best of 3 single elimination.
Absolutely, and although there's obviously that great fundamental factor in being able to rack up the minion score, because for those of you who don't know, in a game like this, the only way to gain gold, the only way to get that sweet cash flow to bring yourself to victory is timing your hits on the minions perfectly. You have to be the last one to execute them, and if you're able to do that for 50 successfully, then you would consider yourself the winner of that matchup. Now, that being said, it's a lot easier said than done when you have 2 opponents on the other side of the battlefield ready to take you down at a moment's notice, take you to the ground, and finish you. Really, that's going to be the way I'm expecting most of these battles to come to an end. I think a lot of the students here aren't really concerned as much with taking down mere minions. They want the whole enchilada, baby. They want to take the fight, and they want to win man v man, person v person, champion v champion, and on the Howling Abyss. What better place to do it? There's only a single location. That's the beautiful thing about this map. There's only one place you can go, and it is through your opponent. And so this is the best recipe for destruction and for nothing but non-stop, hard-hitting, just slugging it out over and over again. And so I think that's what we're going to be getting here.
Yeah, it should be really cool, and I do want to take a second here, Tristan, to really highlight some of the players in the first game. We do have Team 142K Power again, featuring William Wilzonium from Sora, and we also have Jose Healy Warrior from Monroe. And from what I've heard, William is a very, very flexible player, so probably going to be very adaptive, as it is a best of 3 series. And Jose, from what I've heard, has strong leadership skills. So I would imagine these two together are going to be able to pull out some really flexible picks and be able to change their strategy accordingly, kind of as their best of 3 starts. And, we do have some synergy also built between the side of Team Heatwaves, right? These are players who have played together. And again, they're going to be coming in here looking to prove a point and looking to have fun together, right? When you have that synergy, you can then focus on how you can accomplish what you're trying to do, which in this game 3 is at least, get past the first stage and then take it step by step.
Yeah, and 142K Power is actually projected as one of the favorites to win the entire thing, so you definitely want to keep your eye on this combo. I've seen both of them in action before. Williamson, he is nothing to be scoffed at. You have to keep your eye on this kid. He is developing at an absolutely insane rate, to the point where most newer players to the game cannot relate to how well he is figuring this game out at such a crazy rate. I mean, he's outspoken, he's a flexible player, like you said. He's got passion for the game, and really, when you have a combination like that, that makes for a dangerous player.
Oh, it definitely does so. And one thing I'm really interested to see here, right, Tristan? So one of the things that is difficult to really adjust to is that since we are on Howling Abyss map, we are going to have some of those different updates than the typical Summoner's Rift has, meaning specific champions, like take the champion called LeBlanc, for example, here has a flat out 15% to 18% damage boost, as well as damage reduction, something not a lot of people may really realize, especially considering a lot of practice is done on the other map, and that's where a lot of the playstyles take place. But look, this is one of the biggest tournaments so far that we've had the pleasure of casting or hosting over at Ekuso here. So these players probably did their research in advance, which really begs the question of what champions are we going to see? What type of quote-unquote meta, which is essentially what champions are going to be good today? is really what we have to look out for.
Oh yeah, and one thing you have to factor in as well is nerves. A lot of these young students, it's a difficult position to be put in when you're thrown on stage. You know everyone's watching. You know you've been practicing your entire semester for this moment. You've been putting in
Yep.
the hours. You've been putting in the work. And really, when it comes down to a singular moment, there's a lot of ways that it can have a difficult effect on just being able to perform to the best of your abilities. And so a lot of what these students have been learning over the course of the semester is their confidence, getting that confidence level up in their own skill levels. And I would love to see all these players just come in, give it their all, have a ton of fun with it, but at the same time just be able to feel comfortable in the spotlight, just be able to feel comfortable performing in front of others. And that's another fantastic thing that esports can teach a student, is just being able to adjust themselves to the bright lights.
Right. And it's the same as like any other high school sport, right? Like people will join football. Doesn't mean they want to be a professional athlete necessarily, but it teaches you like those crucial life skills, right? Kind of one game at a time, one step at a time, one lesson to be learned at a time here. But I do think we are waiting for these lobbies to get started here so these players can really show us what they have. So Tristan, as we do have a couple of minutes here before the game one, series one ends up starting, this is your second time being over here at Ekuso. As I know you did have a chance to cast one of their previous tournaments, man. What should I, as a caster, and what should some of the people watching be looking out for?
Well, you should be expecting a lot of fights. I'll tell you that much. These students, one thing I absolutely love about them is that they're not willing to play scared. They don't play like they're afraid to take some fights. They don't play like they're nervous to make mistakes in front of others. They want to play for victories. They want to show off everything they've been learning, and they want to flex every bit of the skill that they have accumulated over the semester. And I absolutely love to cast that. And this actually isn't my second event. This is my fourth event, I believe. I've actually been with the program for quite some time, and I absolutely adore watching both the students grow and just watching the program grow in general because of all the value it can bring to everyone involved. It always feels like everyone is in such high spirits afterwards, win or lose. It's just a great time all around where everyone can be happy, join up with some friends. And that's the most beautiful thing about esports and just being able to take these tournaments home, is that you may be playing against someone, you may be operating on the other side of the battlefield, but afterwards, it's so easy to just pick up some games with them, enjoy yourself, make some new friends along the way, and win or lose, I mean, as cliche as it sounds, I know we've heard this in all the cheesy movies. Maybe the real victory is the friends we made along the way. Am I right, guys? Or am I getting booed right now at home?
I think you're right as well there, Tristan. But on that note, I do think we're having a couple of technical difficulties here getting the first lobby started. I think we're going to send this off to a very quick break, get the lobbies ready, and then we'll be back here shortly, guys, right after the break. Yeah, I mean, we could have dragged it out more, but I feel like it was, like at that point, it would probably get redundant.
Welcome back, welcome back. Now, we do have our students picking their champions right now. We will have the actual info to you in just a moment once they are finished with the draft. So we do have just couple more minutes before we are into our first matchup of the day. Now, one thing I have to say is Hilly Warrior, I have seen him play before. He is
Okay.
absolutely a fantastic leader, and you will see that in the way he plays in game. He will be the one leading the charge a lot of the times, but at the same time, I mean, it all depends on these champion picks. For those of you at home, every champion in League of Legends has a specific skill set, a specific move set, and a specific role to play in the game. Some of them are meant to lead the charge into battle. Some of them are meant to be those front lines, get their hands dirty, while some of them are meant to be played with a little bit more finesse, a little bit more of a tight operating stick on the back line, where they just want to be
Right.
pumping out damage, but they are very fragile themselves, glass cannons, if you will. And so you're going to be seeing a lot of the decisions of these students being made based off the champions that they enjoy, based off of what they're comfortable with, and based off the specific play style. And so, again, for those of you parents at home, I cannot emphasize how many intricacies go into this game when it comes to all different combinations. I mean, Snecky, you know better than anyone how many variations you can get in a game like League of Legends.
Right, and it's always that type of, that rock, paper, scissors mentality where, okay, do we go rock and end up foreshadowing that our opponents are going to end up going scissors or paper and whatnot, but it's a little different as it's not really a 1v1 since it's a 2v2. You can kind of factor and intermingle some of those different types of strategies, and since it is being a best of 3 here, you're able to see what your opponent is bringing out in that game number 1, Tristan, and slowly make those adjustments, kind of like how you would, at a sports team or a sporting event where you see, okay, our opponents are doing this in their defense line, let's switch it up, let's go for a long pass as opposed to running right through on a blitz, right? So you're gonna have those differences, which I think is going to bring a lot of refreshment. And I think one thing that's extremely cool as well is we actually have what's a little bit different on this tourney than, typical 2v2 or 1v1 tourneys is that when you normally see first to 100 CS as a condition to win and move forward, now we're having it down to 50. So it kind of switches things up to where it's a little bit more viable to kind of play the strategy where you don't want to fight, you just want to stay alive, and you want to just get that farm slowly but surely. It's more of a slow and steady wins the race as opposed to a combination of champions that want to go in your face and want to get champion takedowns.
Absolutely, and on that note, we'll see how many audibles get called today by some of the students. I remember the last 2v2 tournament we had. A lot of the times when you see some adjustments made, it starts in what champions they pick. Maybe if their first combination doesn't work out, they decide to instead go with a completely different play style with a completely new set of champions to complement that kind of play style. And so you're going to see a bit of a mind games going on here. But another fantastic thing about a game like League of Legends is it's not all mental. There's always going to be that factor of who can physically operate better because of how sharp their reflexes are, how quick they are to react, their decision making on a dime. It takes a lot of mental willpower, a lot of mental strength to formulate these strategies, but in the end, it comes down to the fingers and hands, baby. You got to be able to make the pass. You got to be able to run the blitz through. You got to have that speed. And so physical factors, they could end up taking the cake. And there's stereotypes like that in the League of Legends community. Players who are all mechanics, they call them all hands. So you want to see who is going to be coming in here that's more based off of the mental strategy, who's going to be coming here trying to be methodical as possible, and who's going to be coming here going for nothing but outplays, who's trying to take their opponents and just completely work around them, run circles around them in game.
Well, I think one thing to mention off of that beautiful introduction, by the way, of kind of how some of the mental and physical, kind of attributes really take place here is we have Wilzonian representing Sora. From what I've heard, this is a person who's done a lot of research, prepared matchups. He has a list of matchups and counter matchups on what to expect, right? So it's not just, okay, let's hop in the game and click some buttons, although, yes, you're going to click some buttons. It goes really to the preparation. And it seems like so far what Ekuso has taught everyone is a lot of preparation and hard work can absolutely drive you to what you're looking to accomplish, which here is a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want to take all the parents at home, all the students back to a time where most likely they weren't watching League of Legends. Maybe some of the students might have even been in third grade when this happened. But Cloud9, one of the best teams League of Legends North America has ever seen. When they first burst onto the scene, they had a player that had a notebook, and his little notebook was something that revolutionized the game because he would have in that notebook lane matchups. He would have champions in it. He would have research done beforehand. Now, William right here is doing exactly that. He is being that player. He is bringing his notebook out. He is making sure he understands the dynamics of each champion. He makes sure he understands what they can play, what they should stray away from. And this is why they're one of the favorites to actually take it all home in this tournament, because they have this not only the mechanics to back it up, the physical prowess, they have the mental warfare that goes into it ahead of time, and I cannot applaud that enough. And let's not count Heatwave out of this though, because they are ready to go. There is not really a single team. The great thing about a tournament like this is that you can really see anyone taking it home realistically. There is no team I can count out here. And really that's a great testimony to the coaches that went into this, to all the practice these students have put in. There's nothing better than a tournament where you already know. There's nothing worse than a tournament that feels like a foregone conclusion. There's nothing better than a tournament where any match can go any way. And so really, I am so excited to hop into this first game.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Tristan, we got Dino Nugget 2011 here holding it down for Xavier here for Team Heatwaves. From what I've heard, Micah's a bit of a sleeper pick, meaning do not sleep on him. He will come and deliver with him and Isaac. I really want to see what they have to bring to the table here, right? As we all know, one thing that proves to be tried and true over and over is having that developed synergy. And as cousins, we have Dino and Isaac here. I'm sure they played a lot of League together. I remember back when I started playing League, it was when I was, I think, in freshman year, and one of my older cousins would always play with me, and I wasn't the best player, right? But we would have fun, and we would do these like kooky and weird strategies together, and they would work. Even though there's probably players that may be more skilled or better than us, it was because we kind of worked in unison, and it's that teamwork that really drives those teams to success.
Oh yeah, I mean, Fast and Furious, baby. It's all about family. When you get the cousin synergy, anything is possible, and I love that point because when I first started playing this game, I played with my cousins as well. I still do to this day. And, I can't compliment they say the soccer is a beautiful game. It's League of Legends in 2021, baby. It's the time for all these esports athletes to come out. And yeah, it's such a fun way to connect with your family, connect with friends, things like that. And that's also one of the fun things about this game is there are set strategies at the top level. It's very rigid. You know what's the most optimized path to victory. You know what's supposed to win, what gives you the best odds. But when you're new to the game, the world is your oyster. You can pick whatever you want. You can figure it out as you go. And oftentimes it comes down to simply who is more developed, who is better. Let's get into this game. We got it popping. It's our first game of the day. Are you excited? Because I am. And for those of you watching at home, it is time. On to the Howling Abyss we go. It's looking snowy, wintertime all around here as Dino Nugget decides to go with the Echo. This is a champion that is extremely slippery, hard to catch. He's known for being able to dash around the battlefield, and so it takes a lot of finesse to operate him. We'll see how Dino Nugget stacks up. Isaac Chalky on the other side of the board. He's playing more of the big man up top. It's Mordekaiser. He's got the big hammer, and he's not afraid to toss it down. Hilly Warrior on the other side. Another fantastic. I absolutely love this pick, by the way. The Garen. This is what you want if you're new to the game. He will help you get these fundamentals down so that you can really concentrate on strategy and making sure you make fantastic decisions.
Definitely so, and I already see kind of where some of this strategy really kicks in here, Tristan, even when it comes down to the items. As look at, on this game mode, you get a set amount of gold at the very start, and you cannot buy again until your champion is taken down. And if you are taken down, that means you only have one death left on your team, and you will lose the game. So more often than not, the only items you have in your inventory are the ones you buy in the very beginning, making them that more impactful. impactful. So if we look even at Team Heatwaves for now, looking at Dino and looking at Isaac here, we do have a bit more of a sustained approach from Isaac to where he wants to stay alive, whereas it looks like Dino's the one that wants to do the damage on that Hextech alternator that he built, giving him a little bit more burst potential. And already they're going to be going forward here, Tristan.
Dino Nugget in some trouble. The exhaust gets dropped down. Ignited as well. He's trying to reach back for his tower, trying to find some safety here. Oh, so close. Look at that sliver of HP he is left with.
Wow, I gotta tell you here, that health bar was hanging on by a thread there, but Dino was able to stay alive, utilizing that health globe almost the moment it spawned. It was like he foresaw it coming. Just wanted to test the fields a little bit there, Tristan, and kind of test out what Will Zone damage output really is. And looking at Will Zone's items here, he does have that serrated dirk, meaning not only does he get damage, he also has lethality, which will penetrate some of the armor that Dino has that you see him already built in his inventory. And from the looks of it, they want to give Will Zone a lot of the CS. Remember, another win condition is not only taking down your opponent, but you can get 50 CS, and so far the side of Heatwaves is winning.
Oh yeah, and I can see why this is looking so potent for the side of I believe the graphic is backwards here actually. I believe 124k power is that of Will Zone and Hilly Warriors. So a little bit of a backwards score line there, but you can definitely see why they're one of the favorites to win it all, because Will Zone is playing like a man possessed. He is playing like a high ranked player. The way he's operating when he's inside of the bushes like this, for those of you watching at home who don't play the game as much or just don't know as much about the game, when you're inside of these bushes, the enemy team doesn't have vision of you. They can't see you under unless they have very specific circumstances, and so he's heavily abusing those brushes. He's making sure he is in and out of vision, not allowing himself to be targeted, always staying elusive, and making sure that he is just not easy to be touched. And every time he does pop out of the bush, it's to do damage. It's to lay down the pain. And you can see it there. Dino Nugget nearly getting taken down. Now with very conservative play and smart usage of his utility, he has been able to scrape back some HP, and he is back to full. That being said though, look at the numbers down bottom on your scoreboard. You see the 25 right next to that picture of his champion? That is how many minions he's getting. He's starting to slowly encroach on that 50 mark. They have to be careful on the side here of Heatwave that they don't allow him to have this slow death by 1,000 cuts type of victory.
And they are going to slowly start to build pressure there, Tristan. As those numbers do increase, it's going to force Dino and Isaac to make a decision. Do I slowly let them end up winning the game, or do we pull the trigger and look to take them down? So we're going to need to see that decision-making coming out of either Isaac or Micah from the side of Team Heatwaves, as Will Zone is now taking into the Mordekaiser ult. He is in the death round, meaning no one else can see them but each other. Meanwhile, Healy in a bit of a 1v1 over the Dino here, looking to try to escape, and he's able to get out for now, but Will Zone's able to get the ultimate onto the Isaac here. Isaac's in trouble. He is going to walk back for now. Will Zone wanting some more. Damage is out. Ignite's going to be going down. Isaac going to get very low. Isaac is taken out. First blood for 142k power. Dino needs to now stay alive right now. Can it save him again? It did the first time, and it does the second, but a flash from Will Zone allows Dino to try to run away last time. Healy is able to take him down, and 142 take home game one.
There's a reason they're called 142k power right there. The swap in and out. Will Zone getting the first kill. Meanwhile, Hilly Warrior swapping in, helping his teammate out and finishing the second. That was a gorgeous display of teamwork right there, and that is why they took that first matchup home. That is why they are one of the favorites to win this tournament, and we're going to see what kind of adjustments Heatwave can make in this little in-between moment for these matchups. And wow, that was a barn burner of a game one. We saw a very near finish early on there, squeaked back all the way, an exciting 2v2 to end it off, and man oh man, that's a way to kick things off.
Well, it definitely was, right? And one of the things that we did see there a little earlier, as we were looking into the CS, we did see a play where we had Isaac from the side of Heatwaves end up using his heal and his flash a little early on, maybe looking for a play that did not quite work out. And what that allowed for was an attempt for the enemy team. It allowed 142 to when the fight did happen and those abilities were on cooldown, as those summoner spells do have a lot longer of cooldowns than your typical abilities on the bottom there. It allowed them to really take advantage and take home that win.
Yeah, I really like the strategy here from 142K Power. They pick champions that are one is extremely elusive, the second one is extremely hard hitting while being a lot harder to take down. And so you saw a kind of a swap in, swap out type of fight there, where William Zone could go in at first. He'd be the first one in, the first one out. His teammate would swap in. Instead, they tag team it. It looked like a WWE matchup in there, really. By the end of it, it looked like they had their synergy built up to a T. And it's not even to say that Isaac was. A lot of the fights didn't even feel like Isaac was making a lot of mistakes. It felt like he was just getting taken aback, maybe caught off guard by the absurd amount of damage that they were able to pile on in those initial engagements. And that's just what happens when you have so much experience playing together with a friend, with someone who's close to you, with a classmate. I mean, when you build up that kind of synergy, you just know the ins and outs, the damage capabilities of your combinations.
Yeah, and I really do want to see the adaptation here because, look, when you have a best of three format and you're on an esports team that really focuses around, learning and improving, it's not so much about the winning or losing. It's about looking at what happened, taking it forward, and seeing how you can accomplish and overcome what just happened. So I don't necessarily know if we are going to see another Mordekaiser from the side of Heatwaves here, Tristan. I think when you have a bit of that synergy, being that you may be on a team with your cousin or with someone you played with, someone that you're friendly with and have prior experience with, you kind of want to pick a team composition where you guys can work in synergy and unison together and really play together. And what the Mordekaiser ultimate does when he takes you into that shadow realm, it leaves you all alone with one enemy and it leaves your partner alone with the other, really taking out kind of that teamwork factor in that ulti, which again on Howling Abyss, being that it is a bit of a shorter map, it is not as long, you don't get as much value of putting an enemy into that realm when he can walk over to the safety net of his turret. So I'm curious to see what they end up taking here in this game too.
Yeah, and perhaps that was the strategy. Maybe they wanted to isolate into 1v1s. Maybe they felt like maybe we don't win the 2v2, but maybe we outskill in the 1v1 to the point where if we're able to isolate these fights, it gives us a better shot at victory. Now, didn't work out that time. I mean, it's a fair strategy. I've seen it being done. I mean, isolation basketball, right? You get a lot of different teams that enjoy playing the 1v1 style, and they feel like it optimizes their chances of victory. But when it doesn't work out, that's the beauty of a best of three. You get to kind of reverse the tables, go back to the drawing board, assess what went wrong, and the best teams, no matter what sport you play, are the ones that can make those mid-fight adjustments. Floyd Mayweather, baby, the king of going in between the rounds. Maybe he loses the first half of the fight, but you can bet your bottom dollar that he will make the adjustments necessary to come out on top in the end, and it's Heatwave's time to do just the same. Let's see what they bring out in this game too. Now, I do believe we are in Champion Select. The students are picking what they want to bring out in this game too, meaning we'll have a very short delay before we're into our second game in this best of three. And we're going to see, can they take it to this game three? And Snecky, if you're in their position, if you're in their shoes, what are the adjustments that you want to make if you want to bring this to a game three?
I think one thing you have to do is, I think are we looking at the same game or looking at a replay of last time? We're going to look at the highlight here, Tristan, and I want to highlight this and answer your question at the same time as chat is looking at this. I think we're adjusting it a little bit here. What I want to see is better communication there. As earlier, Isaac did not have a summoner spell, so he goes in here. He has no heal, has no flash. Now he gets stuck, and now Dino Nugget is all alone, and when Micah's all alone, you cannot really do much when it's a 1v2, but even there, when he was low, he had a chance to get out, had a chance for his ally to revive. He went back in, and ultimately it didn't quite work out here, Tristan. But to go back to your question, I do want to see them pick a composition in that 2v2 matchup that can do well against the Garen and the Kiana that the enemy team did end up picking, because when they came off of a victory, again, they're picking blind here, so it's safe to assume you're likely going to see the same composition that they won with. So pick a team that can counter around that. Kiana does attack damage, physical damage. Garen does physical damage. Build something that can sustain from physical damage.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you watching at home, if there is magic damage in this game, there is physical damage. You can build armor to counter physical damage. You can build magic resist to counter the magic damage. Now, when you see in the enemy team, they're both doing physical damage, armor's an extremely valuable stat to have. And so maybe we see some students kind of going for a little bit more of the armor routes here, but let's there is that little bit of shame of having to go the defensive route. I know no one wants to take their foot off the gas. It's you want to be able to just accelerate yourself with nothing but damage to get across the finish line. It's a lot more fun that way. But who knows?
Right.
Maybe when you want to win that bad, you're willing to do anything for it. And so one thing I'd also like to see is you saw that last game, Willzone. He was taking a lot of brush control. He was sitting inside the bushes, being outside of vision, making it extremely uncomfortable for Heat Zone to actually be able to play effectively. And when you want to pick a champion that counters the matchup, take the bush control. It's so invaluable on a map like this, because you'll have that freedom of being able to move about in the brush undetected. You can take better positioning for the fights. You can just really pressure a lot without having to extend yourself.
Right, and that pressure you bring up is kind of part of, which I think is maybe the reasoning that we did see that engage from the side of Team Heatwaves, where, again, I bring it back up to the summoner spells because this game really does revolve around cooldowns. Sometimes the fights are often determined which abilities are up for use, and when one team has 3 abilities that have a 2 to 3 minute cooldown available, when your team doesn't, that is almost more often than not always going to determine the outcome of that fight, assuming they started at equal HP and equal mana pool, which they used to use those abilities, which was the case last game. But it's that pressure and that CS, the creep score, that we did have being built up from the side of 142 that was almost at that 50 CS mark to get the win via taking down minions that really forced them to go for the engage.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just so many factors that weigh on you when you're in the game. It almost feels impossible to be able to properly calculate every single variable that can happen in a fight. But sometimes you just have to give those rough estimations before just hopping in there and taking it all. And that's really one of the difficulties about League of Legends. Hindsight is always 20/20. It's always very easy to dissect a situation. Us as casters, we have it easy. We get to just watch what happened, and then we get to say what went wrong. At that point, it's a lot easier to make the calls there. But when you're in the heat of the moment, when you're in the situation, that is when things can really fall apart. And all it takes is one ill-advised strategy, one wrong shot call, one decision that ends up turning the game on its head. And so that's why, again, never count any team out of this tournament, because all it takes is one to bring them back into it. We should be getting into our second game very soon here, and I'm excited to see if they decide to bring out any new champions, or if they're just going for the straight run back. If they feel they're confident enough that we can take this victory home. That first one was a fluke. Don't worry about it, guys. We're going to come back in the second one, and we're going to show you guys why we belong at the top of this bracket.
Well, look, Wilzonium is a player who we know has a very flexible champion pool, which can make it pretty difficult to play against here. And I do think we do have that game.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. I'm hearing
the Abyss coming on shortly here. So I'll go ahead and wait for the cue on that. But look, we know Wilzonium, sure, they just won for the side of Team 142, but we know this is a confident individual who wants to show some of the other champions in his arsenal to bring to the table. Let's face it, who doesn't want to see someone win on a variety of champions? So if we do see the same composition from Heatwaves, it still might be a bit of a different dynamic coming into this based on the champions that are picked here. And on that note, Tristan, we are ready to now go into game number 2. We got Team Heatwaves currently 0-1, looking to fight their way back versus Team 142 K-Power.
Oh man, and they are looking drippy. Look at the graphic there. You got the devil ears. Whew. Willzone is ready. Willzone is ready to strike right there. He's looking the part. And so, as I say that, very conservative approach there from 142 K-Power. They're deciding to just sit back behind the tower, waiting for their minions to lead the charge, which that's a sign of just what they've gone over beforehand, the preparation. They don't feel like they can win the early fights. And as I say that, Dino Nugget as well, he's made the adjustment. He's picked up a different champion, this time going for the longer range. Very easy to die on this champ if they get on top of you, but at the same time, just being able to have that extra bit of distance, Dino Nugget can really play the long haul a little bit better.
Tristan, I'm looking at the items here. Unless the client is somehow bugged, it does appear that Isaac may have forgot to purchase items. This is absolutely detrimental. This is like going into a war zone without your armor and without your weapons. Can it be done? Sure, but you need to really make up for the fact that you are not utilizing that 1,600 gold in your kit. Isaac has to be careful here.
Yeah, and you can see it there. Isaac taking so much damage up front just before he can even really get in onto the fight, and so it's a bit unfortunate. Isaac, he knows his champion well though, and so maybe he can make up for it with moves like that. Already you see him landing a few of the skill shots there, but Dino Nugget has a lot of pressure here. It's very difficult to operate a champion like the one he picked up here. Oh, Isaac, nice bit of damage there, bringing down the hammer right onto Willzone, making sure that he can't get too comfortable. He's not going to allow, he has to give respect over to the duo of Isaac and Dino Nugget, because if not, he can really end up taking a lot of damage up front. Now, that being said, going with the longer range champion, here's the thing about having champions that are ranged in this game. Yes, they have that extra bit of a attack length. Yes, they can constantly harass you when you try and walk up because they have that extra bit of reach, but they are extremely fragile. If Willzone is able to get on top of Dino Nugget here, you will see him absolutely evaporate. And as I say that, he's going to go in with the ultimate. Isaac in so much trouble. Here's the Ignite drop down, the exhaust as well. Counter ultimate from Dino Nugget, getting a fair bit of damage back. But it's not going to be enough to net any kills on either end. Dino Nugget is looking so confident. The dash in, Willzone oh so close. It's first blood. Isaac Chalky stuck on low HP, flashing forward. Wow. He's got the second. Willzone, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that is going to be the end of the road there. Look at, you mentioned earlier on before the game started here, Tristan, how crucial it is. Some of these small little decisions end up factoring into something much bigger, and that's going to be the victory for Team 142K Power. Something as small as forgetting to buy a couple items before going to the war zone ends up leading to a pretty decisive victory just like that one. And unfortunately, it was that decision that did allow for that mistake to be punished. And it was Team 142K Power that was able to take home that victory.
Absolutely great play though. I can't praise Willzone enough for that play on Kiana. Great decision making, knowing when to dash in, when to take the fight, and when not to. So just overall, fantastic play. 142K Power is definitely someone you want to keep your eye on, because, I mean, that team is just looking vicious so far. All credit to Heatwave, though. They're looking absolutely fantastic. They had a lot of great moments in there. You saw Isaac landing so many skill shots on the Mordekaiser, but as we jump into this highlight, you're going to see exactly what went down there. Dino Nugget, he wants to get more damage onto Hilly Warrior, but Hilly Warrior is just playing the bait right there. Just making sure, oh, look, I'm nice and low on HP. Come and get me, for Willzone to take full advantage. Willzone turned into the kill zone real quick there.
I like it, man. Yeah, and look, we did see a very solid play together from the side of 142 as well. You can tell that they practiced this composition very many times, and one of the key factors that allows you to succeed in a format like this is you're able to utilize that hard work, right? Where typically when you're in maybe like a ranked game on the Summoner's Rift map, you do have a chance at getting your champions banned out. So sometimes you work hard to practice a certain champion and it gets taken out entirely. But over here, this allows you to really utilize all that work and all those minutes, hours, maybe days that you put into it and really show. And that's exactly what Team 142 did today.
Yeah, and maybe that's something that wasn't anticipated for on the side of Heatwave. Perhaps Heatwave thought they could ban out some of the characters, some of Willzone's best champions available to him. But in this game mode, there is no bans. If you want to play something, you get to get your hands on it. And so for some of these players who really operate off of just being able to master specific champions that can be so terrorizing with them, they have free reign to do as they please. And so we're going to get to see the very best out of each one of these students, and you definitely saw it there from Willzone. He is looking menacing. And as we head into this next match, I do want to take a quick look at the bracket. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be the Jocks versus Double Trouble. Yeah, absolutely. Jocks versus Double Trouble. And so we have a lot of exciting matchups. This is going to be one of them. First off, we have Tori, aka Mind Boots. Now, We talked to the coach a little bit beforehand. We got a little bit of the info. He's coming from Sora, and he is extremely passionate about the game. Now, passion is one of those things in League of Legends that can be a double-edged sword. When you're very passionate and you have those emotions flowing when you're playing the game, that can really, when you have the momentum going, it can be one of the best things to have as a player. You're riding that high, you know how to take advantage, press your advantages, and not have that really stranglehold on your opponent to not allow them back into the game. But when you're behind, if you're frustrated and you allow those emotions to take over, that could also lead you to some early demises when you try and go too aggressive for your own good.
Right, and I think one thing to look out for as well, for Team Jocks, you have Tori, you also have Joshua, also known as Fusion, representing Monroe, and this is also a football player who's a little bit newer to the League of Legends scene, and it kind of brings some nostalgia for me because when I would play League back in high school, I was also on the wrestling team, and unfortunately my school didn't have something as cool as this to be able to utilize that and be able to play and have a format where I can grow as a person back in high school playing League of Legends, so it was kind of something I did on my pastime, but a lot of what I learned in wrestling translated directly to getting better and to improving on League of Legends. So I'm going to have some high expectations for Joshua here to see what he has to do. And look, these are two people that really want to entertain and put on a show. So I expect some very spicy picks to come out here, Tristan, from the side of the Jocks, which begs the question, what is Double Trouble going to bring to the table?
Oh, Double Trouble. I mean, I've seen these guys play. I've seen Sorex play plenty of times. He's one of the first members of this program. He's an OG here over at the Ekuso Ekuso duos. So he is the heart of Xavier Esports as described by his coach. Mechanically gifted. He has the hands to back it up, as they say. He's got but he does have a small weakness that has been pointed out to me, and it's a tendency to tunnel vision. And so you saw several moments in that last matchup where some of the students would try and go for the low HP target while maybe diving in a little bit too deep. That's where the tag team dynamic really comes into play. That Willzone and Hilly Warrior were able to really operate off of so well. And so if you tunnel vision a little bit too hard, you could end up playing right into the enemy team's hands. But when you're mechanically gifted, that's that X factor. You may not even make the best decisions at all times, but if you're mechanically gifted, sometimes you just get yourself through it. It's like watching a basketball player. It's like watching Allen Iverson. Yes, he'll take a bad shot. Yes, he'll have some open teammates he may be able to pass it to, and he'll take a shot himself. But he is so darn good at the game of basketball that he could just make it work no matter what. And so you're gonna see that's kind of the comparison being made here to Sorex as a player. Now Sorex's partner, forgive me if I'm butchering this name, just because, guys, I'm an American. Come on, we're not exactly the best when it comes to enunciation. We try our best around here, okay? But Juno.
I think it's pronounced with the heavy Juno is what I think I'm getting here from reading the three U's on the name here. But look at. This is an Overwatch player, Tristan, coming in here on League of Legends, so he probably has a little bit of familiarity on how some of the macro or some of the mechanics work. Macro meaning some of those bigger picture thoughts on how to win a game. Micro referring to the actual mechanics and clicking buttons and whatnot. And it looks like we have Juno bringing the Lux to the table, while Sorex, one of your fan favorite players here, is bringing the Viego. This champion, his ultimate, when you kill someone, you have to play their champion. So you have to know the enemy champions to play the champion as well.
And man, what a perfect description of Sorex there. Just in his initial playstyle, he goes in 1v2 trying to flex the mechanics. Does get punished by Mind Boots though. Mind Boots not showing any signs of fear. And Sorex, despite having missed both of the plays, he's still happy to spam his taunt in the enemy's face. He's still happy to just have a blast with it. I absolutely love it. As I say that though, he's gonna get caught. Mind Boots is playing so aggressively. It's the same pick, the Mordekaiser, and so you see just Mind Boots having that extra bit of experience on the champion, feeling confident, just walking forward. Sorex may be looking menacing. He may be posturing so up front and forward, but Mind Boots is willing to take the fight any day of the week. And just operating a little bit more of the long-range champion, a little bit lower on the damage spectrum, but a lot of constant harassment can be tacked on here. And you see just throwing out the skill shots, throwing out the little explosives to slowly chip away at the
Right.
HP.
Yeah, and speaking of that HP pool, we don't see much HP being built from Mind Boots, but more of an aggressive approach. Whereas last game, Tristan, we did see a flash heal on Mordekaiser. Now we don't. A little bit more aggression here. He has the Ignite for some damage. He also has the Cleanse if he needs to get out of the route in which Juno can throw. But again, you need mana if you're playing a champion like Lux. And Juno's already running very, very low now as Mind Boots going forward. Gonna find some damage. We need to keep an eye on Juno's mana pool or else he cannot cast any more abilities.
Yeah, and wow, Mind Boots can't miss right now. I feel like Mind Boots has landed every single skill shot that Mind Boots has thrown out. Now, in League of Legends, when I say the term skill shot, it is an ability that you have to aim yourself. The game does not do it for you. You have to hit it. It is very easy to miss, and there's a lot of dodges that can come in to make things tricky. And right now, Mind Boots is just a machine, an absolute robot with some of these skill shots because he is not missing one bit. Very impressive so far. We'll see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, and just to kind of clarify again, I do think we have the names backwards. So red side featuring Sorex, who's now in a bit of a bad spot, is going to be the side of Team Double Trouble, whereas the Jocks is blue side featuring Mind Boots and God Infusion. So we're going to now see some of the pressure being built here for that side of Double Trouble here. Sorex just looking to take some of the minions down, but he's going a little bit too far. He does take quite a bit of damage. Now he needs to play safe.
Oh yeah, forced all the way behind his tower. It's going to be rough for a little bit. And really, you just need to try and buy some time to build that HP back up. You need to regen a bit, but Mind Boots is just so good with pressuring, not allowing anyone to walk up for the minions. And yes, you can try and hide behind your tower for as long as possible, but slowly it's going to allow Mind Boots to kill more and more minions off, and that's going to up that score. Another drag back in, forces out the flash. Mind Boots is absolutely possessed right now.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like Mind Boots' power level is slowly, incrementally increasing. We'll look at over 9,000. We don't quite know yet here, Tristan. But Mind Boots and God are still looking very nice in this matchup so far. Sorex and Juno not looking the best. We do have a root from Juno, but now Mind Boots does have a shield. He's able to absorb some of the damage there. Sorex still looking fine, but looking at the minions here, Tristan, it does look like the side of Team Jocks are looking very well.
Oh yeah, Mind Boots is doing a great job of timing these last hits from the minions. It's very difficult to do so with a champion like Mordekaiser because you don't have as much base damage in the kit, but just doing a great job of just constantly timing those, making sure all the minions goes down by his hand. And you see it, 26, 27, and 5 apiece. That's going to add up. It's starting to approach that territory of being dangerous for the side of Double Trouble as Mind Boots drags him back in yet again, willing to go for fight after fight. He is going to get tacked on some extra damage. Nice skill shots coming out there from Juno. Sorex, though, he's going to try and take the engagement himself. Okay. It's a lot of damage going back and forth. Drags him to the Death Realm just to go down. Now Viego gets to possess his soul. God Infusion trying to make up for whatever he can, but he is surrounded. He's taking so much damage. Retreating back to his tower. It's going to be close. Sorex wants to finish him off. He's taking damage himself. It's the ace. Sorex gets a 2 for 0, and this game has just been turned on its head.
Yeah, that's one of those situations there where when Mind Boots takes Sorex into the Shadow Realm, are you stuck in there with me or am I stuck in there with you? And Sorex was able to come out victorious in that 1v1 death round. We also seen Fusion, you know, when he was under his tower, for some reason, as Tristan's mic gets all nice and set up again, for some reason, he did stop moving for a couple of seconds, which did allow Sorex to close that gap, make that distance, and take home that last kill that they needed. So it is going to be game 1 on over to the side of Team Double Trouble.
I think I'm in the Shadow Realm right now. I think I was also dragged in there. A little bit of technical difficulties. So. I do apologize about that. But yeah, to go over this first matchup, if we want to get into the replay really quickly here, while I'm stuck in there with Mordekaiser. It looks like Mind Boots and God Infusion were just doing a great job of zoning, but just taking... This is the beautiful thing about how some of these engages work out. They just need a split second, and if they're able to operate as a team here, this is great synergy. Juno landing the skill shots, piling on as much damage as possible. Sorex saving all the gas in the tank to finish it off. You see him diving in there. He has been getting fended off the entire game, but you can only hold him for so long. And now when God Infusion tries to pick up the low HP target, you see the potential of tunnel visioning, potentially just ending you up in the grave. Sorex there, even going under the tower, calculating his damage.
Ooh. And now that I look back there, Tristan, it doesn't appear that that was an accidental hold position from the Diana there from Fusion. It looks like he was trying to mess around and do the little emotes a little bit to kind of taunt, but it looks like that taunt may have gotten wrong, and that kind of punished there. It would have still been 1-for-1, but nonetheless, if we didn't see that hold position 2 times in a row where Fusion just stopped, I don't know if it was purposely or not, we would have still had them in the game there. So maybe that's something to look out for in the next match. I am expecting to see an adjustment, though, Tristan, into what they played. I really liked the Mordekaiser and the aggressive playstyle, and it looked like they were doing very well throughout the first portion. But the moment we had Sorex be able to land that Lux root, holding the Mordekaiser in place, you throw the ultimate out, you do a lot of damage, they full-fledged forward, and they were able to get the both kills.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like we were talking about earlier. Those split-second decision makes can really accrue you a ton of advantages. And in that heated moment there, they were able to make this shot call. And I am extremely impressed with Sorex and Juno there, because it's not an easy decision to make. When you've been getting constantly harassed the entire game, you've been eating skill shots left and right, your HP bars are low, you want to just kind of tunnel under your tower, kind of just put up the guard. You know, you got hit with a good shot in a fight. You want to kind of just, you know, raise up the guard a little bit and try and make it to the end of the round. Instead, they fought back. They saw their opening, they seized it, and they take home this game 1 victory in emphatic fashion.
And look, I'm just saying, man, when we hear that Juno is one of the newer players to League of Legends, you really see that background start to come to the forefront in how he was still able to play and see those positions, land the root, make sure his team's going all in. Now I'm starting to question here, Tristan, if on the notes we got from the coach says background and Overwatch, or if he said it's over, watch. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, that's a bit of the declaration. You know, what is the movie I'm thinking of? The Declaration of Independence one. Help me out here, Snecky.
I'm not sure, but he's definitely declaring that that was a really good game there, Tristan. Look at what do we expect to see from the next game here, man? Because again, what we've seen in the first series was that when we had a game 1 victory between 142K, they brought the same squadron, same arsenal, 0 changes into their playstyle or what they ended up building in terms of items or summoner spells, and they were able to take a game 2. I'm really curious if we're going to see that from the side of Double Trouble as well, because I think that's probably what they want to do, considering how they did play. My one concern and one adjustment that I would like to probably see is maybe Juno be a little bit more, I guess, safe when it comes to expending the mana, because there was a lot of times where he wasn't having enough mana pool to throw a root out in case things got ugly.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult in a game like this, especially when you're playing a champion like the Lux, who does tend to dump a lot of mana per spell. It's almost like you miss 100% of the shots you don't take type of situation, where you want to find that perfect balance of, you don't want to not throw out your skill shots, you don't want to not constantly be harassing, but at the same time, you have to be able to take into consideration, once you're out of mana, you're kind of useless on the champion. That champion does not do a lot of damage outside of the abilities, and so if you let yourself run dry on the pool, it's a big detriment to your team there. And so as I'm getting phased in and out of reality here, I'm going to be thinking about this next game. Do you want to stick with the Lux? And sometimes this is the great thing about a game like this, is even when you win a game, you can still make adjustments. You can still optimize your strategy. Maybe you won the game, but it wasn't as clean as you thought it would be. I mean, several moments that last game where their backs were up against the wall, where it was looking to be like it's anyone's game. It almost looked like they were on the back foot for most of it. And so maybe they decided to go with something different. But at the same time, when you're an Overwatch player, sometimes you just want to go with whatever gives you the most skill shots. You want to be able to just outgun your opponent. And so I would expect to see Juno just run it back, I think if it ain't fixed, don't broke it. And we're gonna be getting into this game too as we get to hear those sweet sounds of the abyss coming in.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that we don't see a Mordekaiser here because right as the game was starting, Tristan was taken right back into the death round once more. And already we have a bit of a bait coming out here as Mind Boots is able to throw out his clone. It did trick Juno into using some of that mana. And again, Tristan, one of the crucial factors that could have led to the defeat of the side of Double Trouble last game was that mana pool from Juno.
Absolutely. Now, every time you're able to get a little bit more of this mana pool dumped out, you feel just a little bit better about yourself and a little bit better about your chances going into this game. But there is regeneration after all. Howling Abyss, every time you get one of those health packs, it does give you a bit of your mana back as well. Now, Sorex, he's going to get caught up here. Mind was deciding to pivot a little bit. The Nico, this champion, it operates a lot more like Juno's champion, whereas you're going to be tossing out a lot of shots, a lot of abilities, and slowly chipping down at the HP. Sorex now going to be eating another one. You can already see 40% of his HP just drop just like that.
We already see another thing that kind of led to a Game 2 defeat in the first series, whereas we don't have all the gold being spent. I'm looking at the item inventory of Fusion. You see he does have the Guardian's Orb there, whereas his enemy, if you look at Juno, has a Guardian Orb, a pair of boots, and extra health pots, meaning they are going to be a lot stronger than what Fusion brought to the table. You guys need to make sure we are looking at that gold. If it is not spent, it's essentially like having the gold in your bank account. It is not currently being used.
Absolutely. And saving financial investments, maybe that's what they've been taught, and so they just want to make sure they have that college fund in the
True.
Just making sure that they're set for retirement there. But in a game like League of Legends, sometimes it's better to just blow the bank there, as Mind Boots once again landing skill shot after skill shot, constantly doing as much damage as possible. But take note that Juno is doing a great job of every time Sorex does something, the shield comes out. Lux has an ability that shields a teammate, and Juno is very quick to respond to any damage by making sure his teammate does not take the full brunt of it.
Yeah, we do have Juno, again, blowing a couple of the roots. He's doing a little bit better this game on the holding the mana, making sure he does have mana to use some of the abilities. Problem is it seems like he's using the root on cooldown, which if it lands, he will be fine. But if it doesn't, that mana slowly goes low, whereas Sorex is playing a champion who doesn't have mana. You can spam your abilities. Juno's not able to land the ultimate here. It's going to be really bad. Now Sorex having to walk away. Ignite's still on him, but he is still okay and alive.
And Juno, perhaps the nerves getting to him just a little bit there. He lands the root to make the champion stuck in place, but the ultimate to follow up with the slight delay in cast time. He fires it off in the wrong direction, so perhaps just a little bit of nerves getting the better of him there, as we see Mind Boots just taking the clone to nab up that health. Now, Mind Boots is playing a champion. For those of you watching at home, he can make a clone of himself to try and fool out the enemy. That clone can do things, can do a few different little tricks, like being able to send it out to take the health pack, and that's exactly what he did there to deny that from the enemy. Great strategy there from Mind Boots, one that a lot of players would not think of.
Yeah, I feel like Mind Boots is playing super well here on that Nico. Looks like they're a lot more comfortable on this comp that they have brought, whereas we still have the Diana, we didn't have the Mordekaiser this time, and he's able to just bait out so many abilities from Juno here, and it's not really Juno's fault. Look, Juno's a little bit newer to this game. It's really tough to learn every champion's abilities when there's over, I don't even know how many there are anymore, Tristan. I think it's over like 144 champions, so not too much on him. He sees a target, tries to hit it. Unfortunately, it is the clone quite a few times.
Oh yeah, and let's be honest, us as veteran players, very easy to get juked out by the clone. I have burned more abilities than I would like to care. Mind Boost now landing the double root. This one's oh so close. Sorex decides to take the fight himself. God Infusion looking to back up his teammate. Everyone disengages for now, but it's low HP all around the board.
Yeah, and look, going back to our expectations of this game, this is exactly what I wanted to see from the Jocks here. They're really playing around their strong points. We know Mind Boot is going to be one of the good players here, able to land the root now. Able to get the first blood there. Sorex now wants to try to help out. Mind Boots is able to survive. Juno is taken down. That's still only one kill. They are allotted one more.
That was beautifully done from Mind Boots. Mind Boots is just really really showing out here right now as the veteran player to lead his teammate. And what I would love to see from Mind Boots is just giving God Infusion just the confidence to get in there as quick as possible to really do the damage. As Mind Boots, another fantastic play. He sends out the clone, but actually instead of having the clone take the health pack, he uses his actual champion to walk forward and take the health pack while using the clone as the decoy. This is just really high level strategy by Mind Boots, and you can definitely see where the mind in his name comes from. It's big brain plays.
Yep, I was just gonna say that he is making some unbelievable mind tricks going on here. Where we on the capture table are questioning which one is the right one, but now he's going to be going forward here. Sorex in a bad spot, able to get away for now. Mind Boots getting very low. There's the flash. Sorex going forward. Fusion will be able to just walk away. We still have both flashes up for Team Double Trouble.
That was huge. Mind Boots is just doing everything he can. It's going to be the second kill as well. Sorex gets soloed out essentially, and Mind Boots is playing out of his mind.
Look, they did exactly what they needed to do here. They saw game one. They saw the enemy composition in Juno's Lux and in the Viego from Sorex, and what they did was they brought a better composition, a line. They throw Mind Boots on a champion where this guy's absolutely insane on, and they were able to work together. They got some of the roots down from Mind Boots on the Nico root, meaning your enemies are stuck in place, and immediately they go forward, and that's what they need to bring to the table for game 3 as well. But now, coming off of a loss, it's time for Double Trouble to make their adjustments to go to game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, it almost feels like the champions weren't as consequential for Double Trouble, just because it really just felt like they were just getting hit by every skill shot. And no matter what champion you play, if you get hit by that many skill shots, it's not going to be easy to win. And all credit to Mind Boots, though. I mean, the guy was an absolute assassin. He was a sniper with the shots that game. It looked like he was just zeroed in, completely focused, and it felt like there was Double Trouble. Not a lot they could do about it other than really put on the happy feet. They're going to have to try and find some blue suede shoes in their closet, and they're going to have to try and dance around a lot of these shots if they want to be able to make it out. As my apologies for the technical difficulties. We're having a little bit of back and forth with the equipment today, but either way, I'm so happy that we're getting a game 3 already in this tournament. Usually when it comes to 2v2s, it's very easy for it to just be a 2-0. When you don't have when the first victory is not going your way, it's really easy once the momentum is rolling to kind of have a rough game 2 and for it to be over like that. But like we were talking about earlier, I mean, the audible was called. Champions were pivoted. Adjustments were made. And because of that, the Jocks really had a fantastic showing for themselves.
And this is where it comes into play, the format that we do have over here, having it to where between the team of two there's one higher ranked or more experienced player with one newer player alongside them, because oftentimes as a newer player it really takes a bit more of experience to kind of test things out and to see what works, what doesn't work, what I need to change to do certain things better. And that's where Mind Boots, being the high elo player on their team, and Sorex being the more experienced player on their team, really come in handy, because they're able to be vocal in those voice comms. They're able to help each other out and make those adjustments with what they see in their partner. And I think seeing what we just had from Team Jocks coming from game 1 then into game 2, we're going to expect to see that same kind of skill shot oriented champion, to where you got to throw it out and hopefully land it. From Mind Boots, his Nico was absolutely incredible. Fusion was there to be able to help out. And again, we have Juno on that Lux here. I think Juno was throwing some decent skill shots out. I think one of the major factors that really kind of had them struggle a bit is that oftentimes it was on that fake little Nico clone, to where you just waste mana and it allows them to retaliate on you, and they don't really get punished for it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely difficult to be able to play against that, because I mean, here's how it always goes. If you're a veteran player of the game, every time the clone gets sent out, you waste a little bit of resources taking the clone out, and the one time you don't, it's them just actually running at you, and then you get torn to shreds. That's just how it is. It's the unspoken rule of League of Legends. The one time you don't cross your T's and dot your I's, you get completely torn apart for it. And so it's very hard sometimes to not want to just blow a little bit of resources, making sure the clone doesn't just run you down and destroy you. So it's definitely some mind games that go into it, but perhaps that rock paper scissors, like you were talking about earlier, can be adjusted. Maybe they decide to throw out a little bit of a difference next time. But really, this game 3 to me feels like it's really anyone's game. I can't really give you a prediction at this point because it really depends on who shows up, who operates at that highest level, and who can really show off their peak here.
What I would like to see from Juno here in the side of Double Trouble is throw Juno on a team where maybe it's a bit more scripted to be able to land some of those routes that he's going for, because based on the playstyle from Double Trouble here, Tristan, as your camera fixes up again here, every time I talk, Tristan shuts off the lights on me. No, all jokes aside, what we need to see from Double Trouble is have Juno on a champion where it's a little bit more sound to get a route off. Maybe a champion like Malzahar where you don't have to land a shot, you just click the button on them and it holds them in place. Because looking at the playstyle of Soren here, again, both of these players representing Xavier school here, we have Soren playing very aggressive. He's the one who's being the aggressor going in some of the fights on that Viego pick. So I think throw Juno on a champion that can better empower Sorex to do those flashy plays and those really big engages that he does so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Viego is a great pick for him just because of the high damage that it can provide when you get those engagements. And I think what their strategy is in the 1-2 is that Juno is just there to provide the initiation. He lands the initial skill shot that locks them down, and then Sorex comes in to clean house. The only issue is Mind Boots has not just been allowing them any ease of access. He's not giving them any free real estate. Every time up to potentially get in onto a play, they're just getting a bit of HP lost every time. They're getting shot to bits. They're getting denied that access. And Fusion doing a great job as well of never really giving them the opportunity to take the fight. He is constantly just playing back, ensuring that he's not jeopardizing the team's success, which, I mean, again, both of these players want to be on the front lines. They both want to be getting in there, but Fusion is setting that pride to the side and allowing himself to kind of just take the backseat to Mind Boots, big shot play. And I do believe a little bit has to go into the shot calling as well. And so I'm interested to see if Mind Boots can really get some good timing for God and Fusion to get his hands dirty when necessary.
Yeah, definitely so. And we do see the same matchup again. I mean, look, it's not the worst thing to do, right? You won once on it from the side of Double Trouble. You lost once on it, meaning it may not be up to the matchup here, right? And again, we don't see any big crazy summoner swaps here. Fusion does have that exhaust heal, and we have the flash ignite for Mind, which, remember, this is blind pick, so one player can't see the enemy's pick and then adjust accordingly on there and pick a specific spell to kind of block them out. They're kind of going into it blind, and after a loss, this is the first time we've seen the same comp taken back after a game 1 or game 2 defeat.
Yeah, absolutely. And God and Fusion, he's this time playing it a little bit more aggressively. I'm seeing him. I love that he's kind of getting a little bit more confidence after that game 2 to step up and to make sure that he's also playing the front lines as well. That's Juno landing more skill shots, doing a great job of making sure that he is not letting his mana go to waste. He's landing them. And look at that, Mind Boots taking a little bit more chip damage, this time returning with his own. God and Fusion contributing as well. It looks like every player here is getting more confident and starting to operate on all 4 cylinders.
I mean, this is it. Look at it's all on the line right here, Tristan. It is game number 3, all or nothing, and they're going to be going forward here. Again, one crucial thing, I don't know if this is purposeful or intentful, but we have Fusion again opting to not take free items for free extra health pots or free boots. He just takes the orb. Maybe it's a bit of maybe evening the playing fields from their mindset, but anyway, he is going to be going forward now. Sorex does get hit with the root, a little bit of damage following up from Juno, but no harm, no foul. Mind Boots kind of low, but they should be able to resustain.
Absolutely, and doing a great job of every team. I mean, Juno is really impressing me right now. He is dodging skill shots from Mind Boots, meanwhile landing his own. That is not easy to do. He's looking like Neo, operating in the Matrix right now. Another root goes out. Juno lands it again. Sorek looking to follow up. Low HP on Mind Boots. That could be dangerous.
Remember,
Has to
we
back
still
all
have
the way to the tower.
Yeah, we still have those flashes up as well on Juno and Sorex, meaning if you click that button, it's going to displace you forward, kind of like you're just teleporting forward. So Mind Boots and Fusion have to account for it. We did have a root almost landing from Juno there, but Mind Boots is still going to be okay. We need to see those level 6s come out. Fusion and Mind Boots cannot fight to the level playing fields is even.
This is coming down to the wire. Everyone, look at the low HP bars all around. We've never seen Mind Boots pushed against the wall. Usually he's the one on the offensive, kind of chipping away at HP bars. This time, he finds himself on the receiving end of a lot of the poke damage here. And for those of you watching at home, poke damage is what we call League of Legends slowly whittling away at the enemies. As we see Mind Boots kind of hitting some skill shots of his own, God Fusion as well contributing. Zorix now taken down to around half HP. This is potential kill zone if they do land their skill shots for it all in here. A double root this time forces at the flash. Juno also being forced all the way back to the tower. Look at how back and forth this can be. It looks like we just saw Mind Boots struggling to survive the encounters. This time around, it's him ready to finish this match off strong.
Yep, and we do have Sorex now out of those refillable health pots that he has, as in this game mode, you can't really go back to base and buy or refill your pots, so he has to heal with those little healing globes that do spawn every couple of minutes now, but Sorex could have taken a lot of damage. Juno taking a lot as well. Ultimate's going to come back out, doing some damage back onto Fusion. Sorex wants a little bit more here. Mind Boots walks away invisible after throwing the clone. Sorex Juno, bite back.
This is absolutely entertainment at its finest. Are you not entertained? Looks like we're watching two gladiator teams right now just do battle back and forth. The tide turns one way and another. It rises, it falls, and Mind Boots now looking to make a play happen. Juno in some danger here. The Ignite goes down. First was secured by Sorex. It's down to the 1v1. They're both trying to fight it out. God Fusion running back to his tower. The heal is being used. It's going to come down to the wire. It looks like Sorex has it in the bag. Double kill as Sorex brings it home. This one came down to the very last second.
And Team Double Trouble live up to the name in its entirety, Tristan. They were able to go 1-for-1. Look at two of the crucial factors we've seen throughout Game 1 and Game 2 was landing the skill shots from both Juno and from Mind Fusion. What happens when they're both out of the equation? It's a 1 versus 1. You had Sorex and you had the enemy Diana there, and they duked it out to the very last. Look at, I think if you're either team, they're the winning or losing team, you can't come out of there very mad, man. It was all on the line. They were just brawling it out, hands over fists, and it did look like Double Trouble was able to pull out that victory in those not championship rounds, championship seconds, man.
Yeah, and that's I love the pick from Sorex there, the Viego, just because when you get that initial kill, that's when you can really come alive as a champion. The champion just has so much to do on those resets, and so you saw him be able to get the first, and that's what really led him to having the damage to secure the second as well. That was just overall so well played by Sorex as well. Just all credit to him. Mind Boots is both a fantastic showing, two of the veterans on the squad, and I mean, everyone just played so well. I love the confidence that we got to see over the series develop. In the first match, we saw God Fusion very much taking the backseat to Mind Boots, but by that third game, he was on the front lines, he was doing damage, he was playing with confidence, making himself hard to hit while still being able to get his hands dirty, and really it felt like I just watched a whole character development arc in a series of 3.
Look, you said it yourself. Before the game started, Soren, Sorex, 999, Heart of Xavier, and I don't know what better way to describe that last 30 seconds of that game than Heart. Double Trouble was able to take it down. Juno was right there. You know, Juno's a little bit newer. Again, he came from Overwatch, but it looks like he's getting his feet wet quite well. And unfortunately for Team Jocks, even though the Game 1 did go in their favor, Game 2 and 3, or the 3-game series, did not. So that will be Double Trouble moving on, meaning we will see later on into the event, Double Trouble have to take on 142K Power. But as for now, we are going to go to a quick break, where when we get back, we have Team Not Dead, featuring Xavier No Name and Tristan Not Dead Memer, versus Team Domni, featuring Donald, DJ Fire King, and Naomi, BL9H. And on that note, we're going to go to a quick break, and We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back to the Ekuso Duo 2021. I want to make sure that I'm pronouncing that right, just to make sure that everyone at home gets it correct. I'm joined here by Schnecky again. Schnecky, we're 2 series into this one. How you feeling, and who do you pick as your favorites out of the 2 to win this whole tournament so far?
Out of the 2 teams that we did see go forward, look, I think they both have a lot of heart. You know, if you're judging just by the statistics, you did have Team 142K Power go 2-0 versus, a Game 3 victory from Double Trouble here. But what you saw, like I said, man, was a lot of heart, right? A team that's willing to really push limits here. So, I'm going to refrain on mine for now. But what I'll tell you is that series is going to be an absolute banger, and it does look like we got to check out some of the highlights here. We got Double Trouble versus Jocks again. I do believe this was back during Game 1 here, Tristan, where we did see the very first victory from the side of Team Jocks. The only victory, as a matter of fact, which they played very, very well. This might have actually been the one where Double Trouble take them down here. But this is where Sorex does go forward here, Tristan. Mind Boots was very low. He does take him into his own shadow round, but it's Mind Boots who ends up dying in his own round, and it made way for a 2v1, and strength is in numbers, and Fusion, unfortunately, could not quite walk out. Or maybe he could, but he chose not to and stopped in place, and that was the Game 1 for Double Trouble.
And man, I wanted to say 142K Power is my favorites to win it all, but when I look at the highlights for Double Trouble, I mean, they just look so good. It looks like they have their combinations figured out. The 1-2 punch is there, and it's really hard to root against anyone in this tournament. But man, oh man, I love watching the synergies just develop over the span of just 3 games. I mean, the difference between Game 1 and Game 3 for both sides look to be night and day. It looks like as they found their confidence, as they found their footing, they really just started to play like, I feel like I just watched a team go up 3 ranks.
No, I completely agree. It's that growth, man, and it's that constant and steady improvement. It's one of the reasons why I really enjoy casting for Ekuso. You can just see, literally in a matter of minutes, some of the growth and some of the development coming out from some of these players here. And I gotta be honest, man, I cannot wait to see what Sorex brings to the table here. Viego is not a champion that you can just play very easily. It has a lot of different mechanics. And look at Sorex go. He's going 1v1. This was the 1v1 where I can literally feel the tension. It was so thick, I almost put out a butter knife to cut through it there. But it ultimately was Sorex who made it through. But on that note, Tristan, we do have time for the next 2 teams to be announced here once more. It is going to be Team Not Dead versus Team Domni. Again, Team Not Dead is featuring Xavier, also known as No Name in game, and Tristan, not spelled with your E, Tristan, but spelled with an A, but he goes by Not Dead Memer.
He gets the tier 1 spelling of the name. That's all right. I'll stick with the E. It's okay. But I love the coach's notes about these two players. It's really telling. And from that last game, I mean, so far they've been living up perfectly to exactly what their coaches described them as. And that's what makes a great coach, right? Just
right.
Knowing their players inside and out. And for No Name, youngest player at this tournament, he is a talented young lad, especially, I mean, I've casted this guy several times. Every time I cast him, it feels like he is just developing so much. And that's what happens when you have some of these younger players. As they get more and more under their belt, especially when they're so gifted mechanically, they just start to turn into absolute prodigies at this age. I mean, the youngest player, for example, for all you parents at home, the single highest rated player on the entire North American server is 15 years old right now in high school. The single best player in all of North America is a 15-year-old. Do not underestimate these young kids. They are they could be in their prime right now. And that's one of the crazy things about League of Legends is it's not like traditional sports in that you have to wait for your body to develop to you don't have to wait until you're a fully grown 30-year-old person to have the body to compete at the highest level. If you have the gifts, if you know the game inside and out, and if you really put in the work, you can be one of the best without having to wait for your body to catch up. As long as you got all 10 fingers, I mean, I don't even say you have to have all, as long as you're good.
True.
You really have the opportunity to just be sitting amongst the best. And that being said, talented lad, trigger happy play style, No Name is going to be one of those guys I'm looking at to make those split-second decisions to just really gun it towards the finish line.
Absolutely here. And again, paired up with Tristan here, from my understanding, is one of the newer students here, so may not have had as much time to develop with Ekuso and some of the other players in the player base quite yet, but this is still a very talented individual that we have to watch out for. We talked earlier on back in game 1 about 142K Power being one of the favored teams, according to some of the coaches or some of the players that have seen some of these players play. We have Not Dead Memer, also known as Tristan, as one of the favored players as an individual. So we're gonna have to see what happens when you take a new student with the youngest player and see what kind of strategies they're able to come up with. But let's not forget about Team Domni. Again, these are both players representing Monroe. We have Donald DJ Fire King, which I think is one of my favorite names of this tournament so far. But this is a player who's not only good on the battlefield and good on the game of League of Legends, but he's also a good mentor to some of the other individuals in Ekuso and over in Monroe. So I do expect a lot out of DJ Fire King, not only from a perspective of shot calling and being able to allow Naomi, who the other player on their team, to really succeed here. I think Naomi and Donald should be able to do pretty well together, with Donald as that, core to the team.
Yeah, and I love that he highlights the leadership role that DJ Fire King, which, by the way, I actually did also want to touch on him having one of the coolest names in the entire tournament. I mean, if I'm having a party and I see someone named DJ Fire King, I am hiring him immediately. Like, what more could you want for in a DJ? That being said, it feels like every team that DJ Fire King has been on, no matter, I've casted him several times in the past, they always seem to level up as a team, having his leadership and his presence there. Just that in the confidence you can instill in someone. And here's a funny analogy or an anecdote that I can use to really highlight this. A top tier pro player, Doublelift. I just heard him talking about on his stream the other day. Rick Fox, the Lakers player, he was involved in his organization and he gave a pre-game speech before one of his games. And Doublelift was quoted to say, "I have never felt more motivated to play well than when Rick Fox gave us the pre-game speech." Despite Rick Fox not having a lot of experience in the esports scene, in League of Legends, that veteran mentality and the charisma that you can have when you have that leadership role, it inspires your players. They play better having that confidence instilled in them. And that is why that's why it's so important, no matter what sport you go to have leadership on a team, to have that clear-cut veteran to take the front lines, take the reins, and to help some of the lesser experienced players really develop and reach their full potentials. And so I cannot praise DJ Fire King for that role enough. And that being said, Naomi, she is fantastic. She's a great singer. That's one of the first things the coaches highlighted about her. I mean, that's obviously a great thing to have. When your first highlight is that you're a great singer, that's how you know it. People just love being around you. People love being able to hear that, and it's always going to pick up the mood in the comms, in the chat. And she packs an absolute punch because she is such a great friend to everyone in the class as well. She's got natural synergy. That's so underestimated. I mean, some of the best teams we've ever seen play the game of League of Legends have all been such good friends outside of it.
Exactly, and we've seen how that can work, right, when you have players that want to really work together here. And I get the feeling that we're going to see some interesting strats come out of Fire King. By the way, I'm calling Fire King by his name permanently, DJ Fire King, even though we do have him as Donald as well here. I just like saying it a lot better there. But we're going to see that synergy on the Rift here. And look, I personally haven't had the pleasure of casting any of these players on Team Domni nor Team Not Dead before, so I'm kind of coming into this blind here. So I'm really hoping to see champions that simulate a forward-facing kind of movement to where you want to play more aggressive from the Team Not Dead. And Domni, I do expect more of a bit of a methodical approach, being that DJ Fire King does have that experience and does have that knowledge to where they can play something that's maybe isn't as brute force and just a little bit more technical.
Absolutely. And as I hear that, I believe we are about to be hopping into game. And really, if there's any clear path to victory for either team, I want to see Domini utilizing teamwork to win it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, oh man, No Name picking up the Zed. This is one of the most mechanically difficult champions to master. And so
Yep.
my eyes are going to be on this young buck who is picking up one of the most difficult champions. He's going to be looking to make an impact here, and the ambition. I love to see these young players willing to go for the more difficult strategy, and already you see there, he's got the shadow in the brush. DJ Fire King meets him head on, but he's a ranged champion. You don't want this fight early on. Immediately flashing out, he wants no part in it.
Oh, No Name is striking fear into the hearts of his enemies here on this abyss. We're going to need to see Fire King now have to react and play a little bit more safely here, Tristan. He does not have that flash. Sure, he has the exhaust, which will put a bit of a cripple on his opponents, reducing their movement speed, reducing their damage, but having that flash, there's a reason why that is the single-handedly most picked summoner spell in League of Legends, but it doesn't look like Naomi's going to be waiting for his ally to come back here. She is in a bit of a tough one here. Went on her own, Tristan. We need to see how she's able to respond. Okay, we do have word she was having a little bit of lag here, which kind of resulted in the death, but that's okay. They still have one more allotted to them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate sometimes, but that is one of the you know, the downsides of having, you know, these cross-country connection type of thing where
True.
you're playing online. You know, you're never going to see lag in basketball, but it's just one of those pitfalls that comes with esports in general. Server issues can always be a problem, and when you don't have, you know, the ability to pause the game immediately,
Right,
like you would in a LAN setting, then things can be a little bit more difficult. That being said, though, like you said, they do get their one extra death allotted to them, so they're going to be at a small disadvantage. The only issue that I'm seeing here is that No Name has picked a fantastic counter to their composition. Now, when it comes to two ranged champions like they decided to go for Domini here, you really want to avoid playing against an assassin like Zed, like what No Name is playing here, the Ninja. And unfortunately, they're playing two very easy to kill champions versus a champion that excels at killing these ranged champions.
Yeah, and again, one of the big downfalls here, it's a bit of an unintentional thing that happened. Again, when we did have some connection issues with Naomi, she did end up dying, resulting in one death, meaning they can't really play this matchup how they'd like to typically play anymore. They need to play together, and I'm not sure as well, maybe this is a strategy where DJ Fire King is staying away from the minions, allowing Naomi to get solo experience to hit level 6 faster, or if there's some connection issues on that one as well here. Maybe we'll see something else come out. Maybe there's some big brain strategy that I'm just not yet thinking of.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey, they're young, their minds are still creative. We're boomers, you know, we can't exactly formulate the same kind of creative strategies we used to out here. We're just, you know, always following the meta of the game. We're boring like that.
Shout at microphone and me spam fingers on spacebar key. That's how
exactly
my League of Legends games go down here. But seeing that we do have a quick pause here, Kristen, it does lead me to believe that we might have had a bit of connection issues here. Hey, just like your camera, but it's fixed now.
Hey, exactly. If I can fix the camera, that's gonna get taken care of real quick. It's a-okay. Sometimes it happens. You know, it's just a part of the game.
Right.
It happens to everyone. So as long as everyone keeps a good mental about it, then that's the most you can really ask for in this situation. And so as we talked about this matchup, though, I gotta say I'm not sure what the format was, if they could see each other's champions, if No Name made this a conscious decision to actually go with the assassin versus two of the more fragile champions in the game. So if he did that purposely, then absolutely fantastic strategy there from No Name. He is just really big braining it right now to give himself the best odds of winning this. And even if it wasn't on purpose, sometimes you just got to make the best out of a good situation. Take the advantages as you get them. And so far, he's doing a fantastic job of that. You see him constantly just taking as many engagements as possible. And yes, the skill shots didn't land this time around, but you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Very true. And look at coming out of two of these range champions, I'm very familiar with these two, Varus and Sivir here. This is often known as the 80 carry role, meaning you're very squishy, meaning you can die very easy and very quickly. But the advantage is you're able to do damage from afar. One of the major advantages of having an 80 carry on your team, typically on the Summoner's Rift map that lasts a lot longer, is that you're able to scale, meaning you're able to get stronger as the game progresses. So in this format, you don't typically see them getting to that very strong power spike, but they can still be utilized successfully if you're able to get some of that damage out before your enemies end up getting to you, which you're doing a good job at so far, despite the disconnection issue earlier from Naomi.
Oh yeah, but I love the way No Name is posturing right now. He's constantly sitting at the front lines, and Zed is not like some of the other champions you see in this game. You see the little bar under his health is yellow instead of blue. That means he operates off of energy, meaning that every time he uses an ability, he expends a lot of that energy, but it will never run out. It'll always regenerate over time, and so really, he doesn't have to be concerned with throwing out too many skills because he can always do it again once it's back off cooldown. And so that's one of the big advantages of this champion.
Oh yeah.
And one of the reasons that he can play so loose and aggressive.
Yep, and speaking of loose and aggressive here and looking at that bottom bar there, Mordekaiser's works a little bit different to whereas you're kind of building up a shield where you can activate your E key called Indestructible, and you essentially get a big darn shield that works really well against the damage type that DJ Fire and that Naomi have here. And now we're at that point here, Tristan, where I'm looking at that creep score, the CS, the amount of minions the teams have killed. We are at 47 now for the side of Not Dead, meaning they are 3 minions away from securing the first victory of the tournament via minions here. Tower's also low as well, as Naomi in a bad spot. No Name's going forward. There's a death mark. Naomi getting low. Naomi trying to stay alive, but just can't quite. No Name able to take the win for Not Dead.
I am so terrified of No Name right now. He is absolutely got a full mastery of his champion. That was so well played by him too. I play a lot of that as champion. I play a ton of Zed. I love it. I love his playstyle, and No Name played that one essentially as well as you possibly could have. He delayed his ultimate. His ultimate lets him jump to an enemy, get an extra bit of damage off. They pop for a percentage of the damage he does during the time. I mean, he really just delayed his ultimate to get his cooldowns back up, does an extra bit of damage, jumps back to his previous clone, out of tower range, flashes away from the tower. I mean, what more could you ask for in that situation?
Oh yeah,
he
man.
is truly a trigger-happy player with the mechanics to back it up. And really, every team in this tournament should be worried about him.
Oh yeah,
as we get into these highlights.
I'm literally going to be sleeping with my lights on, nightlight on, and I'm not looking under my bed nor in my closet to find a wild Zed here. But again, we do see the unfortunate occurrence that happened earlier on where Naomi did end up disconnecting there. So, you know, they did get a free kill here, which arguably maybe would have not allowed Zed to do what he did right here coming up, because it would just be a 1-for-1 potentially. DJ Fire King looking to help out there, but again, we're gonna hope the connection issues aren't quite there, because even if Fire King was there at that point, we could have got that stun out of the Varus chain of corruption to keep the Zed there into place. So a bit unfortunate here, and I'm getting flashbacks of when I lived in California and we had Spectrum, and having permanent Spectrum difference here.
I had Spectrum up until a few months ago.
So bad.
And let me tell you, for those of you who aren't in the area and have never had to deal with the internet company Spectrum, us in California suffer. We suffer Spectrum because it is an internet company that constantly has those outages and constantly has moments where you just can't play the game because of how poor the internet is operating. And so I really hope they're not subject to the same fate as us if they don't have the same kind of style of companies out there where they just can't get the best service possible. But you know, hopefully everything is able to work itself out. And one thing I did also want to highlight there is fantastic play. I've been touching a lot on how well No Name's been playing, but every time No Name was able to secure one of those kills, it was Tristan. It was Not Dead Memer that was setting it up. You saw him, the claw coming out on the ground, dragging them back into the team. That set up both of the kills, and it was done beautifully by Not Dead Memer, and so he really lives up to his name, not dying a single time that game, playing it very safe while still providing the setup, still providing the utility for No Name to operate off of. and that's what makes them such a potent duo. One thing that you see constantly with these 2v2s is you see one player setting it up, the other one knocking it down. You saw it in the game where Sorex was getting set up by Juno, the Lux bindings, the crowd control. In a game like League of Legends, we have something called crowd control. That simply refers to any movement impairing abilities that holds your enemies down for some of the bigger damage, champions to just go to town on. And we see that a lot here. Sorex and Juno. Juno was playing the lockdown champion, Sorex was playing the big damage champion. It's the 1-2 punch. We see it again here with Not Dead Memer playing that utility, playing that crowd control, and No Name taking full advantage of it by just unloading damage afterwards.
In full disclosure, guys, Tristan is not only giving compliments to Not Dead Memer's ability to crowd control because his name is also Tristan. He did a really good job on it. Had to full disclosure it really quickly.
Oh no,
but
he's on to me.
Yeah, look it. Throughout that course of that game, I do really hope we see a little bit more from Team Donmi. I really want to see that mentorship and that leadership come out of Fire King, and I want to see what Naomi really has to offer, you know, as I think what Ekuso would like to provide as well, as we want an outlet for some up and coming, you know, female esports players as well, because there's not that many in the scene quite yet. So I want to see Naomi be able to have that full leadership that Fire King is going to be able to provide for her, but the internet, it seems like, is having a majority of those troubles there. Again, that's not to discount what Not Dead did accomplish there. We've seen some outrageous plays from Xavier that gave me a little bit of shivers down my spine when you mentioned the rank 1 player in North America. I actually had the pleasure of casting a game for him. He's known as General Sniper. I'm getting some flashbacks when I see Xavier on that Zed. I'm just saying, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about the bond of family when it comes to you know, a game like League of Legends. Well, I mean, even some of the best players, they're actually, a lot of them, General Sniper comes from a very prolific League of Legends family where everyone in the family was very good at the game from a young age.
Right.
And several of them went on to become professional players, including what most likely will become of General Sniper, given that once he reaches that age minimum for the top tier leagues.
And also
in
Tristan
the country.
Tristan Cass as well. Yeah.
Of course. I'll be in there. I'm just not 17 yet. You know how it is. Just waiting on it. But yeah, I mean, like you're talking about, there isn't as many girls in the esports scene. A lot of it is just because of, you know, video games not being as popularized for certain demographics yet. Also, boys have cooties, so, you know, wouldn't want to have too many girls around them.
Yeah, that's why we had Tristan remote in California, and I had to move all the way to West Virginia.
Yeah, it's quarantine for cooties specifically, so you know how it is. We got to make sure we're safe around here. But yeah, like you were talking about, it's all about the leadership of DJ Fire King, and it really hurts your mental to lose a game partially because of connection issues. There's nothing more frustrating than knowing that you've practiced for a long time, you've put in the work, you've put in the time and effort, just to be kind of foiled by something completely out of your control. And so it really takes a strong leader to help someone prepare themselves to come back from that. Especially, you know, obviously you're going to be frustrated. You're not going to be playing as well as you would if you were completely cool-headed. But at the same time, this is where that veteran leadership can come into play. Really just reset yourself, get your head back into the game, get your mind off of some of the intangible factors, and just focus on bringing back this series for the dub. And I would love to see some adjustments made on the champion side of things, just because it's extremely difficult to play two ranged champions into what No Name and Not Dead Memer were playing. I mean, it's to a point where I feel like if I had to play that matchup, I would definitely feel like I was on the losing end of it. And so I would like to see some audibles being called here, but that's one of the difficult things about when you're new to the game. You may not have the same kind of practice on a lot of different champions. You may just have that one champion where you feel comfortable on, and you've been kind of using that champion to learn the fundamentals of the game without really having as much experience on some others. And so we're about to see a bit of a test when it comes to No Name and Not Dead Memer. Were they really branching out their champion pools, or was it something where they were kind of just focused on a singular champion to really learn the game?
Right. And look, we probably expect to see again the Zed coming out of Xavier here, which I have not a single problem with. It was super smooth. probably, to be honest with you, better than my Zed. Like 100%, no cap. It is probably better than my Zed. And I've been playing League of Legends since I was in high school as well. So shout out to Xavier first and foremost. But we do need to see a response now. Look, we did mention how vulnerable playing those champions referred to as AD carries or marksmen, which is what both Fire King and Naomi both brought to the Rift here. So maybe if we now anticipate Xavier bringing that Zed, I would expect to see a bit of a change in pace, maybe play champions that are a little bit better, a little bit more tanky, more viable, less vulnerable to really stay alive. And you know what that means when you hear that sound? It looks like game number 2 is now about to be live again. We got Team Not Dead, currently 1-0 versus Team Donme.
Wow, what an amazing switch up here. So DJ Fire King is still on the Varus, which is something that, we were a little bit skeptical of when it was the double range composition, but instead of having the second range champion, they decide to go over to the Mordekaiser, so they're going to be stealing that one away. Instead, Not Dead Memer decides to go with the Pike this time around. No Name as well, operating off of the Set. Set being a really interesting champion. Really interesting in the fact that he has no mobility in this kit aside from a slight speed up, and so he has to just essentially walk at an enemy if he wants to take a fight. But if he's able to get up close and personal, he can do just ridiculous things. He can burst down a champion while being extremely hard to kill. He's essentially a walking tank that can output as much damage as a World War II tank type of thing, where as we see Not Dead Memer, he's playing a champion that's more of a fisherman, which is kind of in the lore, but more of a fisherman in the fact that he's going to be trying to reel in the enemies. He can hook them back into his teammate, and so I love the idea behind this composition. You have Not Dead Memer going for more of the setup, trying to drag him in, as you see there, and then No Name with a follow-up very nearly, then he can kill onto DJ Fire King. This is going to be so difficult for Donme just because of, Not Dead they're researching these compositions without a doubt in my mind. They know what they're doing. They have a very clear-cut game plan going into all of these matchups.
Yeah, what I like as well here is, look at, although we have another pause going, maybe a couple of technical difficulties. Again, hopefully it does end up fixing here. But one thing that I really find inspiring here, and it kind of truly tells us about some of the values of Ekuso here is the fact that, look at, we just seen the Zed come out from the side of Not Dead. We've seen Xavier. We know he can play to a T, do a phenomenal job, but he still wants to switch it up, have a good time. He knows, look at, although we all want to win the tournament, it's not more fun losing than winning. It's not necessarily about the winning, right? What Ekuso teaches you is how to grow as a player, but more so as an individual. And a lot of that is, trying new things, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And even though Xavier can absolutely run circles around me with the Zed, he switches his champion. We have 2 different champions now for their team, and it looks like they're playing quite well here, Tristan.
Yeah, let me give you an analogy to some more mainstream sports.
Okay.
When an NBA team is already locked for a certain slot in playoffs, you're going to see them play more of their rookies. You're going to see them switch up the lineups a bit to give everyone some more experience and to test out, see what works, what some of the better positions might be, and kind of test things out for playoffs as well. And so when they're up 1-0 in the series, maybe they're switching things up to kind of see maybe this composition, maybe this extra setup of champions could be something we can lean back on in the future. Maybe it's even better than the Zed we brought out last match. Maybe we feel more comfortable with it. And so perhaps this is just their opportunity because they have this one win to fall back on in case this composition doesn't work out. Maybe this is something they're maybe quite not as experienced at, but they've been wanting to try it out. Maybe it's something they were a little bit more nervous to bring out in the tournament, and they wanted to get some experience on it. But this is already looking like a fantastic combination. Pike Set, I couldn't have even thought of that, but now that I'm seeing it in front of me, I realize this. Why did I think of this? This is such a great combo.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and I'm hoping that we do get to see this combo in action, and I really want to see Team Donme. I feel like they haven't quite, been given the chance to really show what they have, but it's what happens in life. Sometimes circumstances are out of our control. It's not about what the cards you're dealt, it's about what you do with them. Whether you get dealt the 7 dudes, let's see an all-in here, but it looks like we do have Team Donme now back and reconnected here, Tristan. Let's see what Fire King and Naomi have to offer. Already a lot better of a start. Issue is Naomi looking very low on HP.
Oh yeah, it's a kind of a tug tug and pull here as No Name tries to move up. Naomi moves back. I like how conservative she's being, knowing that she's on the lower end of the HP pools, and so she's gonna be playing it as smooth as possible. A nice little juke there. Now, for those of you watching at home, the Pike, the one in the brush right now, the one constantly throwing out those hooks to try and bring them back, you can actually hide behind the minions to dodge those out. He can't hit you past the minions, and so you can kind of use those to body block and to diminish the effectiveness of the Not Dead Memer. And so he's gonna have to find different angles there. Manages to weave it through the minion wave, gonna toss it right back into No Name. Look at that combination. Nothing DJ Fire King could do. As soon as that hook landed, he was dead to right.
Yeah, look it. I feel like that was the caster curse there, Tristan. The moment you mentioned you gotta hide behind the minion to stay away from Pike, we had him just a little bit too far forward there. I'm not quite sure if that was a victory yet. I believe that was only one kill. Looks like we're also caster cursing and caster manifesting at the same darn time as we go back to the game right here. We do have it 1-0 now. Team Not Dead in the lead. Domni still in there, hanging in by a thread.
Yeah, it's close as ever, and although it looked to the victory was shown up there, it looks like Dominic still has an opportunity to fight back. The only issue is, I mean, I'm just absolutely loving this from Not Dead. I'm not even sure how they thought of this in the first place, because I'm seeing it in front of me and it is just looking unstoppable. The moment the Not Dead Memer lands his hook, No Name doing a great job of capitalizing on it. It's a very simple 1-2 to execute, but when you're able to do it correctly, oh man, the punch this packs is vicious.
Definitely so. And then look, obviously it's not the best game for the side of Domi, but these are players that are having a great time still looking to try to stay alive now with the flash going to be going forward there. Fire King's now in a rough spot.
Wow.
No Name is able to help out and get the kill. And now that's going to cue the production going over to the next one here, as it is going to be the victory for Team Not Dead. They do go 2-0 here. And unfortunately, although they fought a good battle, Donmi did not quite have what it took on this day, and that is going to be the victory for Team Not Dead.
Of course, things happen. You're not going to be able to have perfect connection every game. It happens. It's part of the game. You know, it's an unfortunate way to go out, but I don't think Dominic should feel too bad about it, especially when it comes to factors that are out of your control. You did your best, and sometimes things just don't pan out, and so I definitely don't think it's anything to be ashamed of. But man, I want to see a replay on that last fight, by the way, just because how insanely well coordinated Not Dead is looking right now. I am thoroughly impressed. I think that is something that I would expect to see out of high-ranking players. If you took off the nameplates and you asked me to guess what ranks those players were, I would probably say something gold or up, just because of how well that was executed.
Yeah, and look, we have someone so young as Xavier here, showing that much talent. We have Tristan right along. Every time I say Tristan's name, you're like, yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I know, guys. I'm just playing, casting at the same time, winning my games. It's cool.
Yeah. He holds the microphone with one hand, holds the mouse in the other, and he spams his foot on the keyboard, and he plays really well that way. But all jokes aside here, look, you know, you asked me earlier on about some of my expectations on what I expect to see go far and who I think will make it pretty far. Again, we've seen a lot of heart in a lot of good teams, a lot of strengths, not so many weaknesses from Not Dead quite yet here, but they're definitely one of my favorite teams personally, and I really want to see what they have to offer, as I do think we are going to get next game. We are going to see the series between Team Mangoes and Dark Cool. So both teams have to anticipate they very well could be going up against Not Dead right after. But again, Team Mangoes, we do have Danny, also named Not Danny, over from Myris, as well as Jackson, Average Monkey on the team as well, where we have the enemy team, Dark Cool, has Armin, that cool name, and Ethan Dark Sprizer holding it down for Myris as well.
I love that their name is just a combination of their of both their in-game name. Their team name is just part of their both of both their in-game names. So that's great. Very good way to intro yourselves as players with the team name. Team Mangoes as well. Not Danny has been known to be full of creativity and ingenuity, and so I think we might be seeing that with the compositions that come out here. We might be seeing some crazy different combos here paired up with Average Monkey. I love that. Oh, we get right back into this. Now, the final kill here. Look at this combination. Hooked back in, stunned up, bashed around, and No Name. Just so much damage there. He still had gas left in the tank, by the way. He still had more spells to be used just in case he needed it. A flash forward. Under the turret he goes. And look at Not Dead Memer going back in for the kill, knowing that yes, he may go down. Yes, he may die. But all he needed was that first kill to secure the victory, and he executes it flawlessly.
They came, they saw, and they conquered is exactly what they did here. And look, so far what we've seen, Tristan, we've seen a lot of different strategies, but we've also seen very many similarities. And it leads me to believe, you know, as some of the fundamentals that we talked about, that core, that ground, the foundation to build upon, leads to some specific champions being played. We do see a lot of Mordekaiser, and we see some tankier champions being played. And again, Mordekaiser is one of those champions that you can utilize to do things like that. We'll see if we see him here or if we see something completely different. But again, here we go. Team Mangoes versus Dark Cool. We got Average Monkey on Yasuo with Not Danny on the Misfortune. My most played champion currently in this League of Legends season versus Team Dark Cool with Dark Sprizer and that real cool name.
Oh, yeah. So I think I know who Snecky's going to be rooting for in this one. The Misfortune,
yeah, buddy.
His signature champion, also being piloted by Not Danny, who I did also want to go over these players a little bit just because they, you know, the coaches always have nothing but praise to say about a lot of the students, if not all the students in this tournament. But yeah, Average Monkey, he's been known to have killer instinct, and so if you see someone at low HP, you can absolutely expect him to be gunning for the kill. And what better champion to do that than the Misfortune, who does so much damage. The output is absolutely massive, but you have to be absolutely careful when operating her because Not Danny will not have a single dash to use. He's not going to have the mobility. This champion operates off of pure grit and damage alone, and so the positioning is going to be that much more important as we see that real cool name. He's playing the Vel'Koz. This champion is extremely difficult. This champion it's been known as the geometry champion because of all the angles you have to work with it.
Definitely so. We're going to have to bring out the tool to measure angles. Why did it leave my mind here? I'm about to get scolded by everyone in chat right now. The protractor to measure the angle in which Real Cool Name is able to land some of these abilities here. Dark Sprizer is already able to land some of the damage onto Average Monkey here. And when you get hit with that ability by Sprizer, you're going to have these tentacles just slapping down on you for quite some time.
Oh yeah, this is Alawi, the champion that Dark Sprizer is playing right now. It's such an interesting champion because it's got such unique strengths and pitfalls. Now, some of the strengths are the fact that once you can throw out that soul grab. If you grab someone's soul, they just take so much damage. It is an easy way to rack up the DPS and to really bring someone's HP low before they even know it. The only issue is you don't have any mobility on that champion as well. You're kind of just stuck sitting there if you get caught in a bad situation. Now, I'm going to be looking at Not Danny because he is ranged versus mobility champion. You can really tack on the poke, the hurt, chip damage, over have that range advantage, and so I really want to see him take advantage of that. The issue is you're up against the Vel'Koz and the Real Cool Name. If you put yourself out in the open, it's a lot of burst damage that you can actually get eaten up with.
Right. Yeah, and look, a lot of it is about the matchups as well, whereas you have Average Monkey on a fighter / marksman, and you have Danny on a marksman. We are going to need to see how they are able to play together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sprizer and Cool Name. Yeah, I think we were having some difficulty with the mic, just making sure everything is good to go as we get Tristan kind of back ready to rock here. Cool Name and Dark Sprizer have that big tank. They have some damage. Dark Sprizer's now going to be getting low, looking to escape here, but Monkey's able to go forward. First blood already. Going to go to Not Danny and Team Mangoes here. It's going to be 1-0. 1 kill to 0 kills.
We were talking about with Dark Sprizer's champions and no mobility there. You get caught in a bad, you can just get destroyed if you're on both these players, and Not Danny, bringing out very high damage.
Absolutely, and I do think we are going to be working on Tristan's mic a little bit. Look, we had Tristan out here looking so phenomenal that his camera ended up black screening a couple times. We got him a new cable, and now for some reason the microphone is having a little bit of issues here, but we are going to get it solved, don't you worry right now. But what we did see, 1-0 so far. Team Mangoes are ahead, but Darkcool is still in the mix here. That does mean we did have a reset from Dark Sprizer, meaning he has more items now in his inventory, as I hope we got Tristan back.
Those settings, and I'll be fine. It's just a little bit of production, issue. That's showbiz, baby. Right when things look to be their worst, you got the show must go on, right? So, our average monkey, he's gonna try and get things worked back up. But Dark Sprizer, now that he has these extra items to work with, this is what we haven't really touched on so far this tournament. It's going to be difficult when you are able to die and pick up some more items. It's going to make you that much more powerful, and so sometimes death can be a blessing. As weird as that sounds in this game, you're able to get back to base, you're able to pick up some extra items, and then suddenly you come back from death stronger than ever. It's like the Phoenix, baby. You're reborn from the ashes.
Exactly, man, and that's what's different from this game mode than Summoner's Rift, whereas typically you can go back and click the B key, it teleports you to base, you can spend some of that hard-earned cash. On this one, even if you walk all the way back to the good old shopkeeper, you cannot spend a single penny unless you end up dying, which seems like a very warped reality, but it works in this game. So we do have a bit of an advantage here in terms of the items, in terms of the gold spent, in terms of how strong Dark Sprizer will be. But again, the problem is in a fight, Team Mango only to take down one, but Monkey seems to be taking a little bit of the damage here. Dark Sprizer is going to be going forward. Danny taking some damage as well. Average Monkey decides to walk away while Dark Sprizer is just taking some auto attacks for the fun of it.
Absolutely, and we do have a disconnect there from Average Monkey. He's forced all the way back to base. Not Danny going to have to operate 1v2 for a little bit of time here, but really, I believe that is the end of the game. 50 CS was reached for one of the sides, I believe. Which, yes, absolutely. Team Mangoes was able to hit that 50 CS mark you see down there combined. 32 for one, 19 for the other, and so they were able to reach that margin. And that's the first one we've seen, I believe, so far this tournament, which that came out of the blue, seemingly. One kill was already posted up on the board, so it's very easy to get distracted by the actual kills coming in. You tend to forget about the creeps being hit up here and there. They add up over time, and that's what can get you those sneaky victories like we just saw for Team Mangoes there. And we're going to have to pay a little bit more attention to that moving forward.
They even stuck it on the casters here, Tristan, but no, I do believe because we were trying to fix all of our settings, we maybe have got a little sidetracked for a couple of seconds there, but we did see the Game 1 victory now for Team Mangoes. That's one of those things, guys, why you seen at the very end, you seen Team Mangoes had that CS lead, forcing Darkcool to look for a cheeky play at the very end going forward, even though it wasn't a really good opportunity to look for a fight based on where they were standing and how far and safe Team Mangoes were. But I would imagine they seen that it was slowly going up, 47, 1-2, skip a few to 49, decided to go forward, but it was Team Mangoes who were able to just put the hurt down on the minions and got themselves a Game 1 victory.
And I just got word for some of the picks for this next game. Schnecky, are you ready to hear this?
I'm ready.
Not Danny is playing Rammus. Average Monkey is playing Akali. We are getting a 100% reversal of the looks from that last game. And I think this is such a great combination. Rammus, Akali. Now, we're talking about the 1-2 punches. One champion meant for utility, one champion meant for damage. This is the most clear-cut 1-2 utility versus damage spread that you could possibly imagine. Now, this is very bold for Not Danny to go on the Rammus here, just because Rammus being more utility-based, usually you want to give the utility to the newer player, while the damage responsibilities goes towards the veteran, just because of how important that is. It's the switch up here. Not Danny, the veteran, is actually going to be going for the utility, while Average Monkey is going to be handling the damage duties. And so I love that he's giving the reins to the young up-and-comer to give him that confidence to go for the big plays.
Yo, absolutely. And one thing we do see already, by the way, shout out to production for giving us the 411 on the picks that are coming up here so we can then kind of go into it before the game does start here. We do see Dark Sprizer on that Alawi here. One difference we've seen, it looks like, Real Cool Name seeing a bit of good gameplay from the Misfortune that we've seen from Team Mango, so they wanted to try it out for themselves here, and we've seen how much damage it can really do, even though last game didn't quite go to those kills there. So we're going to really see a difference in how they're able to play it. Having a marksman versus a range caster, however, will be a bit different, to whereas again the Alawi from Dark Sprizer will still stay as that frontline tank who also acts as a bruiser, meaning he's able to do damage as well and go head to head with some of these fighters. If you're on that melee range, it now allows the Misfortune for Real Cool Name to click that R key, which fires out an array of bullets. By the way, you can tell it's one of my favorite champions by the passion on it. I actually played Misfortune quite a bit last night, so I'm all refreshed. But those two ultimates together can do a lot of damage really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dark Sprizer, one thing I wanted to go over about him is that the first thing the coach notes about him is his absolute swagger and his personality. I can't even. I almost can't even describe it because I feel like the terminology. Yeah, exactly. The drip in his personality. The guy is just oozing charisma. Nothing phases him, and he is just constantly making improvements as a player. As you would, you have that confidence. Sometimes you just need to be able to have the practice to make that confidence show in your gameplay. And that Cool Name as well. To touch on him as a player, everything is very natural to that Cool Name. It almost feels like League of Legends was made for him. And it makes a lot of sense because it runs in the genes. His dad played Dota, which is essentially the father, the parent game to League of Legends. It is literally a generational passing of the torch. The dad playing Dota, the son playing League of Legends. It is generations through and through. And so no wonder everything's coming natural for him. No wonder he has a great keen eye and natural senses for the game. It's in his genes. His DNA is coded for League of Legends, baby.
Definitely so, man. You're bringing back memories back when I first started playing, guys. Dota is often referred to as the first MOBA ever made, which is the genre of game in which League of Legends is. So a lot of the fundamentals from back then likely trickled down. So I'm actually curious if to that Cool Name, also known as Armin, if his father has tried League of Legends with him or vice versa in Dota, because they're really, really similar games. The one major thing that is a bit different in Dota is you're able to kill your own minions, which would be a bit different in this one. But it looks like now we do have game 2 ready to rock. Again, we have Team Mangoes leading the charge 1-0 currently. We're Dark Cool 0-1, need to win here to save the tourney.
This is what it all comes down to. When your back is against the wall, you need to rely on these natural instincts that your dad has passed down to you from Dota. I'm sure his dad's been in a situation where he's had his back up against the wall in a game. Maybe he'd be able to give him some coaching in a situation like this, as Dark Sprizer will be the first one into the brush. Danny gets vision of him, decides to evacuate the area, dodges out on all of the skill shots. That Real Cool Name doing a great job of zoning away as well. AoE damage, just to try and keep everyone off of his teammate's tail.
I gotta tell you, Tristan, one thing that I've seen make teams more successful just so far in this tournament alone is the attention to detail. And one thing that we continuously see from some of the teams here after one loss, they maybe get a little flustered. We need to see them kind of bring it back, realize it's only one loss. Dark Sprizer now already taking some damage here, going to be really rough, and ends up falling down. First blood already to Average Monkey. What I was referring to is we see Cool Name not use all of their gold. They did not take any health pots out, and it's the third time we've seen some of these players not use all their gold, which is fine. Remember, guys, if you are 0-1 in a game, it is very much comebackable.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the difficult things for some of these students when it comes to spending all of every last ounce of the gold is that when you're playing on the main map for the game, you actually don't get any gold allotted to you at the start, and so it may be catching them off guard how much gold they're able to just expend when the game first gets underway. And so I do actually in the original map you do get a small amount of gold expended to you, but
yeah.
it's very set in stone what you buy at the beginning of the game, as we see not Danny taking a small trade for himself. But I think Dark Sprizer there was just really caught off guard by the utility setup and the damage coming through afterwards, you don't realize how quickly you can die until you're actually hit by the combo there.
And already we see him going forward again. The moment that little armadillo rolls at a ball, that's your signal to run away very fast. One thing we do see here in this combo, again, when you have that frontline bruiser soaking up damage, being the fighter, and you have the misfortune from Cool Name being that backline threat, the damage dealing from afar type threat, you again have to pay attention to mana. That E costs a lot of mana when it comes to that bullet time that we've just seen right now. And again, we find Cool Name in a bit of a tough position, meaning he's not going to have much mana. He's almost level 6, but if they fight, he will not have mana to use it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this champion, like, I'm sure you know better than anyone else how quickly it can burn through mana. It does hit the level 6 margin. Luckily, though, if they do pick up the health pack, that will give the real Cool Name just an extra bit of mana to work with. Should be enough to get the ultimate ability off. And once you reach level 6 in the game of League of Legends, that's when you're able to actually first use that ultimate ability. So ultimates are extremely important once you're past this mark in the game. Always keeping an eye out, though. Real Cool Name gonna unload his, getting engaged on, dashing all around the board. It's gonna be not Danny dropping first, but it's traded back, and that's the second kill. Team Mangoes takes the victory because they were able to get that pick off early on. It adds up, and it can all come back to bite you in the end. Team Mangoes takes the 2-0.
Yeah, you know, look, if it wasn't for that kill earlier you just mentioned, Tristan, we could have seen Dark actually end up winning that trade there. They went 1-for-1 in that second fight, and they were still looking a lot healthier looking at Dark Sprizer's HP than the enemy there. But nonetheless, it is a decisive victory. 2-0 for Team Mangoes here. We've seen quite a few of their champions in their arsenal as well to make it a little bit more difficult for some of their opponents later in the tournament to watch out for and to really scout. But we're going to go and take a look at the bracket really quickly and see what's to come for the next series here, because right now we're already 4 down, 4 more to go in round 1.
And oh man, that final fight was played so well on both sides of the board there. You saw a lot of dashes being utilized to dodge out on big damage abilities there. Unfortunately, even though the fight was played very well and seemingly even 1-for-1, because like you said, that early pickoff to the extra kill wasn't allotted to them, and they were forced into the losing situation because it was an even trade there. When you're behind, even trades sometimes aren't enough to actually help you get over the mountain. And as I say that, the bracket is updated. Not Dead will be taking on Team Mangoes in their next stage of the bracket. Meanwhile, 142K Power is going to be up against the Double Trouble. Two teams that looks fantastic in their own right, and it's going to be a very bumpy ride if you want to be able to make it past either of them.
Definitely so. We do now have a second to look back at the highlight from the last. This was game 1 actually between Team Mangoes and Dark. Cool, where we immediately see Dark Sprizer going forward. Cool Name has some damage out. Dark not able to quite survive there. First blood over to Not Danny. Excuse me. Yeah, this is the first game here, the first death of the series, and we now see them try to fight back a little bit here. This is where, Tristan, you're only allotted 1 death left, even though Dark Sprizer was able to go forward. We did see the minions again sneaking up and ending that game a little bit early as they hit that 51 CS marker.
Absolutely, and this is where we see just Dark Sprizer getting aggressive here. He wanted to get some early harass off, but look how much damage he just takes up front. There really wasn't a lot of opportunities to fight back for him. He just gets clobbered as he walks into the brush there. And here we have the second kill coming in for the side of Team Mangoes as we see the all-in engagement. Average Monkey, you can already see him looking for the engage. He jumps in immediately. Not Danny, a fantastic follow-up. Despite him sacrificing his own life, he's completely aware of the situation around him. He knows all he needs to do is make it a 1-for-1. He doesn't need to live through the encounter as long as they get the job done. They get it done. They get their 2-0, and they make it towards the next stage of the bracket.
It was super risky as well, what the comp they took. Akali's a champion I used to play a lot back in the day, but as of the last couple of years, they did rework and change her quite a few times, and now it's a very mechanically intense champion. It's a champion that I don't even really play, and I've been playing League for quite some time now, so shout out to seeing that pick and to seeing it be successful. A lot of different moving parts and a lot of different buttons you need to click to be successful, so kudos to some of the teams taking some risk here and playing some of those champions that, you know, maybe a lot of us may not see as an option that they played really well. But what that means is now it's time for a quick little break And when we get back, guys, we will be witnessing Team Kings of the Hunt featuring Ryan King over from Myris and James J. Hunt GG over from Monroe versus Team Chris Zool, which is Christian OPG7 representing Monroe as well, with their teammate Rassel Spade 184 from Monroe. And on that note, we'll be back shortly.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We are in with our next matchup. Give us the rundown, Snecky. I love the way you were describing the players as we get into this.
Well, I do think we called a little bit of an audible here. Let me make sure we are on the right team. If we get confirmation really quickly, if we are watching team... Okay, yes, so we're watching Team Scuba Rats versus Instant Karma. So we have a couple of different teams going on at once just to make sure we have a little bit more action right now, right here. So we're going to be coming back and going back and forth through a couple of different series to make sure all you guys at home have that jam-packed action and get to see all the students, get out there and get their games going in a more timely fashion here. So we're going to have Team Scuba Rats versus Instant Karma here, where Scuba Rats... We do have Andre OG1 from Sora, and Margaret, also known as the Little Aries from Myris versus Instant Karma here. Tristan again. We got Grayson, not someone you know, which his username is, alongside Isaac, also known as Slushy545 from Xavier.
Yeah, well, I think Grayson may need to consider a name swap sometime soon, because he is another classic of the program. I've casted him several times, and at this point, every time I see his name, I have to disagree. I definitely know him as a player. They are one of the best players in this tournament. They're highly intelligent. They have a very careful play style. They're not really all that defensive, though. You can't really ever consider them a scared player. Always willing to take some fights. Always willing to get on the offensive. And one of the best communicators in the entire tournament. So Grayson, they're definitely someone to watch out for. They're fantastic at what they do, and you can expect them to always be giving very clear-cut comms to their teammates. And that's really one of the most important things when it comes to League of Legends, is just being able to deliver that information concisely to give your teammate as much possible context so they can make the best decisions possible.
Right. And look, I'm looking at that team composition with both of them as well. Again, we have Grayson and we have Isaac there, Slushy. And look, we have Isaac, who's one of the players that likes to play aggressive. He sees something, he sees an opportunity, and he wants to seek it and take it. Whereas when you have someone like Grayson, they're a player who can be kind of defensive there and really play together and I guess work in unison. Whereas Scuba Rats here, we're seeing Andre, who again, quick learner, very good IQ. We're going to see what he has here. He likes to really have a great team balance that kind of complements other players. And Margaret, I haven't really seen what she has yet. It's not a player that I've had the pleasure of casting yet, but I do know we do have her trying to slowly, gain footing and get a little bit better and better and really be that player that she really wants to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the times, one of the difficulties about a game like League of Legends is having the mechanical skill, but having that little bit of self-doubt that prevents you from pulling the trigger in those split-second decisions that you really need. And so, a lot of the times, you can be one of the best players mechanically that the world has ever seen, but you really need to make sure that everything about your playstyle is crafted to a T, including just having the confidence to know when to go for a play, when to back off, and having just faith in your shot calling as a player. And so I would love to see her come into her own, really just take the reins and have a fantastic showing here alongside Andre OG1, which is a fantastic name. That is so cool. And he's a high IQ player. He's been known to be one of the most intelligent players in the tournaments, and so hopefully he can extend that really high IQ confident playmaking to the mechanical skill of Little Aries to have that 1-2 punch that you need to win this tournament.
Yeah, I have in fact heard that Andre is just built differently in the way he's able to play and how he's able to operate on this Abyss here. So we're going to go ahead and see what they have to offer, guys. It's our first game into the best of 3 series between Team Scuba Rats and Team Instant Karma. Again, Team Scuba Rats, we got Andre OG, Margaret, also known as Little Aries, and Instant Karma featuring Grayson and Isaac. And here we are on the rift. Team Scuba Rats decide to take Dr. Mundo and Nami, a tank and an enchanter support, versus Instant Karma, literally the champion named Karma, also an enchanter support, with Slushy on the Kaisa, another marksman.
Yeah, and Grayson is so experienced on this Karma. They were definitely apt to pick the Karma several times in the last tournament, and already you see them making their mark known. Andre forced out of the brush because he is going to be blasted if he decides to stick around by Grayson's constant harassment, constant damage being output by these skill shots that they seem to be landing consistently.
Speaking of consistency here, one thing we haven't seen throughout the course of this tournament yet is that snowball. If you look at Andre's first summoner spell here, this is a summoner spell that you only get on this very specific game mode. And what it does, if you're a big tank that wants to be in your face, which is what Dr. Mundo is, and you're against 2 targets who are typically difficult to walk towards and clear the distance, you throw the snowball at them, you ride forward, and bam, you're right in their face there, Tristan. So I need to see how Andre can utilize this to really get some of the damage and connect onto Slushy Karma.
I love that Andre took Snowball too. The fact that this isn't available on the regular map, it's specifically tailored towards this map. And not a lot of people are taking advantage of it just because they're not as used to it. It's not something that they're able to play with as much. And so Andre making the adjustment, despite this not benefiting him towards the main map of the game, is just goes to show you how much time he's willing to put in to try and get the best possible strategy for this tournament specifically.
We do have some of those biscuits now coming in the inventories of Instant Karma. They really know the beneficial parts of having full health, full mana. Make sure you have your sustain so that when a fight breaks out, you're able to stay in there for as long as you can and get some of your damage out. And that's the one crucial part of having a team comp that has 2 very squishy targets, is really just staying alive. When Andre has his level 6, he's able to be very strong, walk very fast, and heal a lot of HP back. Hence why you have Grayson and Slushy trying to get some poke damage out and slowly dwindle those health bars.
Oh yeah, and Instant Karma was actually one of the finalists of our inaugural tournament of the 2v2s, and so they are definitely a tried and true proven duo. And so it's going into this game on paper, it would look like Scuba Rats is the underdog, but the way they're playing right now makes it very hard to believe it. They are both playing so fantastic off of one another. Andre OG just manning the front lines. He's playing a tank, not by accident. He knows he's going to be getting hit up a lot. He knows this Karma is going to be constantly trying to destroy him at every moment. And that's especially why Little Aries is doing a great job picking the Nami. This champion provides so much value in the fact that she can heal Andre, she can buff him up to make him stronger when he does decide to take the engagements, and she can provide the utility to lock them down, keep them still, so that Andre OG can just go to town with some extra movement speed. So I love the concept behind their combination. I would love to see the snowball be utilized as soon as possible too, because that alongside the utility that the Larrys can provide here can really devastate the enemy ranks.
Exactly, and you mentioned earlier on, Tristan, how big of an IQ player Andre is. And, you know, I'm starting to think the strategy wasn't to beat Dr. Mundo and go in your face and throw the infected cleavers out and do some damage. I'm looking at their CS. They are 10 away from a win, and it is extremely difficult to kill a Dr. Mundo, especially when you have a Nami there keeping your health bar up, keeping you healthy, keeping your HP full. And now they are 7 away. That is this exact minion wave here is a cannon wave. It has 7 minions versus 6 here, Tristan. If they can clear this entire wave, the game will be over sooner than we know it.
Oh yeah, they're definitely going to be encroaching on it, if not now, the next few waves.
Ooh,
so they're going to have to take a fight very soon here on the side of Instant Karma, lest they risk just losing towards the minions in general. Little Aries walking up will be taking quite a bit of damage. They want to try and find the finish here, but instead Andre is stepping forward. It could just be a bait if they get too big for their britches. Instead, we just see the minions here. 43. This is about to be just about
50.
it. They hit the 50. It's Scuba Rats taking the first game, doing it right out from under Instant Karma's nose.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, they just had a little bit too much survivability there, and we can absolutely see a change there in game number 2. I really like your explanation of the type of player and the type of team that we would expect from Scuba Rats, because, Tristan, that's exactly what we got, man. This is a team where, you know, look at you. Put a big tank here, you put someone that can throw out some little ebbs and flows and get some healing out, you keep them alive, and you just have him hammering down at the minion wave there, and that was enough to get that 50 CS, and they just could not die.
Yeah, absolutely, and the coaches actually marked Scuba Rats to be a dark horse for the tournament. A team that could potentially win it all despite not really, you know, you wouldn't initially look at the team and instantly think of powerhouse, and I think that's because of the great synergy they've developed with each other. I think Andre's high IQ is what also helped them as a player to really craft some of these combinations. And you can see Little Aries just not ever standing around. She wasn't allowing herself to just be the new up-and-comer where the veteran was able to do most of the work. She was providing just insane value at every turn, constantly keeping Andre OG healed up as much as possible. When he needed help grabbing some of the minions, she was always there for him. She was getting him the extra speed buffs. She had his back the entire time, and it helped him have that confidence to walk up, nab up those minions, and really that was a quick victory, especially considering they went to the 50 CS mark. It's difficult to be able to do that, especially when you're newer to the game, and really just so much confidence being displayed there by Scuba Rats. And if there's any way to get your confidence up on a player like Little Aries, where the confidence was a little bit of a worry there, that's going to be what does it for you. That's what's going to be what builds you up there. And I think this team is so dangerous because they're only going to get better from here.
Definitely so. And on that note, we are going to give them a little bit of recharge time before their next game. We know how important these series are, so we're going to give them a couple of minutes in between. And it looks like we're going to go and trickle back up over to the side of Kings of the Hunt versus Chris Zoll, where we'll be watching their game 1. And I know we had the chance to introduce them earlier on before our break, but haven't had much time to really talk about what these teams have to offer. And I'm going to start with Kings of the Hunt here, Tristan. You have Ryan, quote-unquote, the king, saying, hey, I'm that guy. I'm that king. I'm going to be the one who is able to really show how this tournament can be progressed through. And he's known as, you know, one of the better players, one of the more talented here. So we're going to need to see, you know, what ends up being better, hard work versus talent, or you know what, maybe both. So we're gonna have to see what Ryan King as well as James Hunt GG have to offer for Team King of the Hunt. We know James has the passion, King has the talent. They both probably also have the heart. And then I'm looking at Chris Zoll here, Tristan. We got Christian OPG7 as well as Russell Spade 184.
Yeah, absolutely. And Christian OPG7, he's a Riven player. He's an anime fan. Name two things. Name a more iconic duo. Riven is one of those champions where you are the protagonist of the story. You always have a way when your back is against the wall to pull out a miraculous victory, whether it be the fight, the game, whatever you may think of. This is what Riven is made for. And so Christian, I'm fully expecting him to bring that champion and that champion alone out there. Most players who main Riven just main only Riven. Because the champion has such a high skill cap and such a high skill ceiling, you need to play that champion so much to master her. It almost doesn't leave you time to try other champions. And so I'm fully expecting that to come out. And when you're up against King, who is known as one of the best players in the tournament, I mean, it even says the coaches described him as the person that almost everyone wanted on their team because he's that good and that likable. It's going to take an anime style underdog story to be able to pull this one out. But what better team to do that than the Chris Zool squad? Razul as well. He will always be surprising you. This is what his coaches said about him. Always surprising you with cool plays. He's always coming up with something new, which is on the same basis. I mean, that's anime too, right? Anime to a T. Always surprising you as the protagonist. Just unlocked a new level. And I mean, I call them the underdogs that are trying to upset one of the potential tournament favorites. That was before I actually realized that the coaches had said that as well. The coaches also described them as the ones that are so hungry, ready to prove themselves, and you can never expect them to go down without swinging for the fences first.
Will they be the ones that take down the Kings is the real question here. You know, okay, now I get the name, the Kings of the Hunt, because James's name is J Hunt GG, right on. I gotta be honest here, I'm really liking the cleverness of this. What would our duo be here, Tristan? Man, we don't have interesting names at all.
Our names, we're so boring.
So bad. They're so boring, man. They're so bad. Like, what the heck is a Schnecky anyways? But here we have it. We have them getting ready for this game. Again, we will still go back to Team Scuba Rats and Instant Karma to check out their game too. But right now, first time coming in here, which says so much about these teams, is when all is blind, when you don't get to see your opponent's picks, when you can pick literally any two champions in the game of League of Legends. What are the two that you bring to the table? And it oftentimes says a little bit about the players and their play style, sometimes even the personality. I like to play those little weird creature-looking things that look like Schmeagle in League of Legends, like Fizz. So give or take some battles.
Yeah, and I mean, that could actually potentially be a detriment towards some of the players in this tournament, because let's say you're a player that really only plays a singular champion. This is a blind pick, whereas in other game modes in League of Legends, the main game mode, you're able to see your enemy's picks. You're able to kind of pick around that and play around that. In this one, it's completely blind, so you don't know what your enemy is touching. You don't know what they have until they actually bring it into the game. But if your opponent is essentially a one-trick player who only plays a single champion, you're essentially going to know what he brings out before he even does it. So you lose that element of surprise. You lose that kind of trickery you can potentially have up your sleeve there. And so that could potentially provide some room for strategizing. And as I say that, I'm hearing the sweet, sweet sounds of the Howling Abyss. We will be hopping into game in just a second here. But really, this one is going to be an interesting battle. I'm going to have all my eyes on some of the picks as soon as we get onto this. And I want to see if the Kings of the Hunt have done any foreplanning, knowing that they will be up against a vicious Riven one trick.
Yeah, and again, Kings of the Hunt is filled with Ryan King from Myris and James Hunt GG from Monroe. Well, Team Chris Zool has both players from Monroe. So I would imagine they likely have a little bit more synergy together being from the same school, but we know Ryan is a very good player, and I would imagine likes to practice and build that synergy coming up into a tournament like this with himself and with James. So we're gonna see likely a Riven come out of Christian here for Chris Zool. What I would imagine here Tristan, is that we see a champion that can also kind of play alongside Riven, maybe buff her up and allow Riven to go in there and do Riven things and make a lot of abilities very, very fast. But I'm really going to keep my eye on to Christian, because this is a champion, again, like when you look at Akali, when you look at some of these other champions that have a lot of abilities, that have a high skill cap, they're very difficult to master, yet alone play at a level that you can actually operate on all those different mechanics efficiently. I personally don't play that champion too much. I play marksman, where I right click on my opponents. So I'm hoping to see Christian really shine here on this Riven.
Absolutely. And I do play the Riven. Not well, but I do play it, and so I can firsthand tell you how difficult it is to actually play that. I mean, I've logged probably more hours than all of these students combined on League of Legends, and still I would say I am not a very adept Riven player. So that just goes to show you how insanely difficult this champion can be at the highest level. And we'll see what Christian can bring to the table here. As we see Ryan King picking up the pike. We saw this once in the tournament already, immediately going for the hook. Christian could be in some trouble here. Hunt is right in the bush next to him, deciding not to make his presence known just yet. Instead, we will have some actual internet issues coming in for two players at once. Everyone kind of marching back to base. Looks like the King is the only one that can use all of his kingdom's wealth to afford the better internet here. As I say that, it looks like we're just gonna be getting a quick pause there. But yeah, I like your idea though. Playing the Riven and the secondary champion to kind of buff up the Riven, have the Riven be that showstopper, and Little Aries kind of paving the way for that strategy there. A fantastic game from her, Nami. It really kind of set the expectation there. Before she did that, I wouldn't have expected to see too many support carry combos in this 2v2, but considering how effective they were able to make it look on the Scuba Rats there, I mean, anything is possible. And this tournament has it's kind of been blown wide open with all the different 1-2s we've seen so far. Now, that being said, Caitlyn Riven, that's an interesting combination there. It almost feels like they both operate independently of each other, but because they both have so much potential for individual play, that it's like you can only focus one out of the two, right? You can't shut down both of them. And so if you try and target out one, the other one may just come into your face and blast you into the next round.
Yep. Yeah, well, look, Caitlyn's one of the champions who I think is personally really strong on the ARAM Howling Abyss map. Reason being is you have so much range to where you can just auto-attack every single time your opponent steps up to get a minion, and you get poked. They trade resources. Sure, they get some gold that they likely can't spend unless they die. They get a minion to their 1 out of 50 minion counter, but they also lose quite a bit out of their HP bar, meaning we're gonna likely see some poke coming out of the Caitlyn here, getting their HP low enough to where Christian can go forward, utilize those abilities, and get a lot of the damage out here. We also do have a stun in the Riven E, I believe is called Kai Burst. You will have a 1.5 second stun in which the Caitlyn, if you're quick enough and if you're in range, you can drop a trap and get a double stun out. If that happens, you're almost more than likely guaranteed to be dead, assuming that both the Riven and the Caitlyn have their cooldowns and abilities up.
Stucky, one thing that always impresses me about you is that even champions you don't play, you know all the ability names too.
Yeah.
The fact that you knew Key Burst without even like touching Riven, that is so impressive to me. So definitely big props to you for that. That being said, yeah, as well, the Caitlyn has those traps like you were touching on. Brush control has been absolutely pivotal for a lot of the teams in this tournament.
Right.
You can deny so much brush control by setting up some of those traps in there. If they step across them, they're going to be losing a lot of hit points just because of the damage those can set up for the Caitlyn. And so I'm interested to see. The traps tend to go very overlooked, especially by players who are newer to the game, just because it's not as flashy. You know, it's just a trap. It looks very simple. It is very simple, but at the same time, you can't underestimate how much usage can come out of the more simple abilities in this game. They pack a massive punch.
They definitely do, and I think we have word that our game may be ready. I'm going to log and draw this out to make sure I'm not lying to you guys. All right, here we go. Game number 1 of our 5th series into the Ekuso duos. And again, Team Kings versus Team Chris Zoll. A lot of damage already going to be on the Riven on Christian as we return to this match.
I love the portraits, by the way, down bottom for the players. I mean, yeah, look how cool they look. So cool. They just look so confident. I wish I could take pictures like that when I was younger. I was too shy to be able to get these kind of posters made. But
True.
man, these guys, this is just the feeling some of these games can really give you. You just feel confident. You feel great going into it, and you feel like you're $1,000,000. As I say that though, King is just landing hook after hook, really letting down the pressure there. And the only issue with Riven is once you get behind like this early, once you have the lower HP bars, it tends to be a little bit, you can get really gun shy on the engagements because of how easily you can get picked apart if you're not topped off in the HP bar. Level 6 now reached for King of Battle. This gives him the ultimate, this gives him an execute, making him that much more scary to engage on.
One thing we have to watch out for here is this Nunu as well later on. You know, he didn't take the snowball here quite yet. One of the things you can do is you play really weird with your snowball, and you essentially have 2 snowballs, as his Q is also literally the greatest snowball in the world, and you can do some pretty cool things with them. We're not going to quite see that yet. Instead, they opt into taking that double aggression approach with the double ignite, whereas Flash, we all know you can use that aggressively or defensively depending on what the situation calls for. So I do like the summoner spell choice here. It's also going to diminish the amount of healing that Rajin will be able to get back from his heal ability.
Absolutely, and one thing that is to note as well is Ryan's doing a great job of hitting all the minions. 14 CS alone, just to him. That is a fantastic scoreline after just a few waves of the game. You can already tell how nervous it is for Crystal to walk up because King is constantly pressuring them.
Yeah, I need to see Rajin be able to use those traps a little bit more into the bushes there. When you see J Hunt and King of Battle being in there, you're able to really kind of formulate where you want them to walk. Whereas if they walk into a trap, bam, instantly free damage here. So we need to see some of those traps used a little bit further up. Christian now going to be walking in, but the snowball's able to hit him here. Christian now going to get low. There's the Pike, there's the Flash, there's the E, there's the R. Rajin is now the last one up as King looking to punish a little bit more there, but it's only going to be 1 kill on that one, Christian. 1-0 to King so far.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a quick execution there. This is the reason he's considered one of the best players in the tournament. You saw a fantastic setup there. He's even thinking about going for the second kill under the tower, which is extremely risky to do. But I mean, sometimes when you're just that mechanically gifted, you want to test the limits of your champion. And that being said, I mean, it looked like a bouncy house there, just getting tossed around there from Christian. And that's one of the risks you take when you're up against a 1-2 punch like the Nunu, like the Pike. All it takes is that first initial shot landing, and then the rest of them can follow up so quickly. And yeah, King just doing a great job there. 2-man stun, executes with the ultimate, hits the initial hook. J Hunt follows up. It's a great all-around play to fight. And Rajin, while he's not really getting a lot of brush control with the traps. Honestly, the fact that he's using the traps in general is just making me happy because they're
true.
It's like there's so many players in even the highest ranks that just completely forget the traps even exist, and it's such a huge part of the kit that you always want to keep it in mind. And that being said, Rahina decided to go for a lot of pots early on, a lot of potions, just to make sure that if he does end up getting hit up in an engagement like that, he can try and come back from more. The snowball looked right into King, looking for the finish. Instead, Christian will force him to back off for just a little bit longer. J Hunt charging up a huge ability. That's a lot of damage, and that's going to be the game with it. Look at the teamwork.
Yeah, that combo coming out there from the Pike Skewer right into G-Hunt there to be able to kind of double up on the stuns, double up on the damage. It really makes it difficult for a Riven to succeed and thrive in that environment. Whereas, look, it's not that necessarily that Riven wasn't played to a T there from the side of Christian. It's just to the point where you can only walk up if you're going to have enough damage to be able to take that fight. And we need to see if we have a little bit more poke here, Tristan, from Razor. We have a little bit more aggression in terms of the trap placement, whereas you place them more forward so that they can't engage on you, right? If you have a trap right in front of where Christian was, and you see the Pike go up, he either has to stop where the trap is or he gets stunned. If he gets stunned, you have a fighting chance. Problem is, it's very difficult for Christian to be able to walk up, and we have to rely on a lot of the poke damage also coming out of the Caitlyn. When you're against two melee champions like a Pike and like a Nunu, you can essentially poke them every time they go up for a minion, and considering that they had 48 minions when the game ended, that was a bit of a viable option if they chose to go for that.
Yeah, absolutely. We should be heading into Scuba Rats versus Instant Karma. Back to the previous matchup that we were observing there, and yeah, like you were talking about. I mean, it's oftentimes in a matchup like Pike Nunu versus Riven Caitlyn. It almost feels like whoever swings first is going to be at a huge advantage there, just because if Pike is the first one engaging, it's going to be with a hook, and the hook is very easy to chain into the rest of his abilities to set up a good fight. Meanwhile, if Riven is the first one engaging, Riven can really unload a lot of damage up front if she gets in your face. And so it almost feels like whoever makes the first move in that matchup is just bound to have such an easier time. And so I'd like to see the Riven posturing as aggressively as possible in this next one, just to scare the Pike back, make sure those hooks aren't coming out as often, and the pressure, meet fire with fire, have that pressure with pressure.
Oh, yeah. And now, here we go, back to Scuba Rats and Instant Karma. I kind of like this back and forth here, Tristan. We have a chance to get the action, and then we get another chance to get right back into the action here. And again, we do have Scuba Rats leading 1-0 here in this best of 3. For the side of Scuba Rats, we have Andre from Sora, Margaret, a.k.a. Little Aries from Myris versus Grayson, known as Not Someone You Know, and Isaac, known as Slushy, representing Xavier as well here. We're seeing a bit of a different playstyle already here, Tristan, from Slushy and from Grayson.
Yeah, and I love that everyone decided to go with the same pickups here. You know what we call this in the esports scene? It's the salty run back, baby. You can't just let it.
Yes.
You can't just let it be. You lost the first one, but this is when you basically say, I don't think you're better than me at this combination. That first one was just a one-off, and we're about to prove it here.
Right, well, they seen what the strategy was, right? When you have Scuba Rats going full-fledged, all for those minions there to win via the 50 creep score way to win. You can do the same thing. Fight fire with fire, baby. Look for some of the minions yourselves as well. You got 2 range champions. You can punish Andre when he goes up for the minions, and you can try to dwindle his HP bar as much as you can. But the real battle here, the real battle lies in getting those 50 minions. It doesn't look like they're just going to have enough damage to take down Andre, especially not with Aries on that Nami.
Absolutely, and Andre now, I think he's looking for just the same strategy. He wants these minions, 16 already to his name, make it 17. And although it looks like they're doing a great job on Instant Karma of keeping up this time around, they're down 2 right now, but because there's 3 left in the wave, they're actually now ahead by, no, it's tied up. This is a dead even matchup so far. It looks like both the teams kind of abandoning more of the strategy of going for kills. Rather, this seems to be more of a minion-centric type of 2v2.
Oh, wow. Okay. We had to have Grayson flex on us really quickly. Like, no, Tristan, it ain't only about the CS. We're ready to fight as well. We did see Grayson get a little bit of their damage out onto Andre. Andre going forward. Slushy now in a bad spot. Very low. Looking to run away. Andre's going forward, but Andre will have to go back out. That's a lot better from the side of Instant Karma that we've seen this game so far. Much needed from what we've seen last game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a great decision there from Grayson to drop the Ignite, the Summoner spell, onto the Mundo that was ulting. So this is going to be a little bit harder to understand for those of you watching at home, but there are certain abilities in this game that can cut down on healing factors. And when Andre's champion operates mainly off of healing factors, it's a really smart decision there from Grayson to ensure that they prioritize cutting down on the healing rather than allowing Andre to regenerate all the way back up.
And we now find Team Scuba Rats at 32 minions here, while Instant Karma have 26. Again, they are leading that charge, and there is a very big minion wave that's coming towards the side of Scuba Rats, meaning they're already ahead, and there's a lot more minions that they can kill to further that lead, and they're doing a pretty darn good of a job so far. But again, we do have that aggression now from Slushy and from Grayson, where they know it doesn't have to only go to CS. They can get some poke, they can get some damage out, and try to prevent Andre from just freely walking up to each minion.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we see the numbers start to get closer towards that dangerous territory of victory via minion, we're seeing it looks like Scuba Rats is around 41 right now. On the other side of the board, Instant Karma is sitting at 37, and so Scuba Rats now retaking the lead. It's only going to get worse for Instant Karma as more minions start to push into the turret. Slushy at low HP, Andre OG also suffering the same fate. This one's going to come down to the wire if they don't take a fight soon as far as minions go.
Oh, this is very, very rough here. We're now at 43. There's 6 minions there under the turret of the tier 1 side of Scuba Rats. That first turret there that's helping them defend. They only need 5 more. Luckily, Andre is missing a couple of them here. There's only a couple of waves left here, Tristan. Slushy is already low. Not somebody. Grayson is looking to help them out, keep them alive. 4 more here. Scuba Rats now have the wave right there. 3 more to go. Grayson's looking to help out. Slushy's right there getting a little bit of the damage out, but there's the bubble from Little Man Ares here, but Slushy gonna have to walk backwards. Andre looking to try to finish it off right now. Gonna need 1 more. Andre got it. That's gonna be it. Scuba Rats end up taking home game 2.
And wow, just the CS victory. This just goes to show you sometimes strategy can be what puts you into the next stage rather than having to go for the mechanical plays, rather than only being concerned about fighting. They take the slow and steady victory, which honestly, round of applause for them. That was beautifully done. It's not something that you would see very often, especially in a tournament like this, especially such young players who are so eager to prove themselves. Most would rather go for the big skirmishes, the big fights to kind of flex their mechanical prowess rather than some of the more consistent strategies like we just saw there.
Yeah, you know, we referred to Scuba Rats as a potential dark horse, meaning they're a pick that maybe at face value people weren't like, that's going to be the team, but they were there and they are definitely proving us here, man. I wouldn't really even say dark horse at this point, man. They are shining really, really bright here. We're going to call them the light horse of this one, and now we're going to take a step back to see how Scuba Rats is able to get this win.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Slushy just desperately trying to get the kill onto Ares there, who is a lot easier to finish off than this Mundo, who is a very tanky boy at this point, and just not able to get the job done. And so just losing out on that little bit of damage that could have potentially netted them a kill and a possible avenue back into this matchup. It's just them standing tall on the side of Scuba Rats. Fantastic job, never letting themselves be in a position to get taken down there, and they are your victors for this 2-0.
Yep. Well, I got to tell you, Tristan, it was still a very big difference in what we've seen game 1 Instant Karma in game 2. Game 2, we see an entirely different Instant Karma where they were there ready to also get some poke damage out onto Scuba Rats and also take some minions. They were only down 4 minions. So Grayson, shout out to them. Isaac did a good job as well on that pick as well. They're in that game number 2. A lot of improvement. Unfortunately, sometimes it comes down to 3 or 4 minions, which again can come down to a couple of auto attacks. And that's going to be the game for Scuba Rats. But now we're going to be going back over to Team Kings of the Hunt versus Team Chris Zul, where again, to refresh our memories here, I do believe it is 1-0 Kings versus Chris Zul, and here we are in game 2.
King of Battle. Wow, that skin looks so cool. That is really interesting to see. But yeah, nice little cosmetics there on the skin. But
yep.
Rajin instead deciding to go for the clarity this time, so he wants that extra bit of mana to work with. The only issue is that since his teammate does not use any mana, I'm gonna cut down on the value of that as Rajin can get hooked in instantly. Christian trying to do his best to defend his teammate, but instead out of the frying pan into the fire. He's gonna have to get himself out to safety. It's gonna be oh so close. King going for the snipe there, won't be able to land it on the squishy. Remember, damage nonetheless. They have a very firm grip on the steering wheel so far in this game.
And looking back at that, Rajin seemed to have kind of figured out how to use those traps. Unfortunately, when he dropped that trap on the initial engage, when King went forward and J Hunt followed, the trap was set down to try to prevent them from going forward. Unfortunately, it did not quite land, and now King is going to be going back in. Exhaust is on, and Rajin getting low, and that's going to be the knockup with the snowball. First blood there. Christian goes in. King flashes out. Christian is now low, looking to stay alive, able to flash out, and Chris Zul still stays in the game.
That was so close. Look at the HP bars. King of Battle also very low here. The Caitlyn was able to get back to base and buy up a few items. And so maybe, just maybe with the newfound wealth, they can try and make something happen. King, though, always elusive. Never really going to make himself too easy to hit.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I gotta sneeze here right now here, Tristan. But Christian, what he needs to do is heal up a little bit. But I'm looking at that health globe. If they go for it, we might see J Hunt and King look for an engage.
Oh yeah, it feels like it's just a matter of time. They're just biding their time, playing it a little bit more slowly. But you see right there, Rajin just putting some traps around the brush, hoping that someone steps into him, trying to disrupt their rhythm a little bit, not letting them have too much of an easy time walking up inside the brush and getting on their faces. And so
Right.
Rajin is just playing at the utmost levels of safety here.
Isn't it so interesting to see the differences in playstyles here? Whereas last game we've seen just an absolute farm fest, looking to get as many minions down as you can. And remember, to get a minion, guys, you have to get the last hit. You can't just kill it. So this game is a lot more kill oriented or takedown oriented per se. Where King of Battle and J-Hunt, they're just out to look for some kills here. So Regine is in a position where he has to try to keep Christian alive, and it's tough. Christian's on a champion where you have to be right there in the mix. But if you are auto-attacking minions, that means King of Battle, or the biggest snowball the entire world has ever seen, is right there coming for you.
Oh man, and Christian trying to escape the snowball just gets pulled back into it by King of Battle. This is just 1-2 as classic as it could possibly be. And J-Hunt playing the champion with the ability to just regen so much health. He can take some of the harder engagement. He can even allow himself to get hit up a bit. But each time he's going to have that cooldown back up to make sure he stays topped off.
That he will. Well, regeneration is now unlocked. A lot of HP is back on their health bars. J-Hunt going to be able to throw the ball, meaning Regine has to back up. Cannot heal from that health globe for the side of Chris Zul. We do have a little bit of HP going back over to Christian now with the skewer falling down. Exhaust onto Regine. He has to walk back. King now going to be on the run. Christian still going to be alive. Electrocute goes down. Some damage for Christian. Regine clicks the R, making Kings back up.
Oh yeah, King sitting around a little bit under half HP. Chris Zul as well, both of them around the same mark. J-Hunt is the only one that's still topped off, and that's just because of how his champion works. Constantly having the ability to consume and constantly having the ability to regen himself back up. And so this could start to add up, though. If this Nunu sticks at high HP, suddenly the turret might not even be able to save you. As I say that, in goes King, the quick execution, the 1, the 2. We've said it time and time again, but King just makes it look easy.
He does. It looks like King, before he downloaded League of Legends, he put a file in there that just always targets Regine with those skewers. And it's very tough. It's difficult, right? It's one of those things where you either able to dodge it or not, right? It's not some big crazy brain play where you have to do all this crazy stuff. It's really tough in the heat of the moment when you see a big old skewer thrown at you, Tristan. You walk to the left or you walk to the right. If you're wrong, you die. It's literally like almost a 50-50 chance because of that combination where the Nunu snowball instantly knocks you back up and then bam, lights out.
Yeah, and I mean, I think as well is the Nunu just always being there to follow up on the hooks is massive. King always being ready to throw out more, and brush control. Like we said time and time again, it is so much easier to dodge a skill shot when you see it coming at you, when you see it being set up for. Instead, Ryan was really able to abuse the fact that there was no vision of him in the brush the entire time. It felt like every time Rajin was wanting to step up for a creep, step up for a minion, there was just a hook waiting to come out of the brush, and he just couldn't see it coming in time to juke it.
Yeah, and again, look at, even though we did see the defeat there from the side of Chris Zul, one thing that we consistently see from all the members of Ekuso here is the fact that they constantly are growing. We've seen game 1, even in the trap placements where Razul was placing them very far behind, very defensive, we then slowly started to see them come more forward and more forward, to the point where I feel like if it went to a game 3, 4, or 5, you would eventually have a type of Razul where he's putting out those aggressive traps and making sure he's getting auto attacks out to try to prevent some of the engage from Kings of the Hunt there. But that's not to discount what Ryan and James were able to accomplish there. I think it really comes down to that duo combination there. But that will be it for that series here. We've got a couple more coming up here, Tristan.
Absolutely, and really, this is just so exciting to watch. I'm so happy to see all these students really coming into their own and just developing over the course of just a few games. I mean, I can't stress how little time it is to actually just bring your playstyle from a good player who's still new to the game to someone who looks a lot more seasoned. And as we get into these highlights, we're going to be seeing exactly what happened here. What was the setup? Initially, it was the snowball out of the brush. Hard to see for Christian. He's trying to make it back to his turret. But King, a 2-man stun there to set up the first kill and reset. Rajin just forced to hightail it on out of there.
Yeah, and watching this back, if Rajin and Christian are watching, these are the parts where you look at where, okay, right there, again, you walk left, you walk right, And that's kind of it. Right here, we could have seen Regine throw a trap there, stun the Nunu out of that ultimate, and it wouldn't have allowed that much damage. But again, a lot of it is the heat of the moment here, and it's really difficult to think when it's that one split-second decision. Beautiful flash there from Christian, keeping it alive for a little bit longer there. We now look at the next one here, Tristan, where you have Regine going forward. You can start to see a little bit more aggressive of placements, but eventually King just keeps on landing those skewers, and that was it for Team Chris Zoll.
It's the king that keeps on kinging. He will not let anyone stand in his way. His throne is on top of a pile of bodies, and he's looking to catch some more as this tournament goes on. He is definitely going to be a player to watch out for because King is constantly playing with so much confidence, so much swagger. He's ready to go in. He's ready to. He even had the stun on the first player, flashes to get it on the second. That's just the kind of perfectionism you need to be one of the best at this game, and it's exactly what Ryan has. You can never not be enamored with the way he's willing to play the game. So next up, we got the low-key bosses. Froggy Bunwich, another veteran of the Ekuso tournaments. Extremely original. He's one of the few mage players in this tournament, so you're going to see probably one of the more magic damage champions going into his hands here, which is already great. I love seeing good mage players, and we just haven't had too many of those in this tournament so far, and so I would love to see a bit of a different look come out.
Well, look, we also have word that Froggy Bunwich, by the way, another word that also might be my new favorite name, along with our DJ name earlier on here. But we also have word that he's also the semifinalist from the last duos tournament here. And I guess what happened, I wasn't quite there myself, but I think it ended up going wrong due to a bad internet connection. So let's hope there's a little bit better connection this time around. He's going to be wanting an absolute vengeance on what he was almost able to accomplish last time. And he also has Richard, a.k.a. That Boy Richie, who, again, we got two veterans here, Tristan. I would imagine they're coming in here with some pretty high-level thoughts here on how to play and some pretty cool and interesting compositions, being that we do have a mage player that's pretty familiar with how to play those mages and who also has experience in a 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And this just goes to show you, even if you do have some unfortunate internet connection issues, even if you are, kind of forced out of your rightful spot in the tournament due to some unlucky circumstances, it just goes to show you can always come back. You can always give it another run, and the internet won't be able to hold you back forever. And so Froggy Bunwich, he's here to make a statement, let you know that I was only out because I got DQ'd. I'm only out because of the internet. Now there's nothing left to stop me. It's time for revenge. He's paired up with That Boy Richie, two veterans on a single team. The low-key bosses are very high-key here to win this tournament.
And then when we look at Teapot here, I want to really see what these players have to offer. We have Miss Potter, also known as, I believe it's Depot. I could be mistaken. Team name Teapot, and I believe Depot is for Miss Potter here, so very, very cool. We also got TJ, Timmy J. Hughes, both representing Monroe here, partnered up. Both very cool players to watch from what I'm told here, Tristan, so I would imagine it's going to be a really, really fun game to watch and see these players really come together here. And Miss Potter, as an administrator and, a sponsor at our Florida campus here over at Ekuso here, I would imagine really likes to be in here with some of the students to really experience what some of the students at Ekuso also get to really go through here. So here we are. Game is ready to rock here, guys. We got Team Low-Key Bosses versus Team Teapot.
Yeah, absolutely. And the low-key bosses are already looking like they want to get themselves up close and personal to close quarters combat. We have Froggy Bunwich rocking the Pantheon. This is an absolute warrior right here in both player and champion spirit alike. Ready to dive in. He has a targeted stun to close the distance. I mean, what more could you ask for versus a ranged champion like the Misfortune? And look at that, a flash into the brush. Now that may have looked like, to a veteran league player, that may have looked a little bit like a waste, but one benefit that you get from flashing to brush is that they don't actually see you get into that next brush because you just teleport directly into it. So they may not be expecting the second player.
Tristan, We're looking at the team now here, Tristan. I see something pretty interesting here. Maybe you can help me understand here. But I'm looking at the side of Team Teapot here. And it looks like we have God Infusion. One of the other teams filling in is what I think is happening here. It doesn't look like they want to really wait to see some action. Yes, so we do have Fusion filling in here, who was the Diana that we seen earlier on. So not the same comp that we thought we were getting here, but it looks like they're still working decently together.
So, the team name Teapot was supposed to be a combination of Depot and her partner's name TJ. So I guess this is now G-Pot as first blood. Wow, Froggy Bunwich, are you kidding me? That damage was absolutely bonkers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's kind of one of those rockier starts. I would imagine there's a bit of an audible that has to be called there when you've been practicing, and we have to, swap out one of the players here. But it looks like Depot's still slowly adjusting. Again, we don't see items quite built yet from Fusion. Again, I'm not sure if this was an accident or if that's kind of a way to, level some playing field or something along those lines there. But no items from Fusion. Depot going the serrated dirt, meaning she is opting to get some of that damage out.
He's just so confident that he doesn't need the items. Items are just an unfair advantage for God Infusion if you were to pick them up. So that's the excuse I use when I forget to buy items. So that's what I will be going with here. And Depot just trying to safely farm things out. The only issue is when you're playing a Misfortune up against the Pantheon, which Froggy Bunwich is piloting, especially one of the best players in the tournament in Froggy Bunwich, it's so difficult to stay safe. He can gap close onto you really easily. His damage is so high that you just melt under his spear. It's just you have to play it on the knife's edge for sure.
Right. And one interesting fact I see from Depot here as well is we have a Glacial Augment as opposed to the traditional Arcane Comet when it comes to your Keystone, which is essentially a free bonus coming into the match here, and already a lot of damage coming out. There's the ultimate you were talking about now from that boy Richie. Depot is able to escape, but not for long. Froggy is able to take down Mrs. Potter there, and that will be the end of game one. We do have the victory going over to low-key bosses. Maybe high-key.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely not so low-key anymore, Froggy Bunwich, especially with the way Froggy was playing this game. He was not playing like anyone low-key. He was in their face, aggressive, taking as many fights as he possibly can. And that's kind of the way you need to play this matchup when you have the Pantheon. It's just one of those champions that's made for skirmishes, made for short, quick trades to get a lot of damage off, and that's what ended up racking them up some damage to get the victory. They're even able to go under the turret, which is not something that you would usually recommend as a coach because these turrets hit so hard, but they just simply realized it doesn't matter if we die to the turret because we're going to get that 2-0 before they can even try and fight back. And so the first game, 2 kills, very quickly pile on for the low-key bosses. I like the way in which they're playing this. They're not really doing these slow, methodical approaches, very quick brawls. And so these can really catch you off guard, especially if you're not used to it. And it looks like that's what happened this time around. Teapot now able to make the adjustments, go back to the drawing board. They could double check exactly what went wrong that time around, and I do believe we're going to be seeing significant adjustments being made into this second round.
Yep, and I gotta tell you, Tristan, even if I lost a game, I'd be super excited to be able to play in a tournament with one of my school administrators. I gotta be honest with you, we didn't have a program like this back when I was in high school, so if I had the opportunity, I don't care if I lose 37 games in a row, man, I would still have an absolutely good time. So I'm excited to see Miss Potter and not TJ, we have Fusion subbing in what they have to offer, which again, which I guess G-Pot now, as you mentioned, but we'll come back to them here shortly. We do have 2 other teams yet to be watched here today. We got Silence and Sleep and Can-Cam. Going heads up if you want to walk us through some of the players we get to watch here, Tristan.
Oh yeah, Elliot, Ghost Boy. He went through significant changes throughout his time in the course, and he has improved drastically because of them. In the last few weeks, he has really accelerated ahead as per his coach's word, and so really when players get to learn a lot like this, I'm expecting him to show out game 1, and then by game 2, game 3, he is going to be a completely new evolution of himself, just being given that stage time, that experience. Now, his partner will be, I know I'm going to completely butcher this name as well, but I'm going to say Tosh1 Muro. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but
sounds good to me, but go ahead.
Sounds nice at least. So what really establishes him is his work ethic. Now, work ethic this is a video game, right? A lot of people would think that work ethic does not apply to video games, but to be at the top level of League of Legends, you really need to do just that work. It's not as simple as just playing for fun and getting better. You have to genuinely look at your playstyle. You have to critique it. You have to be able to put your pride to the side, your ego to the side. You have to be able to really unbiasedly assess what your strengths, your weaknesses are, and how you can go about improving them. It's not always fun, but if you really want to be the best at something you do, you have to be willing to consider everything. And so, I mean, hey, work ethic will get you far in life, and in a video game, it is no different there.
Definitely. And where we seen earlier on, going back to Team Double Trouble representing, Xavier, we had Soren, or known as Sorex 999 there, known as the heart of Xavier Esports. And now when we look over to the side of Team CanCam, who is going against the team Silent Sleep you just mentioned, we do have Kaneko, Kaneko, it's called Dragonic. One is the heart of Monroe Esports. So we now get to see kind of both of the sides of some of the coins that are being flipped here in some of these games here. And we have them really showing development from what some of the coaches say as a true leader, not just a leader, a true leader here. So we're gonna see the way he's able to lead on Team CamCam, where he does have Cameron as his ally on here as well, known as a mechanically gifted and extremely talented player. When you get talent here and you got leadership, sky is the limit.
Oh yeah, and to also note as well, they are considered to be amongst Monroe's top tier teams, pretty much one of the best duos you can muster out of an entire school, which is high praise in itself. They're going to be trying to not only live up to it, but exceed the expectations. It's called Draconic. I have had the pleasure of casting him several times before and being a true leader along. I mean, what better pairings could you ask for than a mechanically gifted player and a fantastic leader? That is essentially what makes dynasties right there. You always have that veteran leadership with the young bucks. It's LeBron and Kyrie, and I mean, when you're against LeBron and Kyrie, I mean, suddenly things look a lot scarier. But CanCam versus Silence and Sleep, these are this is so much experience packed into one lobby, and I'm interested to see because they've never been known for having, just super stale champion pools. They've always been willing to switch it up and try something new, and so really, we could be getting anything in this next match.
Absolutely. I really want to see here, Tristan, some more PvP action type playstyles. I would have to say that's kind of one of my favorite seeing here. But look at the one thing that we've yet to see is a game end up winning or being lost through getting the first tower down. So we want to see if anyone is daring enough to try winning via that strategy, as it is a little bit more difficult than winning via 2 kills or 50 minions down. But it looks like the game is ready here, Tristan. So hopefully we get some insight based on the champions that we do have in store here, where Silence and Sleep opting to take in the Nunu and the Aurelia, where CanCam bringing in the Zed that we've seen earlier on. And we have Aphelios, one of the more mechanically intense champions as well.
Now, the Zed may not be given as much natural advantage in this matchup because he's not going against 2 ranged champions the same way the Zed was last time, and so it's not going to be inherently as beneficial the pick this time around. And already you see the Shadows not quite going according to plan there. Zed is a champion that operates off the Shadows. He can create a clone of himself to double his output as far as abilities and damage goes. A little small mispositioning there could have been dangerous. Almost walks headfirst into 2 enemy champions. That would have been very bad for his health. Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. And
doctors do not recommend.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, speaking of what doctors don't recommend getting hit by a lot of bullets and a lot of darn shurikens, which is exactly what CanCam are throwing here. One of the crucial things to mention about a champion like Aphelios, which Friendly Cam is bringing here, is you have 5 guns that cycle through every 30 bullets or so. So not only are you learning one champion, you're essentially learning 5 iterations of that one champion. Very difficult to master.
Oh yeah, but the potential, the upside in return for mastering the champion is one of the most powerful in the game. there's even players that get upset with how strong he can be at times, just because of the ridiculous plays you can make when you know the champion well. As I say that though, in goes the Irelia, doesn't land the stun, but still willing to fight it out. A flashback from Friendly Cam gets the distance between him and the enemy to try and keep himself safe. Ghost Boy follows up as well. It seems to be an even trade for now, but both teams showing a full willingness to fight.
Oh yeah, and look at the damage coming out of Friendly Cam as well. When you have that very long-range weapon, you essentially extend your range by a lot, and you're able to get a lot of damage out, make it a little bit more hard for Tech and Ghost to go forward, but they do not stop. Ghost is already going in here as you're going to look at to get some of the damage back on out. You're going to just decides to walk away, but this is kind of what we needed to see in the last series, where now Friendly Cam is acting as Caitlyn, getting some damage out. Ghost Boy having to flash away.
Ooh, it's cold, putting the pressure on. This is actually one of the closest matchups we've seen all day. Everyone in this game looks like they know exactly what they're doing. It's just a matter of who can execute slightly better in the end. But right now, I mean, it's very difficult to tell who's really in the lead because both teams are just firing off.
Oh, I completely agree. This is probably one of the more intense games we've seen here. I can feel the friendly tension slowly start to rise a little bit here as some of these teams realize this is one of the last series before you go to the quarterfinals, and they don't want to end their journey quite yet. No, not today, not yet. They worked too hard for it, Tristan. They're right here looking to prove that they've worked hard enough to at least make it to the quarterfinals. Here is the Moonlight Vigil getting thrown out from Cam. Cold Dragon looking to follow up, can't quite do it. Big ultimate from Tech. Dragonic is now over. Wow. Flawless duet able to land the stun. First blood there, but Friendly Cam still alive. Team Can still in it.
That was so well played there from the Irelia, from Tachimuro. The instinct to pull the trigger when he did, to go aggressively. It felt like he was willing to fight that even if he didn't have a teammate there, and really that was the absolute right call to make. He absolutely danced all over the battlefield there to give himself that first kill of the game and to put his team at such a huge advantage.
It's the Dancing Warrior, I gotta tell you. We have Tech just doing a phenomenal job on another champion that does typically require a very big... I gotta tell you, Tristan, I'm pretty impressed right now, man. I'm not gonna lie. We see a lot of mechanics, even looking at Friendly Cam. This is a champion. I play that marksman role. I will not touch that champion. I will not play him. He's very difficult, super tough to learn, and now he looks like he's doing a pretty good job so far, but Tech is trying to put an end to it right now, but there's the ultimate from Dragonic. Tech goes down 1-1. Scoreboard's even.
The duality of man. Just being able to go in, destroy everyone in the first engagement, get his team the initial kill. But then the second time around, a bit too ambitious for his own good. Perhaps his hubris was his downfall, and actually ends up diving in deep to trade back the kill. So really a double-edged sword there for Tachi, and I want to see how he adjusts based off of that last engagement. Maybe he brings it back to his initial ways and secures them the victory here, but he's been playing phenomenally either way. And with that, oh, look at the way he's resetting on the minions. He knows his champion very well.
This is pretty crazy here. I don't know what's more impressive, the gameplay here, or as I'm looking to the bottom, we have some of the damage out. Ghost Boy has to get away, but Tech looking to try to go forward here. Dragonic gonna help on out. Cam just setting some auto attacks out. Goes with the absolute zero, but he can't quite get a kill just yet. Tack wants some more. Dragonic is low. Dragonic falls down. Tack able to take the kill. It is silence and sleep for the side of Cam today. S&S take home game 1.
Wow, that was such a great finish, and Tachi is so impressive to me.
Wow.
He's supposed to be the newer player, and yet he is playing so incredibly smart when it comes to these engages. The first one was fantastic, the second one didn't go just as well, but his confidence wasn't shaken. He took the fight, and he made great use of it. You see just a slight overstep there from It's Cold, and that one overstep was taken full advantage of. There's not a lot of players in this tournament, not a lot of players in general that would make such use of a single slip up to take full advantage of it like that. But you see right there, It's Cold. He makes up for it with a fantastic engagement of his own, utilizing all of Zed's damage abilities to the fullest extent. Friendly Cam as well, doing a great job of positioning here, trying to get as much damage as possible off. But the bait and switch, we've seen it before. Tachi, full advantage of them tunnel visioning just a slight bit onto his teammate. And man, that's just That's just textbook League of Legends right there.
Yeah, I feel like if this was like the semifinals right now, Tristan, it would pretty much be like, okay, I can see why both of these teams made it to the semis, but it does look like, you know, two of those teams did get matched up together. So, not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to their game 2. I really am here. Very difficult champions, and they did a very good job. But we're gonna have to wait a little bit here, as we are gonna be going back over to low-key bosses versus Teapot. Remember, we got Miss Potter here representing for the faculty, for the administration here, looking to get one victory at least over the enemy team here. Remember, we do have a bit of a swap here, whereas we have God Infusion subbing in for TJ Timmy J. Hughes, again representing Monroe.
Yeah, God Infusion stepping up when the team needs him. Things could have been very unfortunate and could have been an early end for Miss Potter's team if they weren't able to find someone to step up like God Infusion. So very big thanks to God Infusion. Just short notice. I mean, it's very difficult to be able to fit in last second like this, but courageous spirit, that's a warrior right there. Just always ready to take another fight despite maybe not having the same kind of advantages other teams would. As I say that though, back in they go, Froggy Bunwich with a very aggressive early trade. That boy Richie piling on with the Haymaker. They're both ready to fight. But man, they're taking so much damage up front. And this is just the power of the Pantheon. Pantheon is such a ridiculously strong champion to take these early fights with. And if I had to pick anyone for a 2v2 tournament, I think this was a very intelligent pick from Froggy.
It definitely is, right? And it makes it tough for Fusion to ever really go forward on the Diana, meaning it's going to put a lot of pressure and a lot of the responsibility on Miss Potter here to land some of those combos, having that range, and she's doing a really good job. Those are not easy skill shots to land, but every time Froggy goes forward, you have that Tango Bar ready to rock there, and a little bit of a shield going to be coming down, mitigating some of the damage. Froggy still going to be very healthy.
Is that what that's called? The Tango Bar? The four stack passive. I have no idea. I just always called it the 5 stack for Pantheon. Either way, I mean, he's just doing such a good job. Once you get that stacked up,
Pantheon, gotcha.
Yeah, you'll do some extra damage afterwards. So you want to be able to really take advantage of that, and that's what Froggy seems to have been doing. I do believe he's just been waiting on his stacks to come up and then taking very aggressive trades, knowing he has the damage to back it up. That's what's been winning him so many short skirmishes so far, and so I think Froggy is just playing an extremely intelligent game plan while taking advantage of his champion strength. And look at that, getting the flash out of Depot solo there. Froggy is just willing to take the reins right now.
Yeah, to go back to what you were asking, you know, I'd be lying if I said I knew every champion's passive. I know most of the abilities, but passives, I'm not quite there yet. I believe the Tango Barb is that E from Depot here on that Nico. Yes, so getting those out when you have that shield coming out of Froggy there, it's super difficult because you have to time it right. But we now have their level 6s here from both Fusion and Depot, and their ultimates do have some synergy together, whereas Fusion pulls everyone together, Potts drops it down, and there's some of the damage out. Stun going forward. Froggy's already low, having a flash away. First put over to Depot, but they are going to be falling as well. But it's 1-for-1. Both teams tasting a little bit of blood, and they're still going to be alive to fight another battle here.
Yeah, and this is the point I actually really wanted to make, was that Froggy Bunwich, his champion is fantastic for the early game, but oh, it looks like we do have a disconnect here. I believe someone should be coming back fairly shortly here, but like I was touching on, is Froggy Bunwich has a fantastic champion for the early game, but once he reaches level 6, his ultimate ability is available. The only issue is the ultimate ability seems to be more mobility than anything. God Infusion is getting aggressed on right now. Froggy Bunwich just have the passive stacked up. We'll be able to make it to safety, and so no bloodshed at the moment. Instead, he is playing 1v2 though, as that boy Richie did go back to base with some internet issues there. A quick disconnect, but he is back and ready to rock and roll. So luckily, not having to hit the pause button for too long, he was able to quickly get back into the game. Like we were just talking about there, the Pantheon, his ultimate ability is mostly for mobility, which is a lot more useful on the other map than this one. And so he actually gets a lot of his fighting power equalized after this point. And we saw it there, how quickly he was able to get torn down when Depot and God Infusion kind of just dumped their entire toolkits onto him, everything in the kitchen sink essentially. And so, yeah, he's a lot more vulnerable now, which is good news for Team Teapot and good news for any League of Legends fans because it'll give us a much better shot at reaching that game 3. And that boy Richie, once again, using the flash tech to try and get himself into the extra bush undetected.
That's pretty intelligent there, and it looks like Fusion is not onto it yet. Neither is Mrs. Potter here.
Oh,
there's
they're
the ultimate
overextending.
dropped a little bit soon now. Some of the damage coming out here. Fusion looking to go in, but there's the showstopper from Richie, and it is going to be enough damage to take down the side of Team Teapot here. You know, they did a lot better than Game 1. They showed improvement. They showed heart. Unfortunately, I guess that boy Richie's just out here with the technology, man. Flashing to the bus to go unseen will be what it takes to get the victory for low-key bosses.
And that's a strategy that not even some of the best players in this game would think of.
That's nutty.
That is just so wonderfully intelligent. That boy Richie taking the initiative as one of the newer players to the game to really get creative and to really set up his teammate for the finish there. That was just bravo. Mwah, chef's kiss. Just a mastercraft recipe right there for success. As we see that next series come to an end, it was a great fight, especially for a makeshift team like Teapot, who had to come together at the last moment. I mean, they fought tooth and nail, especially that last match. Like you said, they took a second to find their footing, but once they got their synergy down, they made it look like the closest matchup you could possibly ask for in this tournament.
Definitely so. And by the way, while we're watching the replay, can we take a second to appreciate how sick those jerseys are here? I do not believe. I kind of want one myself here, Tristan. I don't know, man. I don't know if we'd be able to rep one as the casters here, but look back at the fight. You see Froggy going forward here. That's the first kill, the first blood over to Team Teapot. And unfortunately, they weren't able to really recover, even though it was 1-for-1 here. Look at the engage, and Richie just already behind them. They're going to stop the show, and bam! There's the second kill.
It's like, wow, you really know your composition inside and out when you see fights like that. And really, all credit to Teapot, all credit to Infusion as well for stepping in when the tournament needed him on short notice. And it's so difficult to play on a team like that when you don't have the same kind of practice. But they really showed up. They showed up. They made it extremely competitive versus one of the best teams in the tournament. I mean, that could have really been turned around if a few different variables go in their favor. And so, really, all credit to Team Teapot. They did everything they could in that situation, and win or lose, they definitely can hold their heads up high. Next up, though, we have the Game 2 versus Silence and Sleep and Can Cam. The bracket being updated. Oh, my apologies. It looks like Silent Sleep is going to be moving on to the next one. Looks like that is an error. We will be having our second game between Silence and Sleep and Can Cam in just a moment here. That is perhaps just a projection, perhaps just a bold prediction, if you will, from the
production manifestation here, Tristan.
Exactly.
Now we know on which side of the team your production stands for. Just saying here, but look, I think either way, this next matchup is just so fun and exciting, man. I gotta be honest, I kind of wish these two teams maybe would have met a little bit later on because there's just like so much friction you can feel on the rip. Both teams, you can tell they're able to utilize their champions. When you see the Aphelios coming out of the side of CanCam, you're getting poked out. You're using multiple guns, multiple abilities to use them effectively in a fight, in a 2v2 that is that fast-paced, back and forth action going on. Super good on them. But again, it is 1-0 so far. We have Game 2, Silence and Sleep versus CanCam.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to get into this one. Now, it's going to be another intense match like we saw the first. If I had to predict, I would say that first match was just a precursor to the intense kind of back and forth we're going to get with this round 2. And I want to see if the changes, because I wouldn't be surprised if neither side decided to change up their champion picks because of how close that first one was. If you're the side of the winning team, you'd probably be a little bit nervous to change your champions in case it makes you that little bit worse to the point where you end up giving over the game. And if you're on the side of CanCam, you almost feel like, hey, if it was this close, all we need to do is clean up our play a little bit and we can win it out the next time. We don't need to change up our champions. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see the runbacks just straight up everything the same and just trying to outplay the other side of the board.
Yeah, completely. So I really want to see that happen again, to be honest with you, Tristan. We've seen it earlier where we've seen a run back in the game 3. I believe it was in the 4th or 5th matchup that we've seen because the games were so close like that. And we have really high skill cap champions again being played here, guys. High skill cap meaning there are a lot of darn buttons you have to click, meaning you got to play the champion for quite some time to be good at it, unless you're just built differently, like apparently every player from Silence and Sleep and CanCam are, because these are champions that even I struggle with, and I've been playing League for quite a few years here as well. So definitely excited, curious to see how it pans out, wanting to see same matchup back to back.
Absolutely. We request it, and therefore they must oblige, right? Casters pretty much decide everything in League of Legends, so that's how it works. That's how we may just get it. Fingers crossed, really, though. In all seriousness, I would love to see another intense match like that. Those are just, as casters, that's what we live for. That's the reason we're in this business, because we love being able to go over fantastic, fun matchups like the students are providing today. So big appreciation goes out to every single one of them for all the hard work that they've been putting in, and to the parents watching at home. So the support is greatly appreciated to everyone tuning into this stream. We really appreciate all that you've shown the students and the Ekuso invitationals as well. These couldn't be possible without all of you guys. Yeah. So just really really grateful to everyone that's tuning in right now.
I'm telling you, Tristan, if we had Ekuso back around when I was in high school, man, I'd probably be a little bit better in probably a few different areas, probably mainly at League of Legends as well here. But I do think we have that game now getting set up again, guys. This is a game 2, Silence and Sleep versus Team CanCam. We see the new Nubarelia coming again from S&S, where CanCam, a bit of a mix-up here, where we no longer have Dragonic, and when he played last game, we have him on the Diana. But again, Friendly Cam just playing to a T on that Aphelios.
Yeah, and he picked the Zed last time around, going for the Samira this time. And from Assassin to pretty much the same Assassin. Honestly, it's still an Assassin, it feels more like. While technically could be is considered an AD carry, the way this Samira plays looks a lot more like an Assassin, where you stack up the passive, just go diving in and trying to tear everyone to shreds. Deciding not to opt in for any potions, though, and so interesting to see Ice. It's Cold just trying to play by his wits alone. The only issue is that with a high mobility champion like Tachimuro on this Irelia, could really zip around the battlefield and get onto some of your more vulnerable targets quickly, especially as Ghost Boy starts to line things up. They chain it into the stun. This could be dangerous. He's going to try and survive the long haul. Instead of flash forward, just a few more autos will do the job. Ice Cold, it's able to make himself out of a bad situation. It's Cold, my apologies. But man, it was by the skin of his teeth, and his HP bar is not looking too pretty as a result.
Yeah, that was a really good play from Dragonic there. That kind of goes to show, look at, when you're under a lot of pressure like that, and it can all be like that, the snap of a finger, you gotta stay cool, stay calm, you stay collected here, and you utilize your abilities in what your kit is. And Dragonic was able to stay calm and get away, but now he's in a bit of a rough spot. Blade Roll looking to try to help out some of the damage here, but it's not going to be enough. Tak is able to get the first blood there. Cam wants to get some auto attacks back, just to get a little bit more value out of the death of Dragonic.
Wow, what a stun lined up. Tachimuro, this guy is just a menace right now. I am terrified to be playing against him if I am any team in this tournament. Dashes to the minion, sets up the stun, gets the resets, just hops on top of the low HP target. Great target priority there. He knows exactly who he should be targeting out, and he finishes the job with quickness. This guy is definitely someone to watch out for, and I love that Ghost Boy is willing to take the initial engagement, just because he knows that if he's able to set up his teammate, it'll provide their best path to victory. And so he doesn't feel like, he's not a guy who needs to steal the spotlight, who needs to be the center of attention at all time. He just is concerned with victory, and that's exactly why they're having such a fantastic start to this game so far. And as I say that, big ultimate coming out from Friendly Cam. The counter engage there from Tachi. He wants to find an avenue into this fight, but because they're so close to the turret, he decides to call it off for now.
And one thing important to note here for Dragonic on that champion Samira, being that you do have that Blade Whirl, you're able to cancel out projectiles. Now, if I'm not mistaken, while Ghost Boy is rolling that snowball, if it's still in his hands, it will not be blocked by the Blade Whirl. But once he releases it and it goes as a projectile, it then can be blocked. So it's a lot about timing here from Dragonic and being far enough to where he can wait it out until the new snowball comes out and block it. And if that gets blocked, it's not that easy for Talk to land that stun that he just did right now, but he does, and there's going to be the re-engage here. Dragonic is not able to Blade Whirl it in time, and the snowball hits, and that's going to be it. Team SNS take home game 2, secure their last spot into the quarterfinals.
Man, oh man, and that is, I almost want to after every match, I almost want to say I have a new favorite for the tournament, just because I keep getting more and more impressed with how these players are actually executing their game plans. And another fantastic combo coming out there. The Nunu to roll in with the snowball, the slight stun that is set up as a result of the snowball is then chained into the Irelia stun, a reset on the dash. I mean, it's just, from top to bottom, that's just an airtight strategy that's netted them several kills and has gotten them past the first round with just convincing victories.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have, you know, Elliot here, we heard Ghost Boy was one of those players that transformed a lot, and it seems like some of these players that are really transforming and improving throughout the course of not only this tournament, but throughout the course of their time at Ekuso so far are really doing the best here. And we now get to see the 8 out of 16 teams here, Tristan, that now have made their way into the quarterfinals. And I think first and foremost, I do believe we do have a break after this, but I think on our return, we will see 142K Power versus Double Trouble here. Before we leave on a break here, Tristan, I'm curious, do you have a favorite match that you're most excited to watch in the quarters?
I'll be honest with you, I am so excited to watch every single one of these. I have favorite teams more than anything that I want to watch, and definitely Silence and Sleep is one of those favorite teams to watch just because the Irelia play is so important. When you have a good Irelia, it can be night and day whether your team gets carried or your team has to carry the Irelia.
True.
And in this case, it looks like the Irelia is doing the carrying. And it's always such a dark horse when you have a good Irelia on your team because it can really turn the tide solo. And I'm interested to see how these teams stack up against each other because it looks like several teams have these strategies that look airtight at face value. But what happens when an unstoppable object or when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object?
True.
I want to see the Titan teams go up against each other and to really see who actually is foolproof here. And so with that, we will be heading to a short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have the best action of the tournament so far with these top tier teams heading off against each other. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are here after a fantastic round one of the tournament. That was back and forth. I laughed. I cried. I had a fantastic time. I'm joined again by Schnecky. Schnecky, how you feeling heading into this round two?
You know, I'm feeling really good. I get the feeling that we got quite a bit of a warm-up here leading on to some of these championship rounds. You know, we got quarterfinals here. We've done about 8 series so far. I think there's about 7 left. So we're now on the latter half where just as our vocal cords are likely warmed up, a lot of the teams should be as well. So we've seen what a lot of them have to offer. I would imagine here on a lot of these game ones here, Tristan, that we're likely going to see a lot of those same champions and a lot of similarities coming up shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, before we head into this round two, though, let's head into our sponsors. Thank you very much to Apply with Sanity. Just here to help all of you young high school students, to help you get into that dream college. Readable, wise college advice for high school students. I mean, these are people who have experienced it. They've been through the ringer. They've dealt with all the difficulties of the college applications that you might have yourself. And don't let yourself do it alone. You have those resources there. Definitely hit up Apply with Sanity, and it will make your life a lot easier. Now, that being said, heading into the second round of the 2v2s, I am more than excited. Let's bring up the bracket here just real quick so that we can get an idea of who we're going to be spectating first. It's going to be 1-4 2K Power versus Double Trouble, both of them having standout performances in that first round. We're going to see two Titans clash head-to-head, right before Not Dead versus Team Mangoes, two big powerhouses for the tournaments. This is going to be a very top-heavy first 2 matches.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a super exciting one. And what better way, Tristan, to kick off the quarterfinals than a banger of a series here. And again, one of my favorite prospects that I've seen in Ekuso so far is Soren. Man, this dude on some of the champions he operates is insane. We've seen his Zed just do an absolute phenomenal job in the first series we've seen. He also switched up champions here, so we're gonna get to see what he wants to take in here for the game 1. And again, we still got Wilsonium and Hilly Warrior, who also had a 2-game victory in their best of 3 series.
Yeah, I'm still not forgetting that Pike set combo. That Pike set combo thing I've been keeping in the back of my mind this entire time because of that setup looking so consistent for the team. And so you're definitely going to have to put on some really raw mechanical skill if you want to try and avoid that engage, because really, you can't let yourself get hit by the initial hook. Otherwise, it's very easy to chain you into instant death. And so that's going to be one thing to watch out for. We should be heading into that game fairly soon here. But do you have any predictions as to this game? Do you think we're going to be seeing the Pike set, or do you think it's going to be the Zed first up?
I'm going to say both. I'm going to say we're going to end up seeing both here throughout game 1, game 2, and if we're lucky enough, maybe game 3 here. Look at both of these teams. Really showed they did a really good job together. They've worked pretty hard. They have a bit of a different champion pool, and we've seen them operate together and do pretty well. And I think that is the cue as the game is about to start up soon here, Tristan. I do want to see some of that aggression again. I don't think that this is going to be one of those series that ends up having very many games that go to getting minions and taking them down and building up that CS score. I highly believe that this is going to be a first blood, second blood type game, which means a lot more action and a lot more in-your-face type style of play.
Yeah, neither of these teams have shown tendencies to play it slow and to play it passive. They have shown full willingness to just go hit for tat, shot for shot, and barn burners all around. It's going to be the setup between Sorex and Janu. The one we saw them to great success earlier. The initial setup with the luck, hits the binding, and then Sorex goes diving in. This is a completely different look, though, from Willzone and Hilly Warrior, though. The Mundo Xerath combo, which is, man, just a testament to how deep their champion pools can go, because we saw neither of these champions come out the first time around.
Look, there's a reason why the coaches told us this player, Healy here, has a very deep and diverse champion pool. I would call it more of like an ocean from some of the picks that he's bringing out here into these 2v2s. Again, we have that winning matchup in which we did see one loss for Double Trouble on Sorex Viego and Juno's Lux here. Remember, the one thing we were looking out for was the mana pool from Juno, hence why we have that Guardian Orb, which allows you to be more mana efficient and allows some of your mana to regenerate, while Sorex is mainly that engage tool if Juno can land some of that stuns or roots.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, just the orb going out here, it looks like mostly just wave clear up initially. No one really taking too much fight here. Willzone, though, he's mostly prioritizing poke. He wants to do some chip damage to set up Hilly Warrior for that all in, but we're seeing a much more slow-paced, more methodical game so far.
We absolutely are. And look at Juno's mana pool. Looking crispy as ever. They have that ability to keep throwing out some of those abilities here. You know, it doesn't look like it's going to be doing too much damage, even though the root does land. Healy Warrior, as we've seen earlier on, with that Dr. Mundo Nami matchup. Very, very tanky of a champion here. Very survivable, and it's really difficult to kill, which is why we likely see Sorex hammering down on some of the minions now, but Juno's now a little bit too deep. Healy's able to find some of the damage there, and Healy takes a kill. Sorex now has to run away with the glacier, with the path, the harrowed path here. Sorex gets a stun. Sorex picks one. There's the passive, looking for a little bit more here. Really having to prop the barrier, flashing away. Sorex going in. There's some damage. There's the kill. There's the double trouble, taking home the bacon in game number 1.
Wow, what a finish there. That was an absolute season finale right there. That was just down to the last man. Everyone ends up dropping there, but when it comes down to, you know, every one of the teams dying, it's whoever gets the kill first. Sorex knew that. He didn't care if he died there because he knows, I'm ahead in this fight. I can finish you before you can finish me. He dives in even deeper, knowing that this is a one-way trip. He doesn't care if he makes it out or not. He didn't, but he took the victory home, and that's what matters to him. Sorex is what really just separated the two teams there, and this Viego pick seems to be working wonders for him.
Oh, yeah. Look, Tristan, that is a statement if I've ever seen one. We have Willzonium, a person known for their diverse champion pool, but when you pick a champion like Viego and your passive is quite literally to turn into the champion you just killed, you get a kill, you play their champion, then you get another one after that. I mean, that's almost just as diverse of a champion pool, where we just seen 3 different champions in one game be operated at some point by Sorex.
Yeah, he definitely got to play. He definitely got to play League Deluxe version there, able to swap between all the champions, and really a lot of credit too as well to Juno. I mean, the presence of mind to, instead of just running back towards your tower like a lot of players would do, Juno just ran straight towards Sorex, realizing that Sorex has enough damage to the point where he can still win the fight, even if he does go down. And so, rather than just running back to the tower like a lot of players would autopilot to do, he thinks about it. He thinks about what he's doing, and he tries to set up he tries to set up the fight, even in his dying moments. And that's really what helped Sorex, you know, show off and flex his muscles to really bring that one home. And so a lot more goes into these fights, even with the dying champions, than one might think.
And it looks like we are going to go ahead and swippity swap here to the second series of the quarterfinals, where we find ourselves in game 1 once more. We have Team Not Dead again, featuring Xavier, No Name, and Tristan Not Dead Memer for Team Not Dead versus Team Mangoes, where we have Danny, also known as Not Danny, representing Myris over here, with Jackson, the Average Monkey, on his team as well. We're going to have to see which team has what it takes to take home game 1. We see a lot of familiar champions and some new ones as well.
A lot of familiar champions, a lot of familiar faces. This Akali Misfortune combo, while it may not seem to be the most synergistic at the front lines, at the ready, you may be able to find that Misfortune is one of the few AD carries that can kind of follow up on the Akali engage without, you know, just having to run forward. You can just hit the R as soon as the Akali goes in. It's kind of that artillery strike from afar, while the Akali tries to be that frontliner.
Yeah, and again, we see the use of champions who don't quite require a mana pool like we see in the Akali, but I mean, look, it allows you to spam a lot more abilities and not have to worry as much about your mana pool and not have to worry about your usage of those abilities. But again, the one issue is that it's a very difficult champion to play and operate, but Monkey was able to do it in the first series. Why can't he do it again? And we also look at the other ally here for the side of Team Mangoes, looking at Not Danny here. He also takes the press the attack here as opposed to taking the Arcane Comet as the keystone, meaning he wants to do a lot more damage to the frontline tank, which press the attack will allow extra damage on both of the allies, whereas Arcane Comet typically is good for a little bit of poke, which wastes a ton of mana.
Yeah, and one thing I also like about the setup from Not Dead as well is that the Mordekaiser can try and isolate these fights. If the Akali jumps on his teammate and his teammate looks to be in trouble, Mordekaiser ult, boom, separate them out. If the Misfortune steps too far forward, all you have to do is pop the ultimate on the Misfortune, separates her from the fight, and when you're being given a 1v1 as a Mordekaiser versus an overextended, very fragile champion like the Misfortune, then suddenly you just get to have a field day. So I think once level 6 is reached, there's a lot of options for Not Dead to play the fights, a lot more than they have initially.
One thing important to note here is No Name on that Varus when he uses that ultimate, the Chain of Corruption. One thing it's really good for is to find damage on a single target. Not Dead Memer's going in. There's that death drum we were talking about. Not Dead going to throw the ultimate out. A little bit of damage going to find itself onto No Name. There's the flash. Wow. There's the obliterate. Not Dead is able to take that first blood. Average Monkey now going to get forced back over to the recall pit. Spend a little bit of gold. Coming back with one death.
He may not be dead, but you certainly are. And Mordekaiser is looking massive. He's even pulled back in Not Danny, who tries to get himself to safety. The heal, the flash, both being used. He is surviving on a hope and a prayer right now.
Ooh, we have to be watching out for those death grasp pulls. It works out so well when you're Not Dead Memer. You pull the grasp, and you mentioned, look, we have an unsung hero here, the unsung samurai of the team, where he's doing a lot. It is Dead Memer who's really putting the enemy team in position for No Name to just get a ton of the damage out there, and Xavier's doing a very good job at following up. What we need to see is Danny and Average Monkey play around that Death's Grasp. As Not Danny, being an AD carry, you do have a lot of passive movement speed on your W, which is Strut, allowing them to walk out of distance, whereas Average Monkey can use their E, Shuriken flip out, and use it to dodge it here. So we need to see them utilizing their spells, because if not, same thing might happen again.
Oh yeah, and that's just so hard to dodge sometime when the Mordekaiser player is really good at angling it. It's just you have to be really quick on the side steps and really reactionary, but see if they can try and shore it up here. Is Not Dead Memer. It looks like he's posturing for it. He really wants to try and throw that out there again.
Ooh, we gotta watch out here though, because of Varus's Q. You get so much range. Ultimate's gonna be thrown out. Danny's able to dodge it though. He's still gonna be alive for now. He also dodged the snowball. We forgot to mention that Danny apparently just bought the new Nikes and has them on right now, dodging everything coming his way.
You can dodge an ult, you can dodge a ball. I heard that somewhere. Not Dead Memer. And he does eat a little bit more poke there, but slowly he is getting some HP back. The only issue is we're starting to encroach on 50 CS. Don't let it sneak up on you. We got Mordekaiser at 26, the Varus at 29. They're at 45 individually. This next wave could be the end of the game right here.
Yeah, we have 5 more, and I'm going to count it down now, whereas we're down to 4, and it doesn't look like Average Monkey or Danny really know what's coming. They need to force something right here, right now. 1 left. No Name will get it, and that's going to be the victory for Team Not Dead. A kill and 50 minions is all it takes. Team Mangoes are going to have to go back to the drawing board for Game 2.
Yeah, and it looks like they just kind of snuck up on them. Even afterwards, oh, insult to injury.
Why you gotta flex, meme? Why you gotta flex?
Just through the heart, slices the arrow through. So not only is it the 50 CS victory, but it's the moral victory too, with getting the kill afterwards, with a nice little sniper shot down the pipe, down the middle. And so really all the momentum in the world going into this next round, that's gotta feel good.
Definitely so. For those of you guys watching, that is essentially the equivalent of flexing your muscle after a victory on a video game here. But now we do get to watch the replay as the next game is getting set up here. We had Monkey just going a little bit too deep. Flash did come out in time, but apparently not so much. We were able to get the kill there from Memer, and now we have Danny already super low. He has to stay way far back because they only have one death left, but the real issue at hand was that sneaky little minion farm there, but there's the no-name Flex picking up the kill onto Danny.
That was just absolutely so much fun to watch, and just all around, such good play on both sides there, but in the end, it was the Mordekaiser that made all the difference, not Dead Memer. He is really coming alive right now, despite being one of the newer players to the game of League. He is learning at an exponential rate, it looks like, and he is really making his name known. As a fellow representative of the Tristans, you know, I can definitely say that we've got our namesake in good hands.
The Tristan stamp of approval is there. Can confirm as we now go into game 2. Again, 1K power. I believe, if we remember correctly, we just had Double Trouble get the 1-0 lead as there we go. Now okay, guys, it's our production making sure, hey, casters, you guys still awake? Heck yes, we are. Double Trouble are 1-0 after that crazy Faker-like play from Sorbex here on the Viego. Now, we're going to need to see if he's able to operate the same when he's against two different champions, as when that passive procs, you do turn into the enemy champions that you killed. Now we got Kiana from Willzone and Healy picking the Garen.
And for those of you who don't remember, this was actually their winning combination for the first series they played, and so they're going back to the tried and true. They are going back to what got them to the dance, which is always a great strategy when it comes to you finding yourself, you know, in a bad situation, how you come back from it.
So what we're going to really want to note here as well is we have an assassin in Willzone here who he plays very well, may I add. A very strong champion who really utilizes those walls here, and since this is the Howling Abyss map and the fact that we do have those really disclosed walls and not that big of a map to play around, you get a lot of value out of the Kiana Supreme display of talent, meaning we have to watch out if you're Sorex and Juno when Willzone hits level 6, because if you guys both get caught in the knockup, it is not likely to end well. We already see Juno making sure to get some poke damage out, knowing the way Willzone and Hilly played this last time, level 6, full engage.
Yeah, level 6 is basically the sign to hit the gas and to just go all in. And I like their strategy is to just shove in right now. They note the wave clear. They're not able to really keep up with the push of the minions all the way into the tower, and so that's a really good way to accrue a steady overtime farm lead. Really have that fallback option in case the fights aren't going your way.
See Sorex now getting a little bit of poke onto Willzone. Willzone just okay, they're doing it back and forth here. We got a game on our hands. A little bit more flexes here as each time one of the players gets their poke, we do see it instantly come out with some of the emotes there. Immediately Juno's able to get some of the damage back out. Sorex doing okay. And we do have a bit of a lead here. Great point you made, Tristan. With that wave, all the minions constantly being shoved to the tower. That means we have Willzone and Healy in a spot where it's a lot more difficult to get the last hit when you have a tower dealing that much damage, one after the other after the other.
Yeah, and I mean, Willzone doing a fantastic job of trying really hard to make sure he gets all the CS into the tower. He's really not dropping all that much, despite it being much more difficult for him to actually do the ball. As I say that, and he goes.
There's the 6.
His talent, gonna pin Sorex into the wall, pinned down the sword from the sky. He gets dropped. Juno just trying to make it back to the turret. It's going to be close. He's ignited. He's burning the final skill shot. Drops him down to a single HP. He's running for his life. Hilly Warrior can't decide to make up his mind.
Nice.
1 for 1 so far.
Wow, what a really good way to keep themselves up here from Double Trouble. Juno was on the precipice of almost experiencing their defeat here in this game, but not Juno, let me tell you. We had the Flash and Ghost still up there, Tristan, and Juno did not even bat a darn eyebrow. Super cool in terms of composure, and now we have Sorex being able to spend some of the gold there after that recall, and we now have a Sheen, meaning a lot more burst slash poke damage from Sorex.
Yeah, and critically, it wasn't actually Willzone dying there. If Willzone was the one to drop, he would have had a lot of gold to spend in the bank, and so with that, Hilly Warrior wasn't able to really buy too much aside from an Iron Spike whip, which, I mean, is powerful in its own right, but it's definitely not as scary as a Kiana with a lot more gold under her belt.
Oh, I completely agree here. And we're now at a spot where it's 1 kill to 1 kill. We still have a little bit of a way to go in terms of the CS. There's a lot more minions to be dead now, but Wilson's going to be going forward now. Juno's in a bit of a bad spot. There's a silence, there's a damage, there's a dash, there's the kill. 142k power, taking it down in game number 2, securing themselves a spot for a game 3 here. We couldn't have asked for a better start to these series in the quarterfinals.
Man, they're all coming down to the wire, too. It feels like everyone is trading evenly, but it's a matter of who gets that hit in first, who is quicker on the draw. This is an old Western right now, and it looks like the reach for the holster was just a little bit faster on the side of the on the side of 142k power. We're gonna be heading to a game 3. This has been intense. It's been back and forth, and it has been exactly what the doctor ordered for all you League of Legends fans at home and all you families that enjoy watching some good back and forth games.
Yeah, and look at, before we get to that game 3, we now got to switch gears once more, which I really like, by the way. It's a nice change in tempo, especially when you have different teams who've worked on different assortments of their skill and are displaying their talent in different ways. We get like a really high-paced action where we're yelling, and then we get more of a slow, cool, calm, collect display of going for different win conditions in those minions, in those kills, or if you're the last game from what we've seen from Team Not Dead and Mangoes, you just do both. You just get the 50 minions, and you also get the 2 kills for the flex, but we are going to go back to game 2. Again, we do have Team Mangoes versus Team Not Dead here, and we are ready now for that game to begin here. Again, it's going to be game number 2 here. Team Not Dead currently 1-0. We got, again, Xavier with their username No Name. We have Tristan on the set. Now we have a bit of a different one here. We have Monkey on the Yasuo again with Danny back on Misfortune.
Oh yeah, No Name, just been really impressive this entire tournament so far. No surprise to see him trying to go for the more high damage picks here. Not Dead. Oh, again with the setup, he's going in. The first one, the instant jump. Not Monkey. He's gone off the map just like that.
Off the map and off the darn charts. Dead Meme on the pike, just creating so much early tempo. I gotta tell you, I was taking a second to blink and a half a second to take a breath, and immediately the action starts here. Not Dead really wants their enemies to falter here. Danny getting hit with another hook now, but there's the CC from the E proc. Danny has to flash away. Danny cannot make it. Average Monkey will not be able to help him out there, but Not Dead securing their spot, the first spot so far in the semifinals.
And the Pike set combo shows its face yet again the insane result. I mean, come on now. Every time you see this combo being brought out, it's quick, decisive victories. And so I think some teams are going to need to start playing around it, maybe drafting to counter it, or just, it's going to take some miraculous outplays if you want to beat it, because right now, it is steamrolling through the ranks of near every team it's gone against.
Yeah, and now we get a chance to take a really even briefer look at what the heck just went on now. We had an immediate first blood there. Dead Memer just trusting himself and his team to follow up. Lands that skewer, lands it again. Danny immediately cannot walk away. You have to flash before the E comes out. It didn't come out, therefore, neither did Danny. Yeah,
and I mean, you have to just be so quick to flash out. If you take a second too long to flash out, you're just dead. It almost feels like there's next to no counterplay unless you're just you have to be extremely quick on the flash. You have to just never let yourself be put in that position in the first place, because it feels like right after that hook lands, your chances of survival drop immensely.
Yeah, and that's one of the things of League of Legends, right? You talked earlier on, and I agree with it, at the beginning here, there's a couple different factors at play, right? There's, a bit of mental fortitude that goes on. You have to think about strategy, but there's also always that underlying mechanic. You have to be able to click the buttons at the right time, right? The moment you see one of those skill shots coming down, you need to be quick on the trigger here. And again, we see it happening quite a couple of times when you have a player as good as Dead Memer and No Name, and you're able to just throw them out non-stop. Eventually, you're bound to make a mistake. You're not going to be able to dodge every single one. And the moment you don't dodge one, sometimes that's enough to escalate to a win. But Tristan, I do think before we go to game number 3 here, back to the original series between 142K Power and Double Trouble to fight themselves their spot over to the semifinals. We are going to go to a quick break. We're going to let them get that game set up. And when we get back, we're going to see who's going to come out victorious.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, parents and students alike. We are back to the Ekuso duos. It has been absolutely wild for the last few matches. It's just been non-stop battling back and forth. We do have one more in our best of 3 to get over on that first half, which, I mean, wow, what a matchup so far. 142K Power. Yep. I mean, the favorites to win the tournament coming into it have been pushed to their absolute limit in just the second round.
Yeah, and look, we even get a go-ahead and watch back here at one of the last games here, but we did have Juno going forward again. The exhaust was on, but Haley Warrior did such a good job at staying alive. But look, immediately Sorex puts the pedal to the metal, is able to take down one, turns into Haley Warrior's Dr. Mundo. Willzone then is forced to get away, but the flash from Sorex allows him to get the kill. It's the tenacity, Tristan, the ability to work through, even though your ally just died, and go forward. But speaking of tenacity here, we now have 2K coming back in, getting the first blood out. Now, Juno is the one who's left all alone here in this lonely little abyss. And there's the damage from Will. But Juno still, remember, is able to stay alive here. Healy goes down, making it 1-1 on that game.
Absolutely, and really this final highlight just goes to show how quickly things can be turned onto some of the squishier champions. Yes, Healy Warrior does go down, but because that Lux is so much more fragile, they were able to really pile on the damage and sneak away with that victory from right out under the noses, forcing this game 3, which is about to be insane.
And by the way, huge, massive shout out again to Apply with Sanity for allowing Ekuso to put on some events like this. Not only are the casters having fun, not only is production amazing, but I'm sure all the students are also having a blast as well. And students, if you do want to get help in applying for college, there's a lot of readable, wise college advice for high school students. I was actually looking at their website a little bit before this cast started, and they have updated blogs weekly, a bunch of cool stuff. They show you the whereabouts and the know-how, and they make some of the complex words and terminology of when you're applying for colleges very simple. And I wish it was there when I applied for my college back in Cal State Fullerton, back when I was in California there. Had to shout out the my college plug really quickly there. But again, we are now getting back into it, getting ready for game 3 here, Tristan.
Yeah, I mean, like you were talking about earlier, if we had this program in high school, I mean, we live across the country from each other now, but we actually went to high school in similar areas. Maybe we would have met each other way back when, and we would have had the League of Legends bond from day one. But in the end, it all works out. League of Legends brings together people in the end, no matter what. The Ekuso Invitationals are just a fantastic way to have that bond. And you know, when you're still in school, when you still are on the up and up, and really, it's just a great thing to see. It's a great thing to see it help develop confidence in many of the students here, and develop a lot of life skills, along with just a lot of fun, just a lot of happiness that comes with the game. So, as I say that, I do believe we are loading into our final game, into the best of 3 very soon here. I do believe we will need just a few minutes for a potential delay to catch up with the game. But that being said, I mean, I'm expecting to see the both of these teams are going to bring out their A game. They're not going to be experimenting with any champions right here. They're going to be doing what works for them, and they're going to be throwing everything out there to ensure that they make it through this round, because these are 2 of the best teams in the entire tournament. It almost feels like this if I saw this as a finals matchup, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I got to tell you, and back to what you were saying back when we were in college, man, back when we were in high school, if we happen to be in the same tournament, I don't think I would be doing as good as some of these teams here. You know, I don't want to speak for you because you're probably a Smurf and you could probably do really well, but a lot of these players, man, are just showing like the ability to not only grow, but to play so well, and it's very exciting. So we're going to see what, again, they bring out in the game 3. We've seen victory, and we've also now seen that defeat from both these teams. Again, we're going to be watching 1-4-2K Power versus Double Trouble, where we have Sorex, again, known as the heart of Xavier Esports. Will that heart keep on beating in this tournament? We need to find out. We've seen the mechanics from Sorex. We've seen how Juno has adapted throughout this tournament, being one of the newer players, coming from Overwatch, coming to League of Legends, being able to adapt. Do they have what it takes to adapt fast enough to take out 1-4-2K Power and to take out William and Jose here, which again, just so much phenomenal teamwork from those 2.
Oh yeah, definitely some of the best synergy I've seen in this tournament. And I mean, it's so surprising as people who are still fairly new to the game, still learning, still developing their skills, just having this presence of mind and having this kind of synergy built up between them, it's all the more impressive. Now, we're hopping into this final game. All the marbles are on the line. Winner take all. Loser meets an early end to the tournament. It looks like we have pretty much exactly what you'd expect. Both teams playing what they think is their best possible combination, not really willing to experiment when their tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, and both teams have experienced victories on these comps, and they've also experienced defeats here. We've seen how sometimes push can come to shove, and one player may die, and it's the other player who has to really pick up some of the slack. When it's 1 versus 2 like that, very difficult situation to be in, whether it's esports, whether it's any other sport. 1v2s are not typically something that are easy to accomplish here. So I want to see Juno and Sorex this game be able to both stay alive and play together, but it's really easier said than done when Hilly and Will can bypass Sorex and just go straight for Juno.
Yeah, Sorex right now, just ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. You see him already moving up to the creep wave. Willzone, a little bit more of a passive approach this time around. Wants to bide his time. Hope the Kiana can pick up enough minions. I think level 6 is when they really feel a bit more comfortable going for that burst fire.
Speaking of burst fire, we see Juno being a little bit more hesitant now, throwing out some of those abilities here. Where we do have Arcane Comet, you want to get some of the poke damage out. We see it way more focused on these minion waves here. They want to put, again, 142 in the position here, Tristan, where they have to farm minions out of the tower in a very nice route. Very good poke damage.
And I really like the idea behind that, because not only are they shoving the minion waves into the turret, making it really hard to pick them all up, they actually ended up going behind in minions there, because Willzone is doing such a fantastic job of blasting the minions under the turret. But here's the thing, the minions can no longer block skill shots if you're under the turret. Juno just gets all this free firing range, essentially, to try and harass you under the turret every time you try and walk up for a minion, which you know you have to do because you don't want to fall behind.
Right.
It's essentially giving Juno a free opportunity to try and do some extra damage and to really hurt you as you walk up.
We do have a bit of a ticking time bomb as well. Remember last time, the moment I called it, we had that level 6 come out of Willzone and come out of Hilly here, and immediately they go forward. Hence, having that ghost from Hilly Warrior, you're able to run up, put exhaust on whoever you want. Again, you can use exhaust in an aggressive or defensive approach. Defensive would be putting it on Sorex to block some of the damage. Aggressive would be to slow down Juno and to go all in on the Juno. But a major factor in how these fights play out is if Willzone on Kiana can land the supreme display of talent and get them to the terrain and land that big stun.
Yeah, and I mean, there's just one thing that's really interesting to note is that despite getting shoved in the tower over and over, Willzone actually has pretty much the more CS than the other two combined. Not even having a Hilly Warrior pick up any of the CS. He's pretty much trying to do it all himself. That time he does drop a little bit more, and so he is slowly starting to give up just a little bit of ground here, but he is really doing a great job of ensuring that his team isn't lost to minions alone because of his fantastic last-hitting mechanics. And now they're both level 6, we may see a lot more go down here. Big ultimate into the wall. He catches them both. The follow-up from Hilly Warrior. He's got one. Sorex is ready to fall for the second, trying to make it back to his tower. He is on a lifeline right now.
Look, I really like how Juno still opted to not use the summoner spells. That was unlikely to survive anyway for Juno here. Once you get that ultimate, you really are in a tough situation to come back from there. So Juno's going to be able to have those 2 summoner spells and be able to help back out. Sorex will regenerate some HP now. So technically, in this 2v2 fight, Juno and Sorex do have a bit of an advantage considering we have their HP back. You have extra summoner spells, and Juno has extra gold. The one major issue is at the moment one of your players dies, you're both out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's backs against the wall in every sense of the word at this point, and we'll see what they can do to battle back. They are still holding strong in the minion department, and so they definitely still have hope. Yeah, it's neck and neck right now as far as that goes, and especially now that they've used all their cooldowns, all their major cooldowns on the side of 142k power, plus the buy-up was had for Juno, sorry. They're really able to try and utilize that to leverage a great advantage for themselves, and so there still is plenty of opportunity to bring this one home.
It's getting down to the nitty-gritty here. We do have some of the level ups coming now as some of the minions are dying here. Both teams are now level 8. We're going to see a bit of a pause for a little bit as Willzone does wait for that cooldown to get back up on the ulti. Again, it really forces Juno and Sorex to really play safe, and you cannot be by the walls. A lot of good poke coming out considering there is very little cooldowns on Juno's abilities here. But again, we got some health gloves up. 142 should be able to resustain.
Yeah, the only issue is every time they have to step back for those health relics, every time they have to give up an inch on the minion wave, They're shoved in again. They're slowly starting to lose out. It's 48 minions, by the way. They have to fight right here, right now. And you know they realize it. Killzone is just marching forward. They have to win it right here. Juno just gets completely obliterated. And just like that, it's over. 142k power. When they needed to the most, they pull the trigger. The split-second decision-making is what brings them past this round.
That's one of those things there, Tristan, where it was a little bit of lack of foresight that ended up causing the game. The victory was right there, but it was there even further for 142k power. We had it to the point where we literally needed 2 minions to die, but the issue was at hand. We still had the flash, Tristan. We still had the ghost, but the problem was the moment the Garen gets on you, you're silenced into burst, into dead. We had to immediately see the ghost coming out as Garen used his ghost and walked forward. We had flash, we had ghost. If those 2 summoner spells are used, it is an entirely different outcome, and we're gonna go ahead and take a step back and look at how this all went down.
Yeah, really, you see, the moment they realized what needed to be done, they realized how close they were to losing the game, and so the immediate hair trigger right there as they just dogpile onto Juno, and the moment that silence landed, like you said, not a lot you can do after that. It has to be the foresight. You have to predict what's coming, and unfortunately wasn't able to happen. 142k power, fantastic display of decision making there, and and situational awareness to bring themselves into the next round. So Not Dead versus 142k power is going to be your first semifinal matchup. And as we head into the second half of the second round, our first matchup is going to be King's Hunt versus Scuba Rats. Now, Scuba Rats had a very interesting path up to this point. They decided to completely abandon the fighting strategy and instead go completely over the minions, and it worked wonders for them. This is a strategy that most other teams haven't really been opting into, and so maybe they're ahead of the curve and they know something the rest of the teams in this tournament don't. It's time for their strategy to be tested by King's Hunt.
Definitely so, and I already have the game ready to rock here for us. We got, again, Andre and Little Man R is here looking to put the pedal to the metal. But again, J-Hunt and King work so well together. This is that magical combination where if you get caught with the hook, you eat the snowball. Luckily, Andre has a Spell Shield passive on the Dr. Mundo. But again, you're very tanky as Andre on the Mundo, and when you have a player like Little Man R is being able to help you out, it's really difficult to kill you now, but a lot of damage still going to be going down. We're going to see again, Tristan, that fight for the minions from the side of Scuba Rats.
Yeah, already you can see Andre OG taking a pretty decent amount of damage, and although his champion is fairly substantial at just being able to absorb punishment, especially from crowd control based compositions like this, a nice bubble could end up getting him a kill. And he goes, Ryan is the king, and he is not here to play any games except for League of Legends. It's a double kill early on. That's a quick victory over Scuba Rats. The Kings are here.
And you know what they said when you asked the question earlier, what happens when an unstoppable force like we see in Kings of the Hunt hit an immovable object like we see in Scuba Rats? Prior to this point here, Tristan, no one has been able to take them down. When you have Andre, a big old beefy tanky threat in that front line, and you have a player like Margaret, when she's able to keep you alive, we haven't seen anybody get even close. And the Kings show that they are those players. And let's take a look at it back really quickly here.
And this is why Ryan's confidence is so good for this team, because look, he gets bubbled here, he gets dropped low, but instead of running away, he goes in. He wants the fight. He stuns both of them up and sets up a nice combination there for the double kill. And really, that's just textbook King of Battle right there. He is not afraid of any kind of fight, any kind of skirmish. He is the King of Battle, no one else.
Definitely. And look, this is the composition, the tried and true, that they practiced, they studied, they brought to the table. They have not faltered, they have not changed, they have not altered that same combination. And even though, you know, some of the players are likely watching this as well in preparation as what they teach you at, you know, Ekuso, to prepare and to learn and to get better from your experiences here, it's still extremely difficult for them to play around that Pyke Nunu composition here.
Yeah, and so just a fantastic combination coming out, and the Pyke seems to be essential in every one of these winning compositions that we've been seeing so far. Just the amount of setup the champion has, the follow-up with the stuns, the execution with the ultimate, and specifically that ultimate execution. I mean, when it's first to 2 kills, and a lot of the players in this tournament are opting out of the flash, I mean, it's just extremely easy to set that up, and it's extremely potent to close games out.
And as they will have a bit of time to go back and recollect their thoughts and see what to play next game, we do have our next game in preparation for you guys as well. We're going to be going over to the last of the quarterfinals series with featuring Team S&S, aka Silence and Sleep versus Low-Key Bosses. And we gotta really see what's gonna happen in this game, because again, these quarterfinals often determine the trajectory of the semifinals, just as the games before kind of determine how the pace of these quarterfinals games are, and they keep getting faster and faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like we talked about the strategy, the switch up to focus on minions instead of champions. And maybe that was the best strategy. But instead, I mean, that strategy was just picked apart this time. It was like they picked a composition between the Pyke and the Nunu that you have to fight. You don't get the option to just sit back and try and go for the minions. They will take the fight to you if you don't come to them, despite you having a champion that is hard to kill. And so we're going to jump into these highlights. We're going to just get a second look at what was so fantastic about what these teams did to get here. And looked like Froggy Bun was just taking the initial engagement. Depot dropped very low into the turret, a flash forward, and just a quick finish there from a very strong champion.
Yeah, and look, when you're on Froggy and you're playing that Pantheon, you're able to just have so much engage pressure. You go forward, you at least force a single flash. We did have Depot looking to get a bit of a stun out. He's able to land it, but it's only on Richie, meaning there's some damage back. Depot did get first blood, however, it was at the price of her own life in this tourney so far. God Infusion was looking to help out, and that was that crazy 5-level headed flash from Richie. Goes behind the team, uses the combo, show stops the enemy back into your ally, and just allows Froggy to do so much damage here. And I do believe we have the next game as well, looking at Can from S&S and taking a look back at their series.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic combos here. This Irelia, I've been telling you, and I've been excited. I've been waiting for this Irelia to show up again, because I think this is really the opportunity they have to just win it all with this Irelia gameplay. If Tachi can keep it up, that will be the catalyst for his team. Ghostboy is here. He is consistent. He will always set the Irelia up. That is one thing you can have no doubt about. The question is, how well can Irelia execute on such a high skill cap champion? Because I know these students are fantastic. I know they have fantastic mechanics and everything, but Irelia is a champion where it doesn't matter what level of gamer you are, it's going to be difficult. It's never going to be a very simple champion to operate.
Yep, it is so. And it does look like we have our word in of who they're actually going to be playing here. So just to confirm, we do have Low-Key Bosses playing Vel'Koz Volibear as opposed to their Pantheon set and their Pantheon-oriented composition that we did see them take against the enemy team in their last series. And we also have S&S who are taking Pantheon and Nunu. So we don't quite have that Irelia, but we do have the Nunu in place. And now it's time for the game to begin here. We have this series ready to rock here, Tristan. We're gonna see which team can battle it out here as we do get ready. We have game number 1, Team Low-Key Bosses versus Silence and Sleep.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not what I was expecting out of these two compositions. It's the Volibear, it's the Pantheon, it's the Nunu, it's the Vel'Koz. Especially the Vel'Koz seems to be extremely surprising to me, and it almost feels like, is this really blind pick? Because I feel like I would not want to pivot off of the Irelia after that first game, especially.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we don't see that Pantheon coming out from one of their allies as well here, where we've seen a couple different options for these teams here. I like that Vel'Koz is going to have a lot of poke, being a range caster, having a lot of sustain. You can tell that there's a lot of foresight here when Froggy not only takes the Sapphire Crystal, giving you base mana, but you also get base mana and regen and cooldown reduction on that Guardian's Orb. Well, as it looks like Richie is going to be the one who wants to engage and allow Vel'Koz to sit behind. He has the Predator on the boots, meaning when he activates it, this guy goes fast.
Oh yeah, and it's just constant harassment, constant poke being thrown out.
Wow.
A flash forward. They want to fight onto that boy Richie, who will be fighting this one out. Volibear is fantastic for these types of engages, but his teammate is not ready for an all-in. The only issue is that...
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that the Vel'Koz isn't really the type of champion that can support a teammate in an all-in. It's much more poke-based, it's much more kind of chip away at health bars, and so that boy Richie may have to find himself in a 1v2 situation if he gets too close.
This is pretty relentless coming out of Froggy. There's a lot of abilities now, but now he's behind. He can't really quite help too much. A little bit of damage would to help Richie get away. Enough to get both flashes out. Heal going out from Ghost Boy as well there. But you're absolutely right here, Tristan. We have to see some of those abilities coming out here. Although Ghost Boy can heal a bit back on the Nunu, using that W on one of the minions and devouring it, it's going to cost his mana, so you do trade resources.
Yeah, it's definitely a give and take. I mean, that's League of Legends in general, though. Give and take is the name of the game. Ghost Boy, though, he's running relatively low on mana, and so when he runs out of that, he's not going to have a lot of options left to heal himself back up. That's pretty much what he uses most of his mana for. Out comes the Thunderstrike from Volibear. He's getting a hit up here, has to burn the exhaust, and they have to kite back. Luckily, he does survive the encounter. Ghost Boy's still dropping mana left, right, and center. This is getting awfully scary, especially with that spear to the back. It's chipping him down.
Ooh, it definitely is here, and there's that mana now almost non-existent from Ghost Boy there as that blue bar turns black. He is able to go to that tier 2, though. You do get some health and a little bit of mana back on this one. We do have the tier 1 health glow being taken as well by that boy Richie. Tier 1 just meaning the closer one to the battlefield. Tier 2 being the one that's further away behind your tower is what we refer to them as, to know which one we're talking about there. But both teams seem to sustain a little bit. There's a nice engage from Taki. Follow up here from Ghost Boy. Richie able to soak up a ton of damage. That Guardian's Horn will allow him to regenerate some of the HP.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Guardian's Horn is just such an effective item in this game mode. It's only available in this game mode, and that's because it's so effective. It would be unfair to have it on the regular map. As I say that, Volibear trying to get in. He has the extra HP. The laser beam coming out as well, trying to burn everyone down. That was close as ever, and Tashimuro is thanking his lucky stars right now that he was able to live through that engagement. Wow, this is on a knife's edge right now.
And that's the beauty of that Aegis Assault there from Takimuro. The moment he is able to activate it, it blocks all incoming projectile damage, to where Ghost Boy literally took 0 damage off of that death beam that we've seen from Froggy here. But again, we still have Taki extremely, extremely low here. You don't have as much life, so you get a little bit from that item that he does have. Ghost Boy now low on mana, and we have a really sustained mana pool from Froggy, meaning he can keep on firing out those abilities, keeping Ghost Boy right under their tier 1 turret.
And it's so funny how little emphasis is being placed on the minions right now. Neither team cares at all that they're ahead or behind the minions. As the Pantheon flashes forward, Tachi could be in some trouble here. Instead, out of the frying pan into the fire. He may have put himself in a bad position. Ghost Boy now doing everything he can to fight off the enemy team, but his teammate just really can't provide much to the situation, and so he's forced to just back off.
Ghost Boy did a huge body block there. We had it to the point where one auto attack from that boy Richie could have just ended the life force of Taki there, but Ghost Boy stood in front of him, and it didn't allow him to go through. It's one of the things when you have these really big bodies in the Nunu, in the Volibear, you can't walk through the champions unless you activate the ability called Ghost, or you have it in your champion's abilities, meaning Taki was saved by the big body in Ghost Boy.
Yeah, and so I've also got a note from our producers that this isn't blind pick, by the way. This is actually draft, and so that's the reason we're not seeing the same champions a lot of the time, I'm sure. I'm sure there's bans being utilized as well, and so we're not going to be able to really get every champion we want to, but it gives a bit more variety in the tournament, which is fantastic.
Ooh,
there are no bans, is the word I'm just getting, but they are able to see each other's picks. Tashimaru, from the skies he goes, trying to find some surprise damage in, but at such low HP, you really have to be careful about how you take your engagements. And as I say that, first blood being secured by that boy Richie, a second one soon to follow. Ghost Boy doesn't back off now. The Death Beam as well, trying to disintegrate the Nunu, getting him awfully low.
Yeah, man, that life form disintegration rate is no joke, but Ghost coming in now, able to get some of the HP back. That boy Richie has that Sky Splitter, not able to quite connect on Ghost Boy. One issue I see, look at, although Takimura did die here, he was not the one who was mainly getting all those minions, meaning he has less gold than Ghost Boy did. So less gold means less value, means less items, means less damage coming back to lane now. But a knock up here, Ghost taking a lot of it here, looking for the re-engage. There's the ball jump, gets the stun. Taki's now exhausted. Ghost one auto attack away, flashes down. There's the spear, able to get the javelin now going here, but Froggy's looking to try to run away. Taki goes forward. There's some damage. Froggy's getting low. Froggy's running away now, but a knock-up is able to save his life. 1-1 now marks the scoreboard.
This is so intense. Taki comes back with more items now. He does so much more damage. And now they're pinned against the turret. Froggy Bun was doing everything he can. The farm's almost there. Can't walk up to his clothes. Oh, but it's so difficult to secure farm and Vel'Koz in this situation. You do so little damage with your auto attack.
3 more here, Tristan. He needs to get some of the auto attack damage out. It looks like Ghost Boy's seen it. He was trying to go forward now, but only 3, but Vel'Koz cannot quite do it yet. And Taki's able to go forward now, but he can't get the kill. Tower auto attack and do a lot of the damage there. And Taki gets taken down. Froggy's able to take him out and get those 2 kills. He says, man, I don't need any minions, any farm, any CS. I'm going for blood.
Wow, that is a finish right there. This is the games we came here to see. This is the reason that League of Legends is so fun to watch. It's back and forth, both teams mounting their own comeback, but in the end, it's the pressure generated from the minions. That's why it makes it such a potent strategy. If you're not paying attention to it, you can suddenly find yourself being forced to make a decision you don't want to, and that's exactly what cost them in the end. What a victory for Game 1, and we have so much more ahead of us. I cannot wait.
Ooh, that was really, really intense there. You know, I'm looking back and I'm wondering what we could have seen differently there. We had a very well played and composed Vel'Koz from Froggy here, even though that boy Richie was taken out of the fight. Look how cool and collected he really was. Death Beam, unfortunately, didn't get as much value, hence the Pantheon pick. Knockup still happens, able to provide a little bit of self-pill for himself, but that boy Richie's able to follow up. There's that body block we were talking about right there.
Yeah, so close. That was almost a secured kill. Does come in the end as Tachi overextends himself. Perhaps even wanted to get back to base to spend the gold on some items and get back into the fray. But I mean, in this case, little bit too little, little bit too late. They were able to get a great engagement onto that boy Richie, but look at the HP. How many times can they survive on slivers? Instead, forcing their hand, Tachi has to go into the turret. He has to try and deny the 50, and oh, that final turret shot. I did not think that would hit him, honestly, but a sniper out there.
Yeah, I think it was that last ability. If you recall, at that very last second, you seen an animation happen from the Pantheon. It was quite literally that decision to activate that ability that ended the game single-handedly right there in that moment. Of course, you can't look back and see that there was exactly like a literal pixel worth of range to really establish there. So it's kind of hard to really foresee that. Hindsight's 2020, of course, but we already have the next game ready here, Tristan. And here we have it right now, game number 2, as we're going back on over to Team Kings versus Team Scuba Rats.
Oh yeah, the game 2 is quickly being ran into here. It's time for a potential comeback to be mounted, but Kings, oh man, they are not giving an inch, and it looks like they're not willing to show anyone in this tournament mercy. King of Battle at least letting himself be shown outside of the brush early on, which is more than most teams can say so far. Just having a nice little emote spam off.
Providing that music there, Tristan. Our ears are going wild now with the rock and roll from Andre here, who, by the way, is not on the Dr. Mundo, in which we have only seen Andre play. But we still have Little Man Aries. Again, she's still on that Nami. Probably going to have the same role here. But King is just so precise with the hooks. Now with J-Hunt's going to land the knockup back with the snowball here. As Andre taking electrocute damage, forced to flash out. And already a lot of action.
It almost feels like they're just trying. They can't crack the code of this combination. It seems to just be too potent. None of the teams in this tournament have so far, and so I mean, how can you expect how can you expect them to do the impossible tasks? What seems like.
It's really tough, Tristan. Even watching from the caster's POV, it's really easier said than done. One of the clear-cut solutions is, yeah, someone could be like, well, just dodge it, Fivehead. It's not that easy to just dodge a pike skewer coming right at your face 40 miles an hour. If you are able to dodge that or play around your minion wave, though, it does put a bit of a damper in their engaged tools, but again, they just keep on firing out nonstop.
Oh yeah, and if you dodge the hook, you don't dodge the snowball, vice versa. There's just so many different projectiles you have to avoid at once. It almost feels impossible.
See the snowball fight, Tristan, that I'm actually glad I wasn't quite invited to. That looks pretty... That's literally an avalanche fight every time Nunu pulls that snowball. It doesn't help that he's on a frozen map in the Howling Abyss. And here he is again, getting a little bit of extra traction, not literally, but on his snowball, just forcing Scuba Rats back under their tier 1 turret.
That doesn't seem like... That seems like a boulder. Like a little bit of snow covering a boulder at this point because of how hard it hits too. And I mean, if it stuns you after you get hit by it, it must be something hard, right? It must feel pretty bad. So I don't know. Maybe some theories that we can develop about the game. But that being said, it looks like they're giving King a lot of respect. Whenever he starts charging the hook, they back very well off behind their minions.
Yeah, and at this point, you don't need to really rely on that combo. When J-Hunt and King Battle for Team Kings here have 19 CS and they're winning by about 15 of a lead, so they can afford to play it slow. Although, yes, it's pretty interesting seeing these combos out of the skewers fly out. There's the flash play, though. King no longer going to have that summoner spell up. Exhaust still there. He also has that deep water dive if he has to clear some space.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, this time Andre getting hooked in. He's gonna get hit up himself, exhausted as well. Nunu channeling the ultimate, but he takes King into the death realm. He's not gonna get hit by that. Instead, buying himself some time. It's actually the Nunu that he has taken inside of it. Under the tower, he may have been a little bit too aggressive for his own good. A sliver of HP. First blood, they're fighting back. Scuba Rats is not going down without a fight.
And now we got ourselves a series here, Tristan. Little man Ares was the one who was able to get that last bit of damage with that ebb and flow. And this is why she plays Nami so well. You're able to keep your front line alive. And now we see Andre. Not only was he on Dr. Middle before having less damage, now he's on the Mordekaiser. Excellent pick there. You mentioned it, Tristan. In that mid-fight, you pop the ulti. You're able to get out of the damage of the Nunu ultimate Absolute Zero. And that right there is probably one of the main factors that allowed them to be so healthy in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, at this point, it's looking like Scuba Rats is in a prime position to be able to take this one home. But if Kings have anything to say about it, they want to make this a quick 2-0. They want to be up there with the big boys that look to be dominant throughout the tournament. But Scuba Rats is not here to... They're not here to just roll over. They're going to do everything they can to make sure they can turn this on its head and pull off the biggest upset of the tournament so far.
Yeah, at the same time, they're not here to play, but they also are here to play. We see both sides coming out here where we see a lot of team coordination from the side of Team Kings. Luckily, we have a dodge now from King here, but this is the last death that's going to be allotted to them if they're able to find it. Andre wants to go forward. There's so much damage coming down, but a hook is able to throw Andre back to the tower. He's able to flash away and survive for now, but King wants more. Ulti's on cooldown. There's the dash. There's the slash. Slicing and dicing. A lot of the damage is going to be coming out, but Andre's going to be taken up again. Andre goes down. It's now 1-1. It's all up to Ari. She's still going to be alive. King now going back in the safety net of the bush and wants to go from another skewer play. Scuba Rats 1, Kings 1.
Man, oh man, this is exactly what you want to see. Scuba Rats looked like they were in a bad position, but suddenly, once this Mordekaiser comes back, look at the HP bars. There really isn't a lot to work with. Yes, they can move back. Yes, they can pull the health relic to try and get themselves topped off a little bit more, but it's not going to be nearly enough to get them back in fighting shape. They're going to be, at best, both around 50, and it's really just not the best situation in the world. Luckily, the Kings do have the CS numbers to fall back on. 36 for one, 11 for the other. This is actually much closer than you might have realized. 47 in all. It's going to take a fight from Scuba Rats, but luckily, they can just zone them off the waves. They can take a fight as soon as possible if they're presented one.
It's do or die time here. 2 left here. They need to go forward. There's only 1 left. Andre needs to get the kill right now, but it does not even matter. King of Battle is king of the minions. He was able to take that CS before Andre took the kill in the Shadow Realm. So that will be a 2-0 victory as Kings secure their spot into the semifinals.
The 1 minion was the difference between winning and losing in that situation. The Nunu was on death's doorstep when his teammate was able to secure the victory. That was pretty much as down to the wire as you could ask. It felt like an action movie where the explosion was going on behind the hero as he runs out of the building. I mean, come on now. That is prime-time League of Legends gaming, and that was as close as you could possibly get it. Fantastic series, fantastic victory for Kings, and they get to move on to that semifinal spot, and they will find out very shortly here who will be their opponent.
Had to let out a big sheesh on that one there, man. That was very, very close. A little bit too close for comfort, but exactly the kind of games we want to see, right? If you're going to make it all the way to the quarterfinals, you've been training for this, you've been practicing, you've been improving, you've been spending time, you've been spending energy. What better way to lose than a less than 1.5 second defeat there, showing that it could have gone any way. Really, it could have. If you would have just seen Mordekaiser walk up maybe a second before Nunu was able to devour that minion and get the last one with his little mini snowballs thrown out, it could have been the end of the road for them. They could have made it to game 3, and we're going to take a look back here as we do see a couple of different really key highlight points. Number 1 being this first play early on from both teams.
Yeah, this is the risk you take when you're playing Pyke. You may hook back a tank towards you, make things a little bit scarier, but the only issue is there was no chain CCing, chain crowd control of the Nami/Mundo. I mean, they just didn't really have all the damage they needed to one-shot him through, and instead, King of Battle just turns for the fight, and wins it out pretty much by himself. That being said, under the tower, J Hunt gets a little bit too aggressive for his own good. That's fine, caught out for first blood. Happens to the best of us.
And here the tidal wave comes out. We have it so good there. Little Man is able to stack her crowd control. The moment the tidal wave ends up, the bubble ends up getting the knock up as well. But here's where Andre got thrown back and he was able to flash on out. And here's King going forward looking for the kill. Andre able to soak up so much of the damage there, but it didn't matter. J Hunt got a kill, and this is where it all came down to the very last. Oh, okay, I guess that was where it happened, where the minion ended up getting taken there. But that was super, super close there, Tristan. And we now get to go back to the game before this, where we had just as much of an action-packed series. I believe we have S&S, and I think it is Team LKB, low-key bosses.
Absolutely. I cannot wait for this one either. There's just been there's so much talent on these rosters. It's actually insane to see. I mean, we're seeing the future generation of gamers coming up right now, and they're having a fantastic time doing it. We're having a fantastic time watching it, and we're about to get right into game. You're hearing the howling abyss, you're hearing the ambience, you're hearing all the sounds of nature that go on inside of a Frozen video game.
Yeah, and we did have time to make sure we have the battlefield all cleaned up. It is no longer red snow, I promise you. It is white. And this is now game number 2. If we recall back, LKB were able to take home game 1 earlier on. We have that Valkaz Volibear again, which is what allowed them to take home the first game. If it's not broken, do not fix it. And now we have Taki already going forward here with the snowball, but he's by himself until the Nunu's able to throw the snowball back on in. Finds the knockup. Rich Boy stopped in his tracks, but still a lot of damage taken from Taki.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be careful, especially when you're up against a Volibear. Volibear, while we haven't seen it too much this tournament, is fantastic at fighting against melee champions, which both of them are. If they try and go close quarters with him, he could just call down the thunder, make himself very tanky, very hard to kill, while doing so much damage. So that boy Richie, I think this is a fantastic pick and a great adjustment to the composition.
Yeah, and surprisingly, it's a weird mechanical team composition that works so well. When you have Froggy throwing up that tectonic disruption, which is that knockup, immediately when you see Nunu coming in with the snowball, you knock him up just like that. You do a lot of damage. If the Mordekaiser's there, which it probably is, you're able to do more damage than your enemies did to you, and you also stop their engage, and a Nunu without a snowball is not going to go very far. But Taki going in, Richie going to be able to dodge back and forth. He's got the suede boots on, not taking any damage.
Yeah, absolutely, and the numbers starting to rack up here. Just a little bit of damage being prodded and poked at. Tachi, though, needs to be a little bit cautious about where he steps because the damage from his Vel'Koz can't add up. Instead, he hits the gas, the snowball in, can't land the pullback, and now that boy Richie attacking on so much damage, he wants to move forward, can't decide whether he wants to move for the kill or help out his teammate. Ghostboy now forced to flash as well. All the summoner spells being used up here.
Very, very well played from both sides there. Look at, we had an extremely solid engage from the side of LKB there, but SNS were able to still escape. Unfortunately, Ghostboy didn't quite land that snowball he was looking. It's actually really difficult to maneuver in game for those that haven't played this champion or this game. It's a little bit weird. You can't just point and click whatever way. It has a weird trajectory, like a centripetal force, to where you can only turn so fast when you're making a left or right turn. So it's difficult to navigate through some of these fights sometimes, which made Ghostboy a little bit vulnerable. Now he's kind of low. Taki's still not 6, neither is Ghostboy. They have to wait till they have their level 6 and they have their ultimate ability.
Absolutely, and they're getting close to it. The cannon minion going down, no one really too far ahead on the minions right now, and so I don't think we'll be seeing minions too concerned for this game. It's mostly about the fight, and it's mostly about what could be potentially dangerous is Ghostboy's mana pool. I mean, the guy's fairly low right now. He'll have enough for perhaps a snowball, another quick chomp on the minion, but it's not going to be much more than that. You can kind of see Tachi feeling a little bit more desperation to try and go for some of these pullbacks that simply aren't working out.
Yeah, we do see a bit of a wrench thrown into the cogwheel that SNS have previously been very successful on, and it's really coming down to this Vel'Koz here. I'm wondering if you just pick the Vel'Koz if you're on Team SNS, just so you can make sure your enemies can't pick the Vel'Koz. Again, there's no bans. In order to quote-unquote ban a champion, you just have to pick it. You have to pick it first. It might be a champion you're good at, but Froggy is just so strong on this pick, paired up with Richie on that Volibear. It's so bizarre of a comp, but it works so well together. All right, there's the Stormbringer. Not going to do too much there.
More. Yeah, not too much. Ghostboy. That's a good chunk of damage, though. And Vel'Koz is one of those champions where he operates in multiples of 3. If you hit the 3-prong combo, you're going to do a lot of burst there, and it's not something you can really block out with armor or magic resist. It's just going to go straight to your life points, Yu-Gi-Oh style. Attack him directly. As he gets knocked up, the death ray comes out as well. Tachi forced all the way back again. He really cannot catch much of a break here. Volibear as well, harassing them down. They may not have dropped the kill just yet, but they are slowly being worn out.
Hey, look, the one thing SNS do have going for them, or not the one, only the singular factor, the one very solid above the other factors that SNS have good going for them, is they are up in terms of CS here, in terms of the minions. They're very hard to kill, so if they're able to stay alive for long enough and win via CS, they can absolutely secure a victory off of it. Again, you have to watch out, though, for Froggy when he does pop the Disintegration Raver. We no longer have a Pantheon where you can bring up the Addis Assault, that big shield that blocks the damage. You no longer have that, meaning when that ultimate is popped, it can absolutely shred through your armor. I don't think the game's going to last long enough to see it level 11 here from Froggy to have that ultimate even stronger. I think the CS will be good by then, but it is now tied up. It's going to be super difficult.
Yeah, exactly. As we see the engage come in here, that boy Richie taking him to the death realm. He's going to try and fight this one out. If there's any champion that can do it, it's going to be the Volibear. Another even trade, but no ultimate available on the Mordekaiser anymore. That's big news, especially when you have a more fragile teammate in the Vel'Koz. Suddenly, he can't get isolated anymore.
Yeah, not at all. And look, I've never been so excited for a game that's so close in terms of CS. The farm is just right there. I don't think we're going to see a 2v2 kill here unless it happens to where you have 1 or 2 farm left and you have to just make something happen and look for a kill there. But it's very close, extraordinarily close, a little bit too close. We have 29 farm now for LKB, a little bit less for SNS. You know, have them realizing they are behind quite a bit here. Taki has to re-heal up. You need to make sure Ghostboy can get these minions under turret.
Yeah, and it feels like a constant pressure being displayed here. That boy Richie He's showing a slight bit of vulnerability as his HP bar, but man, Froggy Bunwich is really just going to town right now. Ghost Boy could be in some trouble here. Oh, so close to the kill, but no! A second more of the Death Beam coming out would have finished him surely.
I think right there we needed to see Ghost Boy just walk right out. Sure, he survived, but he could have walked out of the range faster than he could have actually tried to juke out the Valkazar. It's actually super difficult to when it's on top of you. You're kind of stuck there in place, taking a lot of damage. But here's the re-engage. This is the time now. There's the snowball. There's the other one. There's the Stormbird coming out from Rich Boy. Taki gonna have to walk on back out. The moment that ulti comes out, you're in a bit of a dangerous spot. They're still alive for now, and it's 37 to 35 in terms of minions.
Oh yeah, like you said, this one could come dangerously down to the minions, and with it being so close, whoever has control of the wave may just find themselves in a winning position. In goes the snowball, the knockup is answered. That boy Richie in a bit of trouble, he's on low HP. Tachi feels his blood in the water.
Okay, Darkness Rising from Taki, though, does allow him to get some damage back. He has his shield up, mitigating some of the incoming damage now, but it's at 44. I'm looking at LKB, Tristan. They're at 44 farm. 3 solo caster minions are now walking all alone, unguarded, as Richie looking to go for some of it here. A little bit of damage going to come back from Taki. A couple more minions here to secure the victory for LKB. That boy Richie does not dodge the snowball. Ghost Boy still there. Taki going forward. It's now 40 CS for SNS. 5 more, I repeat, 5 more for LKB. Richie looking to get some of the damage out from the Sky Splitter there, but gets thrown back in the fight. Talk is able to go forward now, and there's the Absolute Zero going to be able to take the first blood. 1 kill down, 1 farm left. There is 7 farm for SNS, Tristan. 1 more for LKB. This is it. It can all be over right now. 1 more minion, 1 more auto, 1 more sense of damage, and that's going to be it right there. Froggy securing the Game 2 victory over SNS.
Yeah, and that was really back and forth. It looked to be going either way, but in the end, the 50 CS has been reached. It's the 2-0 for LKB. Congratulations onto the semifinals. It's a low-key Bosses victory, and they are not looking low-key anymore. After a back and forth last matchup, they hold their test. They stand the test of time, and they make it into the semifinals. Going to bracket here, we're going to be giving you guys a look at some of the next matchups we have coming up for you after the break. It's 142K Power versus Not Dead. On the other side of the board, King's Hunt versus Low-Key Bosses, all to be accumulated in the final. It's going to be absolutely a Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We are into the semifinals of the Ekuso 2021 Invitationals, the duos. Now, getting into these semifinals, getting into these finals, I am joined by the one, the only, the handsome, the lovely Snecky IRL. Snecky, we're heading into the final stretch of this tournament. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, when you said the handsome, the one, I thought you were shouting at yourself, man. I was like, Tristan, why you gotta do this to me, man? But I'm feeling good. I'm feeling re-energized, not by this energy drink that I'm drinking, but by the energy that has been here on the Abyss today, man. We've seen so much come out of all these students today, and we're going to be able to take a second to recap back on some of the teams that we see in these semis. First and foremost, 142K Power, as we see them looking to stay alive here. Dino is barely able to survive, but nonetheless, he does stay alive for a little bit. Unfortunately, we do see the win go. Oh, excuse me. Yes, that was them with the win. I forgot. This is when we had our names backwards. That was their first win, and here's looking for the second.
Yeah, Kiana's just such a powerful champion when it comes to securing those kills. The passive adding on to the damage, the auto attacks, the constant mobility, the harassment that you can provide with it, and the mobilities. And here we have Sorex. Oh, such a great little combination there. The Sorex getting ran all the way back to his tower, smashed in by the sword. Hilly Warrior. This Garen is a fantastic champion for especially someone who's still learning the game. You can just do so much with it, just running down so many players.
Yeah, it was getting pretty wild here. And again, we can expect to see a lot of this super aggressive, energetic aggro play coming out here. We have Willzone again going forward. So much damage on that pick there. The Kiana is going to be a staple pick here that I expect to absolutely see in this next finals. Look at the way he's able to go in, get the ulti out, set up the Garen, set up Will, set up Hilly, and then Sorex even couldn't have a response for that. And here we have Not Dead.
Oh yeah, No Name getting a quick little entrance there. He's doing so much damage, and then just the teamwork out of these guys. The constant pullbacks from Not Dead Memer. The guy seems to always know when to set up No Name, and No Name, when you alley-oop him, he's gonna dunk it every time.
Definitely so, right? And here we have the ulti behind enemy lines there. Even the kill onto the Sivir there was just a little bit too much damage for them to really handle. We see this constant teamwork, this constant aggression, constant damage, and I really want to see that Zed come back out to play. Not only did we see a lot of different combinations here from the team, we have those staple, crucial picks that they're very comfortable with, and there's the first blood again. Super aggressive, Not Dead on the Pike, super crucial. Fire King taken out. My favorite name was no longer in the tourney. Haymaker comes out, able to find the kill, and there it was. Turret was able to pick up the kill, and then No Name ends up trying to go for the second one.
Oh yeah, and you just see constant forward pressure here from No Name and Not Dead Memer. It feels like they're never on the back foot. They're always willing to go aggressive. They always have a plan. They always execute there, as you see Not Dead Memer flashing forward, bringing the hammer down. They call it destruction over here. Average Monkey just forced to play around his teammate as we see more and more CS victories. We see all different kinds. Shot through the heart just to finish things off. No Name, you cheeky. And then as we see that Average Monkey going back in, look at this combo. Unbelievable. Blink of an eye. Blink
so much damage coming out. Exactly. And here's the last and final highlight here where Not Dead gets the setup again. No Name is right there, able to do damage. Danny couldn't even withstand the damage coming out there, and that was the kill. And look at, we have two Titans, two Leviathans, two Hulks per se, two very massive competitors here in both of these teams coming out. Xavier, one of the youngest players in the darn league, showing that age is nothing but a number here. Paired up with Tristan, newer student as well, coming to this so strong. They're playing together as a duo, and they're looking to take out 14K2 Power, and we'll see if they have what it takes.
Yeah, they look so dominant in all of their matches so far. Not Dead has just simply been looking like they have everything figured out thus far in the tournament, but this time they're facing a whole different animal in 142K Power, and they've been tested already. 142K has constantly been, in back and forth skirmishes. They've suffered a loss. They've showed their resilience and their strength to come back and take the victory in the end in some tight-knit affairs. But it's time to see if Not Dead continues their warpath of just dominating every team they go against, or if they may have met a different foe in 142K.
Yeah, and look at already establishing that bush control from Not Dead. They know how crucial it is and how easy you can go in and out of the Fog of War. Fog of War meaning if you're in a bush or you're outside of an area in which you have allies, you can't see anything that is in there, meaning you can't really step up. If you walk up too deep, you get a Mordekaiser Death's Grasp, and then you're kind of just dead.
Oh yeah, and you can already see. I love the way they played that level 1 for, or that level 3, I guess you could say, for Not Dead Memer and No Name. Not Dead Memer standing in the closest brush as the Mordekaiser, as the tank, you remember, and No Name just sitting back a little bit further, ensuring that he can't get aggressed on, not overstepping his boundaries there.
Already we see a bit of that CS war here starting very, very soon on. And look at where we've seen No Name and we've seen Not Dead play very aggressive and a more combo kill style PvP action player versus player oriented team. They show that they're not just a one-trick pony, fight, 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 kill, kill, kill. They can also play the methodical game, the approach, the slow but steady, the tortoise and the hare. They can do it all.
Man, but look at that last inning from Willzone. All 10 CS secured already despite being pushed under tower. Yes, they are down 2 in the overall sense of things, but it really should not be so close considering the situation. So Willzone, just a great job of constantly making sure, despite him being pushed in, despite them having to wait for that level 6 mark, they're still getting a lot of work done.
What I expect to see here is, again, once we have the level 6 from Healy and Willzone here, we know that's their motto and that's their cue to go in and capitalize on that power spike, because that's a very big advantage the moment they hit level 6. The one thing I'm worried about here is when Willzone goes in for that play with the Supreme Display of Talent ultimate, which knocks the enemy team back to the walls, can Not Dead Memer take him in the death realm before it activates? Because if not, if Dead Memer uses the death realm, you're going to have No Name on Varus, a marksman, a very squishy target, all alone, and possibly also stunned from the ultimate.
Oh yeah, 19 CS being picked by Not Dead, taking a pretty decent lead for themselves for 4 up at the moment. That could eventually come to a head as we see level 6 being reached for Willzone. An early flash for No Name just to get him out of harm's way. That's something we haven't seen from a lot of teams so far. Now Hilly Warrior finds himself in kind of a tough situation, pulled back in by Not Dead Memer. He wants to keep this damage going. That's a big hammer brought down. Hilly can't seem to escape this one. He goes down for first blood. Now Willzone finds himself caught between 2. He's gonna have to get himself out of dodge, and just like that, Not Dead establishes dominance yet again.
Yeah, Not Dead Memer is in fact not a dead Memer nor a dead Mordekaiser. Very clean ultimate there. We had No Name with a quick flash, something as simple as that. Thinking in advance, saying, hey, if this enemy player does this, here's my response. Immediately we see Healy go in with the snowball. So what does that trigger in a No Name's mind? Bam! I gotta flash away. I gotta stay safe. And coming from such a young player, having that reaction time and knowing in advance, that's what I have to do to survive. Very strong, very promising, very talented. We now have 1 kill on the board, meaning if Healy and Willzone go back in, which again, they do have items as an advantage now since they got to spend, it might be rough. There's the engage, there's the damage. No Name now in a bad spot. Ultimate going to be coming down soon. No Name's able to survive for now when the ulti is used on the wrong member. Not Dead are indeed again not dead.
Not Dead Memer saving his teammate, pulling them with that grasp away from No Name. No Name should have been dead to rights there, if not for fantastic play from the Not Dead Memer, really just displaying all that he's learned across the classes. And it's not just offensive prowess, it's defensive mindsets as well.
Oh, look at the CS now, though. We're going to have to see Willzone and Healy look to make something happen. It is going to be an uphill battle. It's 0-1. If they die one time, and their squishy member being Kiana, if that member falls, it is all over. But we have only 5 minions left here. I stand corrected. We have exactly, okay, 21 minions left here. Apparently, Schnecky can't do math, but it's getting close, and I'm looking at these minions here. We're actually probably going to have about 5 left after this minion wave is dead, so I think I was kind of I think I was literally spot on exactly. Okay, it's 6 more minions here, and there's the wave right there, Tristan. That's all they need to end this game right now.
Yeah, if they do miss a single minion, though, I would be very hard to catch every minion here, but it looks like they're going for it. Oh, it's oh so close. Just inches away from victory. Now, really, the only thing that... Oh, Willzone, I think he's gotten caught under the turret. He's getting dragged back. It's going to be oh so close. Not that Memer has the opportunity to put him in the death realm. He's trying to escape. He's doing everything he can, but he's out of mana. He's out of health. He's out of time. And they are out of this first match. Not Dead will take it.
There it is. There it is. We not only had the opportunity for them to win via C, and again, look at the flex. After they already won this time via having the 2 kills there, Tristan, what do? They go back forward, get a couple auto attacks out just for the flex and to win via both ways again, showing these are not players that only have one specific aspect which makes them strong. They can go for the kills, they can go for the CS, or Tristan, they can go for both.
They can do it all. Get you a team that can do both, because they have a lot of options in that case. And look at this. Look at this play from No Name to catch him at the very tip end of that chain of corruption. Then Not Dead Memer says, I'll take it from here, buddy. You did exactly what you need to. You're the veteran. Let the young bucks show you a thing or two about how to take someone to Pound Town. Willzone next has to escape with his life. And man, Not Dead Memer has found his groove. He's found his champion. I mean, look at No Name about to get taken out here. The clutchest of saves there.
Wow.
Pulling him out of range for the Garen ult. And really from there, nice ultimate. Catches him right inside of turret range. Not Dead Memer pulls him in. There's no mana left for Willzone at this point. He's stuck inside the death realm. He has nowhere to go except for down 6 feet under.
Super, super well played from the side of Not Dead. Now the question is, what will be the response from the enemy team? We can likely see probably the same comp from Not Dead, but then again, it is Not Dead we're talking about. These are the guys that first game, first match, first series of the literal entire tournament, they won it in a deciding fashion and still decided to switch champions just to show what they have. So I would like to see something completely different here from them. They're in a 1-0 lead. They have a very vast champion variety when it comes to the both of them combined. They can pretty much do what they want here, and they have a game to be able to really test a couple of things out.
Yeah, absolutely. And really, when I look at Not Dead, I was given the fact that the coaches said one of the favorites for the tournament definitely won't be dead. That's the exact word. So definitely won't be dead. So, I mean, hey, that's how you know they were given some pretty good odds. They are definitely not dead. And I can see exactly why they were given such strength in their team members. I mean, that's their synergy as well. They work in tandem so easily. It's such a fluid motion watching them play. And really, when you want a League of Legends team that can get to the top, that's exactly what you want to see in it. Individual prowess, teamwork, and communication.
Yep, and look, we do have William here, who still is, one of those more flexible players. We talked about the champion pool based on what we've seen from Not Dead throughout this tournament here, but we have the coach themselves knowing how deep that champion pool really goes, and sometimes you really have to dig deep in these tournaments here as you get past the initial 8 rounds, you get past the quarters, and you're now into semis, and you need to win 2 games in a row here. We're gonna need to really test that flexibility of Wilzonium here. A lot of different choices. I mean, he also has a complete spreadsheet set up here for a lot of the matchups. So now knowing some of the champions that Not Dead can play, also they will be able to see at least 1 or 2 picks depending on which side picks first here. Meaning that if you are team 142K power here and you are blue side, you get 1 pick. You get to see 2 of your enemy picks, then you get your second pick. What you might want to do is throw Healy maybe back on the Garen or another champion he is comfortable with. You see the enemy 2 picks, and you have a response to change it out. And I think that game is ready, so we are going to have to see get to see our first look at what they actually did bring to the table.
Absolutely, and this is going to be our second match of our first best semifinal. Before we're into the actual grand final, this tournament slowly starting to get towards that ultimate goal at the end here. And really, there is no more deserving teams than the ones up here so far. These guys are playing out of their minds. They have their heart in it. They have the passion there, and it all comes down to the execution at the last moment. It is set. It is Mordekaiser. It is going to be a banger.
Absolutely here. Pressure can make diamonds here. We have No Name and Dead Memer. They're bringing in the Set and the Mordekaiser. In other words, they're bringing in the big guns. Very, very two tanky champions who both have their own shields in their kit, so they can absorb a ton of damage, which is very bad if you're Willzone on the Akali, who is more of an assassin-type character. Again, very flippy, very flashy, very fun to watch and fun to cast. Problem is, you look to really kill some of the lower HP targets. If you go in, not only does No Name on that set have a big darn shield, Dead Memer can take you into a Shadow Realm, leaving Garen all alone and leaving your assassin not likely to secure the kill.
Yeah, and one of the biggest issues is that Set and Mordekaiser are really good into certain types of champions, mainly melee champions. Both of the champions that are on the side of 142k power are melees, and so they have to play this one extremely carefully, unless they risk being, well, for lack of a better word, clapped. So, that being said, No Name doesn't actually get the range for his first pull, and that's good. That's good news for 142k. Just being able to operate off just the outskirts of the range of this set, it's going to be all important for them to have a good chance at winning some of these engagements.
And when you have those double melee comps, it's really important to determine and distinguish which roles both players are playing. And I think a lot of what determines that and what gives us insight into what these players are thinking is looking at the Keystone. We have Conqueror on both. Doesn't give us much insight. They both want to stay in fights for a long time. The longer you stay in fights, up to a few abilities, you get extra healing and extra damage. So Set and Mordekaiser, being that you have shields, you're very tanky, you're going to get a lot of damage and a lot of value out of that. But you have the snowball from Dead Memer, meaning he's going to be the one looking for the engage, and then No Name has the ignite. He wants to follow up with damage, and that's also reflected in those items, whereas Mordekaiser has that horn. He wants to just stay alive, and Set wants to do some damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I mean, this is a really good spot for the minion wave to be for 142k, just because they're able to keep it in front of their turret. They can retreat if they need to. Not Dead can't really walk up too effectively without putting themselves in harm's way. They still are getting a fair bit of harass off, but this is pretty much the best spot these minions can be lining up for them because it's so close to their tower.
We do have that, I'm not sure what exactly No Name was doing there, was channeling something, but we do have the level 6s now. Meaning if we see anything close to what we've seen earlier on, where we have some flashy plays when it comes to the flash use and the showstopper subtlety, you can do a lot of cool things where you can flash behind an enemy and then you ultimate them back to your ally, which would be the Mordekaiser, and then Mordekaiser can throw them in their death realm and kind of finish up the job and do some of the dirty business there. And a lot of minions, again, are already in favor of Not Dead.
I'm loving No Name spamming the sit-up emote while he's right in the enemy's face, just making sure he knows he's still getting his weight up. He's getting them hours in at the gym. No Name now, he's going to be taking the engagement, level 6, dashing in the Akali, pile drive right back into the turret. That could be perfectly timed. Right into the death realm. This could be close. Billy Warrior, he's just getting run down. This is where Not Dead Memer shines. Willzone, your next one up. The second exhaust having to be used on the Mordekaiser. He seems to be unstoppable on this champion.
Look at it, we even had that last little bit of damage trickling out there onto Healy Warrior. We had Not Dead Memer just as his passive, and this passive, yes, I do know the darkness rises after you use a couple abilities. It just does damage around you, and you can literally just walk next to the enemy, and they're gonna take a lot of damage here as Willzone looking to get a little bit of chip down before his ally has respawned. They're down in farm, 16 left for Not Dead, and only 1 kill as an option for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes to show you the dynamic of this matchup. It is so difficult for 142k to really get much going into these two champions. I mean, you saw there, Willzone hitting his full combo and just gets obliterated by the Set pile drive back into the turret, and then he gets essentially stuffed because of how tanky these two champions are. He's very hard to pin down on the Akali. He's very elusive. And maybe if he's given an extended 1v1, he can win that eventually, but it's just so difficult. It's so difficult to get that kind of space to work with against these two champions.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we're now at a point where we get very, very close to those markers. We're past the 40 CS marker, meaning they gotta go in now. Willzone's gonna try to pull the trigger out of it. Hilly gonna find some of the damage. Silence gonna be on the Dead Memer, but now's the re-engage. Haymaker down. Flash is, however, going to be forced from No Name. 9 CS left. That was Willzone and Hilly's Hail Mary attempt to find a kill. Did not work.
Yeah, and I mean, Willzone, you saw there, he played it extremely well. That was just about as well as he could have played it against these two champs. But even then, it really doesn't seem to be making much of a dent at all. And I like that No Name was willing to flash away there, despite him not really being in any real danger, knowing how close they are to victory, and not really wanting to give an inch. There it is. It's going to be Not Dead advancing towards the finals. One match they did it with kills, the next with CS. They have the variance, they have every way to win, and they will be in your grand finals.
And look, it was a very well-played game for 142K Power, but man, Not Dead came in here, Tristan, today to make a statement. Tristan, one of the newer players and one of the newer students here, says, hey, it doesn't matter how long I've been a part of Ekuso, I'm here, I'm learning, I'm progressing, and I have what it takes. And you can say the same for Xavier on No Name there. Very aggressive, in-your-face style of gameplay. And they don't care that he's one of the youngest players here. They don't care. They come in here, and they're able to do the deed, and the dirty work has been done.
Oh yeah, we see the highlights right here. Hilly Warrior just trying to run him down, but a slight overstep while his teammate was backing off provides just enough space for No Name to hit that max range ult. And I like that he's just waiting on the outskirts. He's not giving the Akali, Hyana, I should say, the range to actually jump on him, knowing she still has the ult. Very wise play from No Name, while his teammate also is able to get in there and win the 1v1. Now you see a dogpile on No Name. He gets hit by the snowballs. By usual standards, by usual metrics, he should be dead there, and you have teammates that are willing to cover for each other to save them. Willzone now there will get hit by the Chain of Corruption. No Name hit both of them in this matchup, provide a lot of space for Not Dead Gamer to work with. And that Mordekaiser ultimate, when you're stuck in the Death Realm, when you get CC'd and then stuck in the Death Realm, I mean, it is just, it's bowling pins. You're going to get knocked down like dominoes, and Willzone there doing everything he could, but it's just a matter of, honestly, I hate to say it, but it just felt like it was champ differential at times.
Yeah, it was definitely something, but whatever the heck it was, and whatever that feeling was, whatever the tension was, it was Not Dead able to take that victory. 2-0 marks that scoreboard there, Tristan. There they are, taking their claim onto the throne, or what could be their throne, into that grand finals. But what's yet to see is King's Hunt versus low-key bosses, and it does appear that they are already on to the Hailing Abyss and ready to show us what they have, or they're not ready yet. They're slowly getting ready. They're looking to see what they want. They're getting their arsenal and their squadron and their game plan ready. We've seen both of these teams very successful. King's Hunt and LKB, two very worthwhile competitors to take on Not Dead in the finals, but they still have one more obstacle to prove themselves.
Yeah, and I want to say, Not Dead, I did say it looked like champ differential sometimes, but that just goes, it's a testament to how well they're playing at these compositions. It looked as if there was no option for 142K Power there. That is how well they were executing. And when you make a team, when you make a matchup look hopeless, like, that's how you know you are playing League of Legends well.
Look, yeah. And Tristan, to kind of piggyback off, didn't mean to interrupt, to piggyback off that, not only did they make it look so well, they're playing against a team like 142K Power, who were one of the favorites here, who've done a phenomenal job, who are both good players, and who still were a very well-faced competitor here, and they were able to do that. Part of me thinks a lot of it is because of the way they're able to play together. And you know what? Maybe they do feel like, being one of the younger, one of the newer players, they have something to prove. But heck, they're proving it.
Yeah, absolutely. They are on the come up, and No Name especially. I mean, he is really he's doing a great job of just providing his teammate that room to work with. Not Dead Memer. I mean, I've been singing his praises this entire time because he deserves it. The Mordekaiser is the only thing he's been running, and that for a good reason. He loves the champion. He knows it inside and out. You can tell as soon as he drops that ult, he knows to hit the gas. He just starts absolutely pummeling anyone who is unfortunate enough to be stuck in there with him, and it looks like a cage match that only one person agreed to.
Yeah, it's really what it looks like. And now if we kind of take a second to evaluate these next couple of teams that we have here, look, we're going back to Kings of the Hunt. These have been a group of players that have been phenomenal. If we even look back to the highlights, we're going to start off checking out Kings of the Hunt here, where again, we have King of Battle, Ryan King, and James J Hunt GG just out here with that duo combo that we have yet to really see stopped with that Nunu and with that Pyke.
Oh yeah, hooked right into the snow. Well, that was really that was a cheeky little play to see as we see the ribbon being kited back here. And I love the little in and out strategy they have. King of
Oh, yeah.
Battle, he'll get out when he needs to, waits on the cooldowns, comes back in. You see there, flashing out, giving Jay Hunt that room to finish off the kill.
Yeah, and it was way more than enough to really kind of succeed there. And look, Regine and Christian also played very, very well through the course of this tournament here. Issue was, again, it's one of those things. You either dodge the hook or you don't. The moment you don't, you're kind of just dead. So maybe we're going to see something else come out here from the side of LKB. Low-key bosses, they really need to dodge those hooks. If you look at every single montage play after montage play here, Tristan, that is the sole star of every downhill battle from that enemy team. You have that skewer come out, and that is all that they wrote. And hopefully we get a chance to see, what LKB has to offer right after, as we are going to get right into theirs, where they have more of an engage heavy style comp, a lot more tanky champs in Rich here, and in their Froggy, who likes to play champions like Pantheon. Very tanky, very aggressive.
Oh yeah, and I think the Pantheon is going to be key in winning out some of these matchups just because of how much damage it can provide. I mean, look at that. It felt like he just sliced through that Nico half HP. He re-engages. The shield is so huge as well. You see him engaging without the shield there. That's what costs him his life. If you engage with the shield still up, you can absorb so much punishment. And as I say that boy Richie, what a fantastic flank. A great set player in his own rights. And we saw that last matchup. How effective a set play can be if you execute it correctly. Froggy just knowing when to get himself out of dodge, comes back just to help him secure the kill, and it's 3-1 at the end there. Just a little bit of a flex on their own right.
Oh yes, and look, we do have some interchangeable champions in their pool here, right? We've seen a couple of different engage style champions come out. Maybe we'll see a contested pick here. Whereas, look at, although we haven't seen much to really combat the side of Kings of the Hunt here, where you have that Nunu Pike engage, you can just pick it. It is going to be draft mode here, so if one of them is able to pick either one of those champions, they inherently stop that combo. Nunu is one of the newer champions, one of the champions, not newer, champions that newer players are recommended to play, because it's very easy to operate, in which you kind of operate one-dimensional when you want to engage, where you just put your snowball and you look to hit it, and that's your job as that Nunu. If we can have one of the Nunus or Pike picks stolen from the side of Kings of the Hunt, it might be what they need to do here. If you can't beat them, join them.
Exactly, and I actually really like this Volibear pick. Volibear is fantastic into melees, and so looking even ahead, if they are to make it into grand finals, they run into compositions like the Mordekaisers, like the sets, you can pick that Volibear, and it does fantastic into melees. And so they definitely have some options up their sleeve, and they have some tricks to give them the best shot at tearing through some of these seemingly stonewall compositions that have been running through a lot of the teams in this tournament. So really, I do like what they bring to the table. I think the Vel'Koz as well, the true damage can be good when you're up against things like the set, like the Mordekaiser. And so I do want to see what they bring out, what kind of strategies they have planned out here, and how they execute, most importantly. As I say that, we are ready for this next matchup. We should be hopping in right about now. That boy Richie, Froggy Bunwich, bringing out the Renekton. I love this composition. It's going to go supremely into this set. Oh, and especially the Renekton is I wouldn't say a hard counter to set, but it is definitely one of the best options when it comes to trying to counter out that shield.
Oh yes, and look, we see that Nunu picked up from Jay Hunt here. We do have the set also taken away from that boy Richie, so it's one of those things here where you can pick one of your enemy's champions, and not only do you get to use that, and if you're picking it probably because it's strong, they don't get to use it. We still have the Nunu though, coming forward here. A little bit of damage back on out. Froggy just gets to dash on out with the slice and dice from Renekton.
A little bit of miscoordination there. It almost felt like LKB could have won that fight. Instead, they will be backing off for now. I do think the Volibear, as soon as he sees that snowball rolling in, should be quick to call in the Thunder. That would help him tremendously, not only to absorb the damage, but to toss a lot back. And it gives him a great start to the fight. Froggy Bun was just trying to take the back door, slicing and dicing in. That boy Richie kind of waiting in the outskirts for now.
Yeah, Haymaker will find a lot of damage. Remember, with a champion like Renekton, you gotta save one of your slices or dices to dodge on out of that Haymaker sweet spot. If you're in the middle, not only does it do more damage, it's true damage. It can't be blocked. Armor means nothing. Froggy, again, able to dodge out that snowball there. But again, we proved to see on and on how strong Nunu actually is, but Froggy's still able to dash on out. Sky Splitter down. There's the shield. There's the damage. King has his Haymaker shield ready to be thrown out. Luckily, it is flash from Richie. Froggy dashes out. The tier 1 health globe is taken by Team Kings. LKB does get to get some healing back, but that health globe is no more.
Yeah, LKB is having a bit of an issue with trying to kind of being on the same wavelength. It almost feels like one is engaging while the other is disengaging. But when they actually do, have that extra bit of a teamwork, it looks like their composition is looking fantastic. That boy Richie gonna try and save his teammate. King of Battle could end up securing first blood. It's also close to being traded out, but he simply can't have the follow through. And King of Battle is putting this match in his own hands.
That is one of those things where you take so much damage as the set, you charge up a really big damaging Haymaker, and bam, the moment it slams the ground, you're able to do more damage than you took. And you know what else? You also have a shield to be able to walk out of it alive, but unfortunately, that was not the case for Froggy on that one. We do have a bit of an item advantage now. Again, when you do die, there is a little bit of a benefit as you do get to buy and spend some of your gold, but now you can only die once in a team fight, and there's a Skullcracker dropping him back into the showstopper, right into the Nunu ultimate there. It's gonna be popped there, and Richie taking down J-Hunt, taking up the kill for the first game.
And they just hit level 6. They instantly scale up their abilities and take the fight as soon as they realize they have even the slightest of advantage. This is why they're the Kings. They know exactly when they should be establishing themselves, when they should be coasting, and when they have even the smallest of inches, they take a mile.
Yeah, and that was a whole other different ballgame, the way they utilize that strat. Typically, sure, if you have the flash and the showstopper ready from set, what you sometimes want to do is find a way to get behind the enemy valuable carry, and you pull him back towards your team. Not only did he accomplish that, he brought him right into the Nunu ultimate. The moment he drops the ground, absolute zero explodes, and that is a lot of damage from a Nunu. If you're in there, that is being charged up. You gotta watch out for those level 6s there. One thing you have to expect when you're at that level 5 point, you need to see where your enemy is in terms of what experience they are. If you do look at your own experience bar and keep note of how many minions extra they've taken or where the minion wave is, you can kind of get a rough rule of thumb estimate on when they're going to hit 6. And if they're going to hit it before you, you got to respect it.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the Volibear did hit 6 there, but just wasn't able to level up the ultimate fast enough to use the Stormbringer for that extra HP and to get out of the absolute zero. So, I mean, it's just so quick on the decision making for Kings there. That definitely had to be communicated beforehand. It was definitely a moment where it was, I'm about to hit 6. As soon as I hit 6, we're going. It's one of those types of shot calls that is so valuable to have in a teammate, where you have that confidence to really just sound the charge, and that's what brought them to that first victory. And I really thought, if they didn't take the advantage when they had it right then, it could have easily been turned around. But instead, well played to them. They deserve that victory. And now we're going to go ahead and try and get into this second game. We're right back in the action. A big change up here as that boy Richie decides to go for the Aatrox. Another great pick into melees. He can take full advantage of the lower mobility champions. Unfortunately for him, King of Battle, Ryan, he kind of suspects this. He knew the Aatrox was coming. I believe the Aatrox might have been picked before him, and so he goes with the harder to hit champion. The set is a much easier target for the Aatrox. Instead,
this is what we wanted to see here, Tristan, right? When you have that, and look at, you throw the snowball out, you throw the hook, you get hit into it. It's so disgusting, especially when it is coordinated here. And J-Hunt and King are able to utilize it so well together. And this is really where those leadership skills in King really come in clutch here. But what I really wanted to see is how this ends up taking place now that Richie is here on the battlefield. One of the major things you can do, which we've seen Froggy do on his Valkos, is you throw out the Tectonic Disruption just like that, and there's the engage.
Yeah, that boy Richie does get yoinked back just for a second. I would like to see him throwing out more Qs. That boy Richie can really provide a lot of harassment when he wants to and can help out a teammate. But as I say that, another nice hook from King of Battle. This guy is an absolute robot with the way he is connecting these hooks.
It's unreal. Every single time it is off cooldown, almost to the absolute millisecond. It comes out. Here's a snowball. No flash, no exhaust now from Froggy, but he does have his turret there to make sure he's all nice and safe and healthy and dandy now. And a little bit of poke does come back out. He wants to try to get them low enough to where if the hook comes out, they're able to fight. Richie going forward. The Inferno Chains does not land. It does not pull the enemy back. Tectonic Disruption doesn't either. Jay Hunt's taking a lot of damage there. Turret tier 1 does hit. Flash is forced. Flash is down for Jay Hunt. Only flashes up for Richie.
Wow, this is absolutely amazing to watch. Froggy Bunwich is looking like a completely different animal this game around. He is doing such a great job of staying safe, despite getting hit by 1 or 2 hooks. He's dishing it out much better than he's taking it.
Yeah, and we have now a point where Jay Hunt and King of Battle aren't that healthy anymore. They're at half HP. You can soak it out now, but Richie will be able to dodge it there.
Oh,
beautiful knock up. Jay Hunt's now low. No way. Looking to escape. One more auto attack. There's the first blood going over to LKB, and they are the first ones to take the first blood against the Kings.
Man, that was such a valuable cue. That boy Richie in a bit of trouble here. It's going to be close. The Death Beam at very max range. Everyone getting out by the skin of their teeth. It was oh so close.
Wow, now we're at a position where, again, Tristan, we may have ourselves a darn series here. King is already super low. We are going to have to expect to see a little bit of time coming out now, although King does have his level 6. Jay Hunt still does not, meaning King also not only has to wait for his ally to get leveled up, he needs to heal up a little bit here. Richie's going to be super strong. He has the World Ender ulti, making him heal a heck of a lot more, also making him a lot more sustainable in fights. Froggy also has mana. King of Battle just needs to be careful for now.
Yeah, it's got quite the predicament Kings are in right now. They're definitely going to need to find some creative ways to get out of it. But King of Battle, he's one of the best players at assessing the situation and knowing what he has to do. He's playing back. He's just trying to provide as much CC as possible, looking for some resets. He'll get the first one. And just as I was saying that, wonderfully played by King of Battle. It's one apiece now.
Yep. He's still looking. We'll be able to find it. Exhaust is out. No, King, one more
Froggy!
auto attack, and that's going to be it. He 1v2'd, and there's the play, and that is going to be the Game 2 over to LKB here, meaning you know what that means. Game 3 series coming up here shortly.
And just like his player portrait, he was the knight in shining armor for his teammates. Left in a 1v2 situation, the score was evened up. On the offensive, Kings was looking to mount the comeback, but instead Froggy with some fantastic skill shots. King of Battle has been so difficult to pin down this entire tournament so far. He's been so slippery, very hard to hit, but Froggy stands true. His skill shots fly straight, and he's able to put this game 2 away to bring us to a 1-1 scoreline. You see here the early success they were able to have. That boy Richie getting hooked back in. A bit of a follow-up from Jay Hunt as well. Looking good so far. But when they turn things around, when they turn the heat up, they got to get out of the kitchen.
And this was one of those things where, look, they did get out of the kitchen. They got out of the kitchen. They were to go back. They cooked up a nice fried piece of that boy Richie there on the Aatrox. But the problem was they went back too soon. Here's the retaliation. Bam, knockout. Bam, damage. Bam, Jay Hunt low. Auto attack from Vel'Koz. And there's going to be 1 for 1. And here we have the return here as Richie ends up being able to survive, but barely. King is still alive. But now we have it when they get the kill here. Look at the execution here. There's the stun. Ultimate's going to come out from Richie. Execution goes down, and here's their mistake. We could have waited for the 2v2, and there's the hook. He goes in on his own in a 1v2, does not factor in the exhaust from Froggy, and one auto attack was going to be it, and King of Battle ended up falling.
Wow. That is exactly what you want to see in that game that takes you to the decider. I mean, yeah, this has just been a supreme display of talent, no Kiana, about these final 2 teams. Because really, I mean, that Aatrox Q was so valuable too. The healing that boy Richie got from the sweet spot hitting onto 2, the damage, the knock up to set up the Vel'Koz, everyone did their part. Those school projects where everyone's doing their part.
Right. So one thing into game 3 here, where if we see the Pike or Nunu, or moreover the Nunu. If we see the Nunu from the side of Kings, we 100% will likely expect to see the Vel'Koz from the side of LKB. Froggy's Vel'Koz super strong, but more so important, you have the ability to land the knock-up, cancel the Nunu snowball, and kind of stop it in its tracks there. So if you see a Nunu, you're going to see the Vel'Koz. The issue is, if you don't pick the Nunu first pick here from the side of Team Kings, you then have to pick the Vel'Koz blind for the side of low-key bosses and just assume that the second pick will be the Nunu. So you probably have to pick it regardless if the Pike is picked first. So we're going to likely see a Pike, maybe Nunu again. I think they should run it back. It's still one of the comps they played very well. But again, that Vel'Koz is a major, major threat against the Nunu snowballs.
Yeah, I think the Vel'Koz is a must pick for them at this coming up next match, just because all the true damage, all the denial of engages that you have with the Vel'Koz kit, and I think that putting Dat Boy Richie on another anti-melee champion is a fantastic idea too. He's been doing a great job on the anti-melee, such as the Aatrox, such as the I believe he played Volibear last game. The Volibear looked good. And yeah, I think it just comes down to the execution, and I think they have their winning formula.
Yeah. Speaking of formula, I mean, that was essentially the first time we really seen that Pike Nunu not do so hot. Again, do I think at various points that game was still winnable, even coming in there with J-Hunt and with King on that same composition? Yes. But again, when you have that very engage-oriented style of play, it's a bit of make or break, right? There's certain times to engage, and there's certain times where it might, again, bite you in the butt. I do see what Ryan was going for the side of Team Kings. He's seen an opportunity where the Aatrox was still down. Why not look to go forward and try to 1v1? Surely I'm playing Pike. I can 1v1 a Vel'Koz, right? Maybe so. Problem was he was low on HP, about 40% HP, and the Vel'Koz still had the exhaust. And one thing even I struggle with in my solo queue games is paying attention to the enemy cooldown timers, because there's no way to do it unless you keep track. Hey, he used his exhaust here. Hey, it's a 1 minute, 3 minute cooldown, 180-second cooldown. So you gotta keep track, and that's a lot to keep when it's the heat of the moment and you're kind of fighting back and forth here in a lot of an engage style composition.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Ryan did that match. I mean, if you allow the time for his for Froggy's teammate to come back, essentially you're dealing with a 1v2 where you're low HP, they're both full HP. Not a lot of opportunities for victory. I mean, they were climbing up on the CS score as well. You didn't have a lot of time to work with. He essentially had to pull the trigger there. I mean, that was pretty much all he could do. It was just up to Froggy Bunwich to really make a stand there and to play it well, and he did absolutely just that. And so really, I think the decision making was pretty spot on in the last few moments there. And I could say, you know, really hats off to these young players for being able to make these split second decisions rather than just allowing the game to go down to CS every time. They are willing to sacrifice themselves. Even Ryan there, although he died, it's better than doing nothing, right? Too many times we see in top level play teams that are just so afraid to make a mistake they won't make a decision at all.
And I think that's where kind of Ekuso has found that nice bread and butter point, allowing their students to go in and try new things, to make those mistakes and to learn from it, right? Those who don't make mistakes ever don't really learn as much. So it's okay to try those strats, to look for something new and innovative, and to look for those compositions, to make those pull the trigger type moments there. And if it works, good. If it doesn't, there's next time. And that could have gone either way. If we recall back, it quite literally came down to a singular auto attack from a long and slinky looking Vel'Koz auto attack on his tentacle there to end up securing the deal.
I love Vel'Koz auto attacks. They're so ridiculous.
So funny.
Exactly. Yeah. They actually don't feel bad if you're playing the champion too. They're very crisp. A lot of champions have very awkward feeling auto attack animations. Vel'Koz's feels very snappy, and so it feels a lot nicer to last hit with. So I'll say that much. But that being said, we should be waiting on our final matchup here, getting into it very soon. We'd be very surprised to see anything but the Vel'Koz for Froggy Bunwich, and I'm interested to see what they decide for that boy Richie, because he's shown that he's willing to play several different champions, but it looks like these just running it back directly, salty run back on the two champions, but instead we're actually seeing the set Nunu combo.
Ooh, well, look, we did see it before when we had it game one. This was the game where they did win. So again, like we said, If it worked already, let's try it again. You haven't lost with it quite yet, so might as well bring it back to the table. Here, we had this combo happen where, again, the showstopper came out from set. You were able to find some damage back, and you throw him right into that big old Nunu circumference of the absolute zero. And if you get stuck in that thing, you're probably not coming out.
Yeah, wow. King nearly lands a snowball there. If he were to land it on Froggy Bunwich trying to walk into the brush, he's either losing a lot of his HP and summoners or his life, because there was a Nunu snowball already being charged up there, so a little bit lucky there. That could have ended up in tragedy, as Froggy Bunwich may just walk into melee range, backing off, knowing that that boy Richie was in the wings waiting to help out if needed, so a little bit of cautionary play right here. And oh man, Froggy is just going to work already. He's got full mana regen in the kit so far from all of his items, so he's just looking to constantly be throwing out the skill shots, making sure they can't walk up safely.
Yeah, and he's doing a very good job at doing it so far here. We are going to see a little bit of a CS numbers potentially end up going to the side of Kings. But if they do go for CS and don't look for those engages in which J-Hunt and King do so well together, and that's kind of what their identity has been as a team. You go with Nunu Snowball, you make some flashy plays on the set, you do some big brain things, and you could end up with a kill. But when you're against that Valkaz, just look at how much damage is coming out on some of the poke.
Oh yeah, and that boy Richie is just content right now to allow Froggy to do his work, to make sure that he's being supported as much as possible. As we see the Nunu snowballing back in, that boy Richie going to play a little bit of bodyguard there, just kind of stepping in front as more kite back.
Yeah, we do want to see when that way Richie does do that. He needs to be careful not to stand too close there to Froggy on that Valkaz. If he does, it can knock them both up. But I think it's more of a safety mechanism where if he realizes or if Froggy doesn't land the Tectonic Disruption, you're going to probably see something here. But J-Hunt, being as good of a player as he is, he tends to wait for that E to be on cooldown to try to go for those engages. Right now, he's really on recovery mode here. He needs to heal back up or else you can pretty much die if you go for the engage.
Yeah, and I think also that boy Richie was just trying to play some bodyguard type tactics there. Even if you can't make that huge of a difference for your teammates, sometimes just having a body there is enough to ward the enemy team off. So I think he was also just trying to provide some kind of numbers to ensure that it wasn't too easy. But now level 6 being reached, you can already see King is ready to go. World Ender being popped. That boy Richie was anticipating an engage that never came, and so if they're able to wait out this ultimate, it's simply an advantage for Kings.
Yeah, if you're Richie here, you really want to wait for that World Ender to get back up again. It allows you to just stay so much more healthy in fights. You get a ton of lifesteal, meaning the more damage you do, guess what? The more damage you heal. But again, he is going to be the front line here, so as long as Froggy's able to find a kill onto J-Hunt, J-Hunt is very, very low on HP, and that boy does end up forcing the first health globe. J-Hunt does not walk up. He does walk up after and does get hit. J-Hunt's very low. When you're that low, you cannot afford to make a bad engage.
Yeah, absolutely. And 28 CS already for Kings. That is going to start to creep into the minds, because really no one has been able to make much progress yet out of the 2 kills needed. And his CS numbers starting to rack up. You can already tell that King's willing to burn a little bit more of his mana, a little bit more of his cooldowns on the minions, because he knows it's a potential avenue to victory.
Yeah, and at this point, look at your J-Hunt, you're not going to really have the sustain. Sure, you do have your Nunu W, meaning you can munch on a minion and get a little bit of HP back. At this point, you see the clear win con. You don't have to be that flashy player to make plays to get kills. You can play it slow, throw a little snowball, or you can play for the farm. 17 more minions. Make it 16, probably 15 to go for Team Kings. But there's the ulti now. J-Hunt cannot survive. First blood goes to him. There's a showstopper, but it's going to be flashed immediately. Froggy's able to escape now. 2 for 1. Still allotted for the deaths, but the CS still going over to Team Kings.
Yeah, they're going to need to play aggressive like that again. A fantastic find from Froggy. Max range, pretty much exactly what his team needed in that situation, but they have to play extremely aggressive here. That boy Richie has to get on the front line, has to do something crazy. Instead, he's just pushing as hard as he can on the minion waves. I don't know if they're in any position to try and go for their own CS victory, though. They don't seem to be anywhere near the amount of CS that King has. Instead, they want to take the fight. It doesn't seem to be working out. 2 turret shots eaten. They need to make something happen before these minions get stacked up.
Yep, speaking of stacking now, we have 6 left. Uh-oh, there's the Throwback from Inferno Chains. Richie does not have the ulti up. Absolute Zero going to be set up now. A lot of the damage coming forward. One kill goes down. Richie's now dead. Only 4 farm left, and Froggy's going back for the tier 1 globe. We're going to have 3 more here, Tristan, and it's all right there. Froggy's looking to make something happen, but the damage is just not there, and that's going to be lights on out. LKB had a very long and successful road, and this Ekuso duo is turning here, but unfortunately, some roads come to an end, and at that fork, Kings are the one who move on to the finals.
Oh man, that's just a testimony to their resilience. They weather the storm. They even lose the first blood. But Ryan, always mindful of every path, every avenue to victory. Takes the back door and takes it by CS. Fantastically done there, and we have our grand finalists. We have our setup here. It is going to be Not Dead versus King's Hunt. Both of these teams looking absolutely fantastic on their way to the top, but Not Dead, they haven't dropped a single game so far. They have looked absolutely dominant in this tournament. It's up to the King's Hunt to become the King Slayers.
It definitely is so here. And look, we've seen a tried and true strat here throughout the entire course of this tourney, where King's Hunt have a set strategy. You have a Nunu there, and then you throw your other ally onto the set for the combo when you're not going to be into the big old radius of your Absolute Zero ult, or you just play the Pyke Nunu and you drag them into your snowball. They got a lot of different options at work here, and with the big enough of a champion pool that we still do have for the opposing team here, we're gonna possibly see some of those champions intertwine, maybe take away the Nunu set and or Pyke by picking it first and really make them play something different.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like it's like the Nunu versus the Mordekaiser show, because those have been those have been the two constants for all of their team comps so far. There's always been that Mordekaiser ever present for Not Dead, and there's always been that Nunu there for Kings. And as I say that, we're gonna get a quick look in as to what made them so successful. Froggy Bunwich, nice little slice and dice out, but unfortunately for him, King, he pulls the trigger, he flashes forward, he has the haymaker, and he blasts him from here to tomorrow.
Yeah, that's that thing when you have that true shot damage in the middle, and then here's the combo once more. You see it over and over again, and it just keeps on working. It's difficult to find a solution to work against that there. They get the win again. This is, again, their first game win versus LKB here, and this one was a little bit rocky as well. You had a split moment decision later on, but here's the one kill that we do see. King of Battle, so aggressive, looks to push it a little bit further, was able to not get that kill, and here's the game 3.
Oh yeah, the game 3, Chain of Corruptions to start things off. King of Battle, you can tell, even though he's getting hit here, his main priority is the minions. He knows how close he is to victory, but oh, a blast right there. Trying to prevent the minion victory from happening can put you in some bad situations. No Name now, just giving a little bit of setup for his teammate, and from there, like we've seen before, Emer will take it from here. He'll make quick work of anyone you put in the Death Realm with him, like he did there, and he's looking to do the same thing. This Mordekaiser is absolutely terrifying to go against. He lives up to the name of Mordekaiser in the lore, where he is just this unstoppable juggernaut of death.
And look at the save. Like, look at it. Not only is he aggressive, he's able to keep his ally alive, and then you have No Name just with a super crispy Chain of Corruption there, finds a stun, snowball lands, and who's there to finish the job? The Not Dead memer, and he will pick up the kill. And we're going to see it kind of ran back here in the last highlight of this side of Not Dead. Showstopper comes out, but Will is so quick to flash out, but it did not quite matter. The Not Dead meme was able to take Hilly Warrior right into the Death Realm. Not only are you then isolated in that pit with Mordekaiser, you also steal some of the stats. So we're going to really be looking at how that Mordekaiser does here against what presumably can be a Pyke and or Nunu and or set or any composition featuring those 3 champions. Again, we do see some flexibility on the other ally, but the Nunu is more so of a the Mordekaiser is more so of a staple pick in that team.
Starting to think that being named Tristan just makes you extremely good at League of Legends. Am I right, guys? I don't know, something about it. I don't mean to assert anything myself, but as I say that, I think it's just about time we hop into our grand finals. It is the Kings versus not. Oh, not yet. Okay. Well, I've been given a note by my producers that the noises we're hearing have all been an illusion.
Yeah,
We've
well,
been
you know what
bamboozled.
here? You know what here? I think it's a good time to really go over our predictions here, Tristan. We have two very good teams who, let's face it, these teams are both really, really deserving of the title here, right? I want to look at Kings of the Hunt first, where, again, you have Ryan King holding it down for Myris, as well as James J. Hunt, GG, representing Monroe here. Very passionate individual. While you have a very good leader in Ryan King, and it looks like it's that leadership that has that core fundamental for their team in those three solid picks here, in those really engaged, heavy style of compositions. But the question really at hand here is, how is going to be the response from Team Not Dead against Kings of the Hunt here?
Well, I'll be completely upfront. I think Team Not Dead just has it figured out. I think they know exactly what their roles are on the team. I think they both know how to play around each other's strengths and weaknesses to a T, and I think that's what's going to be what brings them over the finish line here if I had to make a prediction. But at the same time, I mean, it's very hard to count Kings out, because it feels like time after time, right when they look like they're in a bad situation, they find a way to win, and they are just extremely resilient. And when you have a resilient team like that, oftentimes betting against them can just be foolish.
Right. You know, if I had to kind of buckle down and double down and bet on one team in particular, look, what I'll say is this: regardless what team wins or loses, I want to see it go to a game three. I think both teams have it in them, and I think both teams are very well capable at this very moment of taking home the first place. What it's going to come down to is, again, those split-second decisions where it's make or break. You go forward, you don't go forward, you execute or you don't, to where if you do it over 1,000 times, you might have 1,001 different outcomes, right? To where it just comes down to how the cards fall and to how it plays out. I'm going to give it to what some people may consider as the underdogs, being the fact that one player is the youngest in the league and one player is the newest in the league. We're going to give this one over to the side of Team Not Dead. That's a prediction, but anything could happen.
Absolutely. As we head into this game, I mean, it's really hard to call either of these teams underdogs, really, with
Right.
how well they've been playing.
True.
At this point, they're only underdogs by comparison to each other, because in the grand scheme of things, they've just been looking polished the entire time, and really, really got to give them their flowers, got to give them their respect, because they are looking absolutely vicious as. You see what I'm seeing?
I definitely am. Look at, we see the pike taken. It's what we had to see, right? When you have
That's
a
not what I'm
three-champion.
seeing.
What are you looking at? Let me in. Let me in on the secret, man.
Take a quick look at the screen. You got this.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. This has to be a flex, right? This has to be a flex, taking no items here, Tristan.
Yeah.
This is a bit of the wrong game. You want to leave the fountain without your items.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. That especially Nunu without items,
Wow.
you really lose a lot of the punch there. But this looks to be like a little bit of an awkward situation. No Name playing this one extremely safe. They're actually going for more of it. Wow, right into the turret. Jay Hunt has been bamboozled. The flash forward, the snowball as well, just out of arm's reach. It's going to be oh so close. First blood secured. King of Battle wants to do it all himself. He's got two to find. One is found. So close, can't kill him off.
Unbelievable. So many opportunities for them to come back in that fight there. We even seen it. Look at, nice engage. You're able to punish Jay Hunt super swiftly. But even after that, Jay Hunt, he got the exhaust after the snowball was missed from Not a Dead Memer. He could have just kept running. He could have still survived, but he went to go back in. This is a player who, you know, does not want to let his ally down. He went back in to try to help King. Unfortunately, the damage was not there. It was fight or flight here. Unfortunately, the wrong decision was picked, and now it's 1-0 for Team Not Dead.
Oh yeah, but crucially, at least the Nunu was able to pick up the items as he goes back to base. A nice engagement there from King of Battle, but Not Dead doing a great job of sitting on his cooldowns. He's never using his dash offensively. He's waiting until they try and engage on him, then disengaging with it.
Yeah, and it's one of the core strategies until you have that ultimate from No Name here. Once you then have that Chain of Corruption ult here, you can just kind of throw it through, land a very nice route where your opponent is stuck there in their tracks. Then you can look for some of the aggression on that dash. You're able to dash on in, you throw the skewer out, and at that point, if you have your ulti as well on the execution as Pike, you're probably going to get the second kill.
Yeah, and they're giving a lot of respect right now on the side of Not Dead. They're not choosing to take any fights they don't have to, knowing that they're playing against double tanks. But at the same time, they're not even looking to harass at the moment. They're playing just as far back as they can, which may be the right decision at this point in the game. But eventually, they will need to start moving forward, lest they risk just being zoned off their minions for too long.
Speaking of minions, you do have a bit of a lead here for the side of Team Kings, although it is very, very neck and neck. The way the minion wave is, we are going to see it pushing slowly towards the side of Team Kings, meaning they will have a bit of a buildup as the wave gets to their tower, meaning although they're down in minion score, they will have more minions to really stop that lead.
Absolutely, and it's 18 CS to 22 right now in the favor of Not Dead, but because there is a large minion wave here for them to pick up, should be evened up momentarily. And yeah, just a great job by King of Battle here to make sure that they're not dropping any CS. He's doing a great job of just constantly moving up despite being a melee and potentially putting himself in harm's way. Just timing everything correctly.
Yeah, we now have J Hunt looking to sustain a little bit here. It's at the point where, look, you only have one kill left. Oh, there's a showstopper combo. Going to be able to throw back Dead Memer. J Hunt is just poked out, though he could not follow up because of the damage that No Name was throwing on him. Tunnel vision right in the right spot. J Hunt taking that damage does not allow him to follow up, meaning King of Battle is in a bit of a 1v1. You're not going to do that much damage on set. You don't have Ignite. You have a Snowball and you have a Flash. Both those do 0 damage. Okay, Snowball does like 10.
Yeah, Snowball. it's pretty negligible all the way around, but really now that Varus is low on mana, I'm not sure how much he can provide until his next Chain of Corruption comes up, and slowly they're starting to lose out on some of these CS battles. It's now 36-28, which is seems to be a pretty bad reversal. That being said, though, they still do have plenty of creeps to collect here in this next wave. They do still have the health pack to come up and give No Name that extra mana that he needs, and so really, it's definitely a lot closer than one might think at this stage in the game, but at some point you're going to need to take a fight. They're slowly starting to creep up within that dangerous territory.
Oh, yeah, and look, we have 3 minions still left there. Okay, we're going to see some of them miss here, but we're at a point where there was 12 minions away from Kings winning their victory via CS, and they were all there, but unfortunately we did miss a couple, so we're going to have to wait for an entirely new wave after this, unless the cannon does make up for it. Cannon actually might make up for it. There's exactly enough minions there. 6 on left. Deadmeaver sees it. He has to go forward there, but a stun is going to be going down, but No Name's going to try to follow up with a little bit of damage here, but not Deadmeaver has to flash away. One more death, and they're able to take the victory. Not Dead getting low is able to get the Health Globe. Now the King of Battle now going to be on the run. 5 minions now left for Kings. Oh! There's the dash, there's the slash, there's the damage. Now we're going to get the last one. King is able to tie up the field. It's 1 for 1, and there is only 4 minions left.
47 right now. They need 3 more. 48, 49,
there it
50.
Is.
Kings
wow.
take round 1 home.
That's what happens. Look at, although we had a bit of a rough start there. Not only does J Hunt forget or just completely flex his way into leaving the base without taking a single item, you also then go to battle and overextend a little bit there and you die. What happens is you then no longer have that easy ability to engage with your composition, because if only one of your players die and you kill one of your enemy players and you do an even trade, you still lose. Not only were they able to sustain out, they found 1 kill and they had the minions there.
Oh man, that was absolutely wild there. We saw it looked so good for Not Dead at first, with Not Dead Memer having a fantastic bait and switch there to get him into the turret. J Hunt just trying to make sure that he doesn't go down for free. Eventually does get dropped. King of Battle very nearly turning things back around. 1 more auto would have done it. The cooldown saving the Pyke just in time, and look at this fight right here. Now the entire time he is trying to play for his ultimate. Not Dead Memer wants to get them within execute range, and he gets so close to actually doing so in this next skirmish here. King of Battle once again trying to go deep to finish off the kill, wasn't able to do it, and it's right here. This Pyke just wants to get them in execute range. Look how close this is.
Oh, yeah. And look, the exhaust was still up from J Hunt, and so was the flash. So maybe we just seen him looking to try to bait the ultimate, get him far out, then flash away. But it didn't matter. Regardless, they were able to pick up that kill. And then 1 minion turns to 2, turns to 3, turns to 50 there. And that's going to be game 1. Kings now leading the best of 3 series 1-0. And look, do I expect the enemy team, Not Dead, for the enemy team to just kind of lay there and take it in game number 2. No, they're going to come back. They're going to bounce back. Game 1 was close enough, and we're going to have to see if they are able to get both of their picks for the next game.
I want to see the Mordekaiser again from Not Dead Gamer. He has been a menace on it. I mean, while he did play a pretty good Pyke game, I mean, his Mordekaiser was just next level. It looked like he was head and shoulders above the competition when he was on that champion. And I think, why stop now? Why stop dominating with it when you're in finals? Pick it back up and show the world why you came to be in the finals. So I think that should be the strategy coming in next time around. But man, that was close. That was extremely close to just being a finisher there for the Pyke. I mean, it was just auto attack, a few auto attacks away. And one thing I do have to point out as well is that they were both auto attacking different champions. The Varus was hitting the Nunu, while it looked like Not Dead Mimir was attacking King of Battle. And well, they both were around the same HP, so I'm sure they were both just trying to get whatever into ult range. You have to just coordinate that a slight bit better. And I mean, if they did, it's possible that they just win the game outright right there. And so, game 1 will be going over to Kings. But I mean, this is by no means. That was by no means a domination. that was not one-sided in the slightest. That was just about as close as you can get it to a win. That was a few auto attacks away from being a completely different story.
Yeah, and it's super tough to deal with. I mean, we came into this series, and I'm sure some of the players did as well, after seeing what Team Kings were able to accomplish, and in general, how good and how solid Nunu was as a champion throughout the course of this tourney. You gotta really look for ways going into it to see how you can counteract that Nunu engage. And although we had an early kill, it still wasn't enough on that one. And it looks like we're here now, ready to go in game number 2. We have the Mordekaiser you asked for, Tristan, and the same team from Team Kings.
Baby, this is exactly what I was hoping to see. Mordekaiser, Varus, this is when they looked at their absolute most dominant, and so this is where they can really make a statement. In goes the Mordekaiser, going to try and grab one back. The snowball falls just short, but look at the absolute blasting that Haymaker can do from King of Battle. You definitely have to take the smaller skirmishes. If you wait too long, if you get into an all-in, that Haymaker is going to win it out every time.
It really, really is. And again, look at these are two different schools at work here. Not only do we have Ryan King representing Myris here, we also have James J. Hunt GG representing Monroe here. So we have a couple of different forces here that do want to bring back a victory for their school and have that extra little bit of pride coming out of this tourney here. But either way, man, you cannot walk away from this tourney not having an overall good experience and not learning a thing or two or like 20 after what we've saw so far. Very great gameplay. Couple of mistakes being made, but those are the mistakes we've seen literally, Tristan, before our very eyes. Teams lose a game, come back to the drawing board, correct what they did, and end up coming out better players. And some of them still ended up going further in the tourney now. Already King.
Fantastic engage from King of Battle there. We'll get some return damage from the Haymaker. Good response from the Not Dead Mimir as well. You can definitely tell that all these players know their champions very well and exactly how to maximize their damage and efficiency.
Definitely so. We do have this health flow ready. King is looking to try to go forward now, but he might take a bit of poke. He's able to heal it back. We have a lot of poke coming out of that Varus there. Yep, I'm telling you, they got the suede boots along with their custom new Ekuso jerseys.
A big hammer down from Not Dead Mimir. Just fantastic damage being traded back and forth. Everyone is firing on all 4 cylinders right now.
We do have J Hunt looking for the play here. He's trying to get those minions down. We've seen a bit of a shift here, right? Where as earlier on in the tournament here, a lot of the players here at Ekuso were looking to go for those kills, right? They wanted to make those flashy plays. We have a lot of people watching. We want to get something exciting here, but now as the tournament progresses and we realize we're this deep, it is all or nothing. It is all on the line here. You see a bit of a shift for a more methodical approach and a more slower paced game. You go for the minions. You don't have to have the kill. In fact, sometimes it's even harder and more difficult to kill 2 enemies that are actually there behind the screen rather than some non-existent NPC minions here, but an engage already from King of the Battle. Gonna find some damage out. Level 6 is now. Can't quite find an engage potential for King to utilize that ult. J Hunt has to back out.
Oh, and you can definitely think they were thinking about it. King of Battle, he's in some trouble. There goes the Mordekaiser ultimate. He's going to try and pile him out of it. Instead, you're stuck in here with me. I'm not stuck in here with you. J Hunt in some trouble. This is exactly what we wanted to see. And it's Not Dead coming back, evening the scoreline. We're going to game 3.
All right, man. The king of the Death Realm is now back to play. Mordekaiser was back in action, and once that Death Realm comes out, Team Not Dead showing they were not scared at all, Tristan. They were just waiting for the game 2. You had to make it a game 3 series. You hold out, you hold the card straight to your chest, and then when it's time for the game 2, game 3 championship rounds, you bring in that Mordekaiser, and look what happens.
Like you said before, the pressure makes diamonds, and when they had it all on them, that's when they shined the brightest. No Name, great job. We saw this. This is exactly why they're here in the final. No Name with the setup is Not Dead Memer putting it down, and really just a fantastic display of teamwork here.
Yeah, and look, again, this was the team. Look, I'm not gonna say I had them favored, but I knew it would go to a game 3. Somewhere deep inside, Tristan, I knew and I felt it would go to a game 3. And look at the flawless execution there. You have the engage, Memer goes in, you pull him into the Death Realm, you allow enough for the damage to go out that as soon as you come out, you have No Name there being able to finish the job. And again, look at, we have Tristan and Xavier holding it down, the youngest player in the Ekuso tourney, as well as the newest student, buckling down and showing age and time. Tristan, just numbers, man, just numbers.
Exactly, and really just so much is so well done. I mean, you look at the replay, and the Nunu just wasn't able to help his teammate out because the entire time his King of Battle, he was hit by the Chain of Corruptions, which, by the way, No Name has not missed many of those this entire tournament. He has been extremely accurate in a deceptively difficult to hit skill shot. It has a cast time, it doesn't travel as fast as you might think, and when you only have one shot at it, it's very easy to choke it. But instead, he has been consistent, he has landed the clutch ones, he sets King of Battle up, hits him as many times, activates the Blight stacks on the passive, and then the Mordekaiser takes him into the Death Realm. The entire time, Nunu wants to help here, but what can he do exactly? The Varus is safe under the turret, the Mordekaiser goes into a literal different dimension, and Nunu's just kind of stuck there pedaling a snowball around, feeling sad.
Exactly right. Do you want to build a snowman? Olaf, listen here, pal. That's what's going down here. But look it, we have game 3, and what better than the salty run back? We have Not Dead Memer again on the Mordekaiser with No Name on the Varus. And for red side, for the side of Kings, you have that Pyke Nunu composition that everyone has struggled playing against here. It's probably one of the more aggressive playstyles and compositions that I've ever seen, and it's proven to be one of the most successful ones, only really being stopped in their tracks by the Valkaz that we did see earlier on coming at him. But it's very strong and very easy to overextend, where you think you're maybe safe behind your minion wave. Out of nowhere, a snowball as big as your house comes, and where do you run?
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I think the name of the game when it comes to Kings, if they want to be able to win this game 3, this is going to be an advanced concept to a lot of people in the chat, but wave manipulation. The only time they're going to be able to really run down this Varus and finish him off is if they have space to do it. They have to keep their minions in front of their tower to give them that extra bit of length to run across the battlefield if they do get that access to the Varus. Because you saw there, when King of Battle got hit by the Chain of Corruption, the Varus was right next to his turret. Nunu can't do anything about that. I mean, he simply doesn't have the option to do anything there. And so you have to give yourself that extra bit of space to work with if you have the minions in front of your tower. That's going to be the key to their success. But that's only if they decide to run it back with the same composition. We can see a switch up here. It could be a completely different dynamic depending on what champions they want to go with. And so it all depends on what these teams have inside of the minds, what kind of strategies they have cooked up with.
Yeah, and you know here, Tristan, I do have a very solid feeling here, a very hardcore sense of intuition here, and not only because I looked at the Discord on what we're going to see next here, but I do think we are going to have the same teams here, meaning, look it, we got Mord Varus, we got Pyke Nunu. We just seen what the Mordekaiser and the Varus were able to do against it, but if you're the side of Team Kings and you know or you think your enemy team is going to pick the same composition, and you pick your same team, what that signals to me is that they have something in mind, some way, some opportunity to deal with those two champions. And look at, That's what Ekuso is all about. You're able to learn. You're able to play something. Maybe you lose one time. You learn from it. You play it again. Heck, maybe you lose a second time. But the key, you learn from it. One big uphill battle that we're going to need to see Team Kings really deal with and really combat here is the fact that on that Mordekaiser, what Not Dead Memer can do, since he is going to be that big beefy body in the front line, which essentially is where the Nunu is able to get damage when he has that big old absolute zero circumference around him, is you're able to just click your Mordekaiser ultimate and you disappear into a different realm, and now all that damage, all that stuff that you trickled up to really do, does nothing.
Absolutely, and they say a true victory is not about avoiding the fall. It's about how you get back up from that fall. And that really goes for every team in this tournament. What can you learn from any mistake being made? No mistakes, just lessons. As we are going to be hopping in to our final game of this grand finals. It's game 3. It's as hype as ever as we see King of Battle. He's on the Pike this time. Jay Hunt's on the Nunu. It's Mordekaiser Varus. They're running it back on Not Dead, but Kings make that slight adjustment to avoid the set. They want to try and snipe this Varus. King of Battle wants to hook, line, and sinker.
Oh yeah, they do. And look at, we have a clarity coming out here from No Name, meaning we're gonna see a non-stop amount of poke here to really set up that Mordekaiser here for some of the engages. But again, you know exactly where Jay Hunt and King of Battle are gonna be going here the moment the game starts. They want to find an engage, they want to find some damage, they want to look for something. Very similar items are built by both teams. We have exhaust on Jay Hunt to sacrifice some of the damage if that Mordekaiser ult comes out, or if Jay Hunt is all alone out of the death realm with the Varus. A lot of options, a lot at stake.
Absolutely, an early brush control being taken by King of Battle. This is something they've done exceptionally well early on in every game. They've been quick to slide into the brush, give themselves that upper hand and the extra vision when someone's walking up. The question is, Not Dead, how much do they anticipate this? They're going to take the early engagement. In they go, the quick stun level 1. They're being caught out here. This could be the surprise of the tournament. No Name is running for his life, and look at how much damage they were able to pile on early on. Tossed back in. He's taking so much aggression.
So much damage already following up here, and there's no room for second chances. If you die twice, that's it. Game is over. Kings are looking to put on the crown. They've seen it. They lick, spit it, and shined it, and now they want to wear it. They want to put it on. They want to sit down on the throne here, Tristan. But look who's right there at their doorstep. Mordekaiser saying, look it, man, if you sit on the throne before it is crowned yours, I'll take it into my death realm, and we'll see who comes out of it.
Absolutely, and now a second engagement. These guys are not letting up on the pressure. Not Dead Memer. He could be in trouble. He's going to drag him back into the turret. The Nunu's taking shots. He has to flash out. He's getting dropped so low.
He is able to barely survive, though, here. Look at just very good mechanics, very good movements here from both of the teams, but every time the snowball comes out, you gotta really be ready. Jay Hunt is now super low. You cannot keep making those same movements until you heal back up. Jay Hunt needs to find a little bit of salvation into the tier 1 health club, re-heal up, get some mana back, rinse, repeat. Both teams almost level 6.
This is what I'm talking about, the wave manipulation. Because they were too close to the turret, they just got pulled back into it, and suddenly the HP bars have shifted. Not Dead Memer, he could be in some trouble here. He's stunned up. He's getting dropped so low, has to activate the shield. Everyone is just limping away from these fights. Oh!
He's looking to find the poke too. Jay Hunt's barely able to survive. There's the flash. Doesn't matter. Level 6 still gonna be happening here. Definitely gonna get a little bit of HP back. He does survive for now. The level 6 does save him. It is on a knife's edge here, Tristan. The tension I can feel, I can hear, I can see it on the screen. Neither player has died yet. Neither team will give up.
My mind, what is happening? A beautiful chain of corruption. He's hit so many of these. He's in so much trouble, but there's no follow-up, not just yet.
We do have them surviving here. We're going to need to hold it back a little bit here. Look, 18 farm from Not Dead. If you're Team Kings and you do not have the HP pool to support the typical engage style comp you have, you got to back up. You got to recollect. You have quite a bit of time here. This is not the typical CS style game we're used to witnessing here. We have King of Battle now very, very low. Jay Hunt also very low. We got to also recall that it does take a little bit of time here, Tristan, for those health clubs to respond, but it doesn't look like they're willing to wait here as Dead Memer will walk back out. Health Glove is taken. King and J-Hunt sustain a little bit here.
Wow, my blood pressure is through the roof at the moment, guys. This is absolutely wonderful. If you want a grand final that will deliver, this is exactly where you find it. As No Name tries to charge up another arrow, he is still landing these, and he has a good amount of mana to work with. He can keep piling on this harassment. And every time they heal up, if No Name keeps landing this, it's going to be like they're stuck at low HP.
J-Hunt also all out of those HP pots. King of Battle does not have his refillable potions able to be recharged either. That is going to be likely the last tier 2 health glove that will be spawning this game, unless it does last long enough. Dead Memer is going to get thrown back with the skewer now, but a snowball's going to be to land there. Deathcraft's pulling back forward. J-Hunt's now going to be to the death realm here. A lot of the damage is going to be coming out, but the Absolute Zero's going to be in there with him. There's some damage, and there's the first blood, but it's not going to be at any cost. King of Battle is able to take one back, and that's going to be 1 for 1. Only one death remaining.
Oh, forget the minions. It's all about blood here. The Varus Chain of Corruption finally misses critically. No Name now has to sit on that long cooldown. That can really detriment his skirmishing power. Fortunately for him, King of Battle wasn't able to... His reset wore off as well. And so several players not going to have that ultimate ability to work with. It's going to come down to old-fashioned bare-knuckle boxing, no ultimates here.
Oh yeah, man, the gauntlet has started. The gloves are now off, and the hands are now slowly getting bruised. Maybe because we're all probably tapping our keyboards super fast right now, but it is all on the line, Tristan. 34 farm for Not Dead and 1 kill. King gonna have 1 kill as well. Skewer gonna be able to land here, but a dash out will not be able to find the stun. Dead Memer still gonna be all right.
37 CS. We have to keep an eye on that. 37 CS to 30. They're slowly climbing up. 1 kill on each side. This is really not a lot of room for error on any stretch of the imagination, but it looks like they're taking a back seat right now on the side of Not Dead. They want to just wait for their ultimate to come back up before they try and take another fight.
It is 37 to 38 now. King's now taking back the lead here. It's like a game of tug of war here. You have it going back and forth, but what's going to happen now when it's at that very crucial, pivotal moment? Like when you go back to the Squid Game show and it's at that tug of war game. It is all on the line, life or death on the abyss. King of Battle now going to be into the front line here. We're going to get 9 more farm, but there's the dash, and Deathcraft's going to be coming out of Dead Memer. There's the dash on out. King is okay. J-Hunt's still going to be all right. It is now going to be at 3 farm away, 2 farm away from Not Dead. We have 7 more for the side of Team King. Sivers Not Dead, almost there. They're at the precipice. 1 more farm. Will they be able to get it and end it all right here, Tristan? It's going to be in slow motion as it all happens so fast. Not Dead are officially the Ekuso 2v2 champions right here, right now.
And it's an unfortunate way to go down for Kings. They want to try and take the fight, but in the end, it's the minions that do it. And really, that is just poetic justice right there. After all that back and forth, all that excitement, all that action, making your heart just go absolutely berserk, it comes down to the minions that ended 1 for 1 in kills. And I mean, who can walk away from this without their head held high? This was one of the most exciting finals you could ever ask for. Everyone played phenomenally. You saw strategy go into it. You saw mechanics being displayed. You saw heart and you saw resilience from every team involved. Not Dead, congratulations on the championship. It was well deserved. It was earned. Thank you all so much for coming out tonight. Thank you so much for watching at home. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to our organizers. And thank you, Schnecky, for joining me on this journey, because this was such a fantastic tournament. The Ekuso duos seem to just get better and better every time I have the pleasure of being involved.
Man, I gotta tell you here, if Xavier No Name was the youngest player and did that much, I would hate to see how good the oldest player is. But all jokes aside, holding it down here again, proving that age and how new you are is not a factor. They ended up losing Team 1 earlier as well. Game 1 early, they came back Game 2, came back 3, and they were able to do it. And now we gotta sit back and enjoy some of the highlights here of what happened throughout the course of today's tourney.
Absolutely. Big shout out to some of the other players involved. It was not just the 2 teams in the finals that were looking great. Depot, you see there with a great engagement to help net the first blood. That boy Richie fighting back, making it a 1-for-1. I mean, there's just so many great displays here, especially Sorex had a fantastic Viego showing here. This time around, he is going to get pinned into the wall with a fantastic combination there. Supreme display of talent by Willzone, who's been so effective on his own champion, who made it so deep into the tournament run. I mean, you cannot forget about all the other teams that really showed up today.
Right, and look, we all know how good it feels to win a tournament. Well, not me. I'm kidding. We all know how good it feels to win, but look this was not only about winning, this was about growing, and it looks like every single player here, whether win or lose, came out experiencing a little bit of growth. They've gotten better, and I cannot wait to see what they have in store. And remember, guys, everything you've seen today was all made happen by a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, and a lot of time. And Tristan, I gotta tell you, I cannot wait to see what these students have to offer during December's Winter Invitational that Ekuso will be holding.
Absolutely. You got to see the 2v2s this time around, but if you want to see 5v5s, the main map, essentially the bread and butter of League of Legends, what you practice for in this game every day, that is where you're going to see it. This was more of just a little sample size, a little taste of everything these students have been working on. And let me tell you, if you wanted a good sample, this is Costco levels of being able to get you hyped up for what's to come, because man, oh man, these students have made leaps and bounds as players, and I am more than impressed with everything they brought to the table today.
Yeah, and look, this was, one event brought to us by one amazing community and one amazing sponsor. This was 4 schools that all pulled together. We had Monroe all the way over in our East Coast down in Florida. We have some of our, what's it called, Mid-Coast, some of our midsection states over here representing as well. We had Myris from Katy, Texas, Xavier from Houston, Texas, as well as the Sora schools virtually online, all holding it down, coming together, playing against and playing with, intertwining some of the schools here for some of the teams, and just a phenomenal event overall.
Yeah, again, I have to give it big shout outs. Thank you to our sponsor, Apply with Sanity. Absolutely making this possible, doing the best for all these kids involved. And really, I mean, that's the name of their business, right? Just being able to make life a lot easier for a very stressful time for students. So all you guys, make sure you check them out. They are definitely here to make things much easier on these students who have been dedicating so much of their time and their effort to not only improving their League of Legends skills, but improving everything and everyone around them. So cannot give enough praise to everyone involved with this event. Thank you so much, Neki, for being here. And is there any other final thoughts you want to give us when we're closing out?
I think it's all pretty much there, man. It is all said and done. It is all felt. And I got to tell you, one of my best experiences on a cast here. Shout out to all of you guys who participated. And again, congratulations to the winners, Not Dead, holding it down for not only our younger, but also our newer League of Legends and esports audience here, showing us that anything can really be done. But with that being said, Tristan, I do think it's time to go ahead and send it over to our break, where I then think we have Faith we're going to send it right over to Faith. Time waits for no man. It's been a pleasure being a caster for you guys tonight. Without further ado, we're going to go and let Faith take over from here.
Hey guys, it's going to be a pretty quick and impromptu speech. First of all, I don't really know what I want to say, and I don't really know what I want to achieve by having this segment at the end, but what I do know I want to do is I want to thank everyone for watching. I want to thank all the participants for playing, for all the competitors to trying their hearts out. Like throughout the past week, all the kids were practicing every night. They were saying, hey, like they took initiative, like, hey, we're practicing at 6:30 tonight. Everyone show up. Let's practice our 2v2s. Let's practice our matchups. They would discuss things. They work together, and honestly, it was really special to see. Thank you to the parents for watching. Thank you for the faculty members that made this, hard work and made this happen. Thank you for the schools, all the production team, our sponsor. Thank you, everybody. This was truly an awesome experience for me, and honestly, I hope this is an awesome experience for you guys too. If you guys aren't familiar with who we are and what we're trying to do, we're basically trying to serve and inspire the next generation of esports players and gamers. This is something that society still doesn't yet quite understand. It's something that we're still working on, even in the communities that we're in. The culture that we've fostered here at Ekuso is something that I'm actually very proud of. We're working towards progressing kids in a way that really just isn't possible in other ways. I mean, all the kids have related to me when I tell them stories about, hey, I would try piano, orchestra, cello, tennis, all these other random extracurriculars that people perceive and society perceives as a very like helpful thing, and they don't usually put esports or gaming in that same bucket. And so what we're trying to do is achieve that. And it's not as easy as just saying, oh, it's esports, so it's automatically good. You have to have qualified instructors, a dedicated curriculum, and basically a system that supports kids in a way that they need, something in a way that, yeah, from what I've experienced, doesn't exist otherwise. So just want to say I'm really proud of you all the kids. Like, you guys make this happen. I know, especially when I'm like jumping in between our channels, the kids who keep thanking me, but really honestly, I want to thank you guys. This is this is something special, and I just want to say thank you guys. I think it was, yeah, we had a little hiccups here and there, but overall, thank you all, especially the broadcast team. I'm going to go ahead and link the Twitters of the casters and the broadcast team and our sponsor one more time, because they are people who definitely need more eyes on top of them, and they are people who deserve more following. So please do that. I'm going to link it real quick. Please follow their Instagram and then their Twitter. 1 second. And you. Sorry, this is really impromptu, but yeah. Okay, so now I want to talk a little bit about our next event. I'm winding down, by the way. Our next event is on December 11th. It's our Winter Invitational. So if you enjoyed this tournament, the next tournament is going to be even better. Really excited for that one. We even have a higher budget for that one. So yeah, please stay tuned for that one. That one's going to be sick. This one was really good, but next one's going to be sick. We want to tell one of the differences between this one, this tournament, the next tournament, is this one is primarily for, I guess, bragging rights, whereas the next one is really where the prestige is at. Kind of related words, but really 5v5 is where it's at. Aside from that, just make sure to support everyone who made this broadcast happen, and I just want to close it out with, I said it 20 times by now, but thank you guys. Thank you for making this happen. This is Faith signing off. I think we're heading out. So anyways, thank you guys. Have a great night. Long event, but it's all worth it thanks to you guys. All right. See you guys.